Yes, yes. Please turn to that page.
Morning. Welcome to the fourth year of the cycle. And we begin the morning dedication to the day. Om Paramahmani Namah.
Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jaya Udiraye Janma Jasya Yaton Vayadhitarata Jatishvabhija Swara Tene Brahmaridaya Adhikavaye Nudyanti Ya Soraya Tejo Varipridam Yatha Vinimayo Yatvatitako Nisha Dhamma Svena Sada Nirasta Ruhakam Satyam Param Dhimahi Satyam Param Dhimahi Satyam Param Dhimahi Om
Good morning. We continue from where we ended last night. Skanda 8, chapter 3. Atha Tritiyo Dhaya, the hymn of the lordly elephant. Sri Shuka said, resolving in this way and concentrating his mind, the lordly elephant began to utter the great mantra that he had practiced in his previous birth. The lordly elephant said, Om, my salutation to that worshipful one who bestows consciousness to inert nature, who is both Prakriti and Purusha, as also their controller, who is pervading everything, and who is the source of all. I seek shelter in that eternally existent one, from whom this universe has come, in whom it subsists, who is its instrumental cause, of whom it is a manifestation, and who at the same time transcends that world manifestation, both in the causal and the effect condition. He is the unimpeded awareness and witness of all, who by his own Maya power has established in himself this universe, which is so in its manifested condition and unseen in its causal state by others, but is witnessed by himself in both these conditions. He is the basic self-conscious awareness, from whom all other centers of self-conscious awareness, jivas, arise. I seek refuge in that being, transcending all the highest human conceptions of him. When all the worlds and their protectors and all causal agencies had been dissolved in their primeval condition by the inexorable power of time, and only the darkness of dissolution, abysmal in depth and endless in extent, remained, he, the supreme light of consciousness, shone undimmed over that darkness. The ordinary people in an audience do not understand the identity of an actor from his makeup and movements on the stage. In the same way, neither the rishis nor the devas are able to grasp his being in disguise, provided by his own yoga maya. How then can an ordinary man understand or describe anything about his inscrutable ways? May that Lord, whom none knows in truth and in reality, protect me. He, the most auspicious being, to have an intuitive knowledge of whom sages, free from attachments, practice the sense of oneness and friendship with all beings, observe the vow of unbroken brahmacharya, and live in the solitude of forests. May he, the Lord of all, be my refuge. He who has neither birth nor activity, who has neither name, form, nor subjection to the gunas of Prakriti, yet assumes all these through his inherent power of Maya from time to time for the creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe. To that Supreme Being, my salutation. He, the Brahman, the formless, who yet assumes infinite forms and performs astounding deeds. To him, the Lord of all, my salutation. He who is self-conscious, he who is self-luminous consciousness, the witness of all, the Supreme Self, the one beyond the grasp of mind, words, and every kind of mental mode. To him, my salutation. He who is nonetheless attained as the indwelling self by those purified by absolute renunciation, who is the dispenser of absolute consciousness and is of the nature of absolute bliss. To him, my salutation. Salutations to him who through the assumption of the gunas of Prakriti appears as the calm, the terrible, and the inert, who is also the one without modifications, the same always and everywhere, and the condensation of pure consciousness. To thee, the knower within the body, to thee, the Lord of all, to thee, the witness of all, to thee, the original being, the source of both Atman, spirit, and Prakriti, matter, my salutations. To thee, the seer of the functions of all the senses, to thee, who makest all concepts and precepts possible, to thee, whose truth nature is made known through its reflection in the shape of the impermanent eye sense, as an image does in regard to its object. To thee, who art the substance behind the shadowy world, my salutations. Salutations to thee, who art the cause of all causes, and who therefore art without any cause. To thee, who art the unique first or absolute cause, who, in becoming the multiplicity of effects, art unaffected in the least, unlike all relative causes. To thee, the limitless ocean into which all scriptures, like the Vedas and Agamas, flow and find fulfillment. To thee, who art the bliss of salvation and the one resort for all spiritual aspirants. To thee, who art the spiritual fire, hidden in the fire sticks of Prakriti's gunas. To thee, who willest to create when those gunas of Prakriti get agitated. To thee, who art self-manifested in those who are established in the Atman consciousness, beyond the purview of the injunctions and prohibitions of the Vedas. To thee, my salutation. Salutation to thee, who blesses ignorant creatures like me by cutting off our binding cords of nescience, who art ever free thyself and ever vigilant in exercising thy mercy to save devotees, and who, by a particle of thyself, shinest in all embodied beings as individualized self-consciousness without any impairment to thyself as the absolute being and the absolute will. Salutations to thee, the embodiment of pure consciousness, Jnanate Mane, and the Lord of all, who, though the indweller within all, art difficult of approach by those who are attached to their own body, to relations like wife, children, kith and kin, and to possessions like properties, wealth, etc., who art thyself without any involvement with the gunas of Prakriti, though functioning through them, and who art immediately intuited in their hearts by those who are free from ignorance. May he, by adoring whom the seekers of Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha, morality, prosperity, pleasures, and liberation, attain their objects, who even rewards his votaries with something more than they pray for, as also with an imperishable divine body. May he be gracious enough to release me from the grip of the crocodile, as well as of samsara. I sing the praise of him whose unique and glorious deeds I sing the praise of him whose unique and glorious deeds his surrendered devotees hymn about in a mood of wholehearted and blissful abandon to the exclusion of desire for every fulfillment, including moksha, of him, the imperishable, the Brahman, the Lord of Lords, the unclear to the senses and to the mind, the one that can be gained by the inward communion of devotion, the subtle, the infinite one, the primal and perfect being, and the one who, though the closest to all, is far off to those of unregenerate mind. He, from a very minor particle of whom all the devas, the Vedas, and the mighty universe of living and non-living beings were given shape with name and form. He, out of whom, as sparks from fire and rays from the sun, the evolutes of Prakriti, like the intellect, the mind, senses, and bodies emerge, and into whom they dissolve. He, who is neither Deva nor Asura, nor man nor brute, nor woman nor neuter, who is neither an attribute nor a product, neither being, Sat, or non-being, Asa, who is the residue left after total negation, but who is also the all-inclusive one. To him I sing, Hallelujah.
I have no desire to live on this world, in this world. Of what use is life in this elephant body, wherein veils of ignorance hide the spiritual vision, both from within and without? It is not from the crocodile threatening my life that I prayed for release, but from this obstructive screen of ignorance, hiding the awareness of my spiritual self, an obstructive screen that time cannot undo, but only illumination can. For time will put an end to this physical body, but not to ignorance, which persists until thy grace removes it. I prostrate myself before him who is the creator of the worlds, who is of the form of the world, who is none the less not subjected by the world, for whom the world is a toy, an object of sport, who is the soul of the universe, who is birthless, all pervading, and the supreme state. I salute him who is the master and the reward of all yogi disciplines, and who is perceived by yogis who have been freed from the effects of the past karma by the observance of the Bhagavata Dharma, and whose hearts are purified by constant meditation on him. I do homage again and again to thee, who art endowed with threefold Shakti of irresistible might, who art infinite in power, who makest thyself visible through all objects of the senses and understanding, who art ever ready to protect the devotees, to take shelter in thee, but who art not accessible to those who do not care to control their senses. I seek refuge in that worshipful Lord, by whose yoga maya is generated the I sense which hides the real self from all in this world, and whose glory and power are endless. Shri Sukasho. When the lordly elephant thus invoked the divine without any particularizing attributes, none of the deities like Brahma, who are characterized by such attributes, appeared. It was Hari, who is the soul of all, and who, therefore, includes in himself all the deities that came to the scene. Quickly did the disarmed Lord Hari, the indweller of all being, arrive by the side of the distressed elephant. Seated on his, the Lord's Veda-formed eagle vehicle, and accompanied by a large company of devas who were singing the praise of the Lord, caught in the powerful jaw of the crocodile and suffering to the extreme limit, that lordly elephant, on seeing Shri Hari arrive on his eagle vehicle with the Sudarshana discus upraised, lifted his trunk with a lotus in it by way of worship and said with great difficulty, O Narayana, O teacher of all, O Bhagavan, now endowed with all powers and excellences. Salutation. Seeing him in a recognizing situation, Sri Hari got down from Garuda in haste and out of his mercy poured out the elephant along with the crocodile from the water. Cracking open the mouth of the crocodile with his discus, he released the lordly elephant in the presence of all the devas. Atha Chaturthodhyaya, transformation of crocodile. Sri Sukha said, in acclamation of the Lord's deeds, revealing his redeeming love for devotees, Brahma, Parameshvara, the celestial, rishis, and Gandharvas rained a shower of flowers. Kettle drums sounded, the Gandharvas sang and danced. The rishis, charanas, and siddhas sang in praise of the Supreme Person. The crocodile was none but a leading Gandharva by name Huhu, turned into that form under the curse of Rishi Devala, now attained freedom from the curse of all of a sudden by the Lord's touch and assumed a uniquely wonderful form. Prostrating, he sang hymn in praise of the Lord, the imperishable, the most famous, renowned as the supreme, and noted for qualities and deeds for which no extolling is too much. Blessed by the Lord, he circumambulated him and prostrated at his feet. He was freed from all his sins, and as others looked on, he departed to his abode in the spheres of Gandharvas. And as for the lordly elephant, he was freed from the bondage of ignorance by the touch of the Lord, and he got a form resembling that of the Lord himself, having 4 arms and yellow wearing cloth. He was in his previous birth Indradyumna, a well-known king of the Pandyas in the Dravida country. He was devoted to all observances connected with the worship of Mahavishnu. While staying at the ashrama on the Pulachana Malaya mountains, as an ascetic wearing matted hair, observing silence and practicing control of mind, he was, after his way, engaged one day in devout worship of Sri Hari, the undecaying being. Just at that time, the great sage Agastya, surrounded by numerous disciples, happened to visit his ashrama. The king, who was sitting silently in solitude for his worship, did not do any obeisance or give any reception to the sage, whose anger was provoked by this conduct of his. He thereupon cursed the king thus: "May this evil-minded fellow of undisciplined intellect, who has insulted holy personages in this way, sink into the blinding darkness of ignorance. He has shown himself to be stupid like an elephant. I curse him to become, in truth, like an elephant immersed in the darkness of ignorance." Having cursed him in this way. The sage Agastya went away with his followers, and the Rajarshis Indradunya consoled him with the thought that this was the dictate of destiny. Indradunya was soon born an elephant, a birth in which there was complete forgetfulness of his spiritual nature. But as a result of his worship of Sri Hari, he had his memory of the Lord restored at the last moment in spite of his elephant consciousness. Thus was the lordly elephant released and given a place among the Lord's attendants. Then, accompanied by him and extolled by the Devas and the Gandharvas for his wonderful deeds, Sri Hari went on his eagle vehicle to his unique abode. I have with this finished narrating to you, O great King, the glory of the Lord revealed through the story of the release of the lordly elephant. O leader of the Kurus, those who hear it will be spiritually elevated. The adverse influence of Kali will have no hold on them, and they will be freed from the evil dream of worldly existence. The twice born ones who cares for their spiritual good and want elimination of evil dreams recite this account early in the morning after purifying themselves. Highly pleased, Sri Hari, the all-comprehensive and all-pervading being, declared as follows in the hearing of all. The worshipful Lord said, those who in the morning prayers remind themselves of me, of you, this lake and this forest with its caves, trees and thickets of bamboo and cane would be freed from all sins. One should remember these mountains, also worthy of remember, trance of the purification of one's mind are the following. These mountain peaks constituting the station of Brahma, Shiva, and myself, the milk ocean where I have my abode, the luminous continent of Shweta Deepa so dear to me, Srivatsa, the mark on my chest, Kaustuva, my nuptial, Vanamada, my floral wreath, Kaunodika, my mace, Sudarshana, my discus, Pranchajanya, my conch, Garuda, my vehicle, Srisha, my subaltern, and Sri Devi, my power inseparable from me, my son Brahma, my devotee Rishi Narada, my part Bhava, and the greatest of the Bhagavata, Bhagavatas, Prahalada, my incarnations like fish, tortoise, boar, and ice, and the countless acts of spiritual glory performed by these incarnate divinities, and my manifestations consisting of the sun, moon, and fire, the mantra, O truth, the pradhana, or root matter, Kama, holy men, and the eternal dharma, the daughters of Daksha, who married the Rishi Dharma, Chandra, and Rishi Kashyapa, the rivers Ganga, Saraswati, Nanda, and Kalindi, and the white elephant Airavata, Dhruva, the subtle rishis, the Brahmarshis, and the holy men. In all the above mentioned places, objects and personages are remembered in the mornings with the firm conviction that these are my paths. Those who do so will be freed from all their sins. To those who extol me at the close of night with this hymn, I grant a pure understanding before the end of their life. Sri Sukha said, with these words, Mahavishnu, the prime mover of all the senses, sounded his divine conch to the great delight of the Devas, and then ascended his eagle vehicle to depart. Anta Panchamodhyaya. Sri Sudha said, O king, I have now finished narrating to you Sri Hari's bestowal of grace on the lordly elephant, an episode that is very holy and destructive of the sins of those listening to it. Now you hear from me about the Manvantara known as Raivata. The Manu of the first Manvantara was Raivata, the brother of the fourth Manvantara. His sons were Arjuna, Vindhya, Kali, and others.
O king, Vibhu was the Indra in that Manvantara. Bhuttarayas were the Devas, and the Saptarshis consisted of Hiranyaroma, Vedasiras, Urdhvabahu, and others. Subra had Vaikuntha for his wife. In this couple, the Lord incarnated as Vaikuntha along with a group of Devas known as Vaikunthas. In answer to the prayer of his consort Brahma, he created by his will his abode known as the Vaikuntha, which is superior to all the worlds. The divine powers and excellences of it has been described in the account given of the visit of Sanaka and other sages to Vaikuntha. Such descriptions of divine glory are extremely inadequate, for one may hope to exhort counting the particles of dust on the earth, but not the powers and glories of the Lord. Chakshusha, the son of Chakshusha, was the sixth Manu. His sons were Puru, Purusha, and Sujumna. The Indra in that Manvantara was Matradruma, Apya, and others were the Devas, and the Saptarshis were Havishman, Viraka, and others. In that age, the worshipful Lord incarnated by a part of himself as Ajita in Sambhuti, the wife of Vairaja. The Lord then helped the Devas to get Amrita, the immortal drink, by churning the milk ocean. And as the divine tortoise, he bore on himself the Mandara mountain as it whirled while the ocean was being churned with it. The Raja said, O learned one, how did the Lord churn the milk ocean and why? For what reason did he support the Mandara mountain as the divine tortoise? How did the Devas obtain the Amrita? What other things were got? Please narrate to me all the wonderful sports of the Lord relating to these questions. My mind that was being burned in the fire of samsara is now never satiated by hearing about the excellences of the Lord that are being described by you. The sutta said, O sages, being thus questioned, the worshipful Shuka, the son of Dwapayama, greatly appreciated the king's questions and once more began to describe the Lord's glories. Sri Shuka said, once Indra was cursed by the Rishi Durvasas, and as a consequence, he and all the three worlds lost their luck and luster. None of the rituals like sacrifice were able to remedy their state. Besides, the Devas were attacked by the Asuras, who killed them in large numbers and with sharp arrows. Indra, Varuna, and the other Devas held council to decide what they should do in that situation, but were unable to decide on a plan of action. Thereupon, they all resorted to the assembly of Brahma at the top of Mount Meru, and after prostrating themselves before their divinity, represented the state of affairs to him. Seeing Indra, Vayu, and other celestials without any strength or freshness, and seeing also the world caught up in a spell of gloom, while the power of the Asuras, on the contrary, was waxing, Brahma began to meditate on the Supreme Being with a concentrated mind. Then, with a face brightened, he said to the Devas, we shall all take shelter in that Supreme Being, who first manifested as the Purusha, the first avatara or divine essence, descent. I, Brahma and Bhava form fractions of that Purusha, the first incarnation of these, and as emanations of a fraction, Kala, Ya Brahma himself, have come into being the Prajapatis like Marichi and others who populated the worlds with various species of beings, like Devas and Asuras, and others that are born in the womb or egg or sweat, or by germination from seeds. There is none whom he especially cares to destroy or to protect, to neglect or to welcome. Still, he assumes the qualities of Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas as the times require for the preservation, creation, and dissolution of the universe. This is the time when he has assumed the guna of Sattva for the protection and prosperity of beings. So, let us seek shelter in that Father of the world, this being the time for exercising his function of protection. He will be favorable to us Devas, his own people, and do what is good for us. Sri Shuta said, O great king, saying so, Brahma, along with the Devas, went to the Lord's abode, which is free from the taint of ignorance. There, making his senses controlled and indrawn, and reciting a hymn based on Vedic mantras, Brahma extolled the Lord, who is beyond the power of physical eyes to see, but can be understood only through scriptural data. Brahma said, We salute thee, the highest and the most adorable being, the one without a beginning or an end, the undecaying, the true, the one beyond words and thought, and therefore beyond argument as well, the one faster than the mind, the partless, and the resident in the recess of the heart. We take refuge in him, who is the witness of the pranas, mind, intellect, and eye sense, who is manifest both as the senses and their objects, who is free from corporeality and its functions like sleep, as also from vidya, knowledge, and avidya, ignorance characteristic of jivas, who is all-pervading like the sky, and who has incarnated himself in the three yugas. I seek shelter in him, who is the truth and the axle supporting the wheel of the jiva's body-mind in his transmigratory existence. Fleeting like the glow of lightning, the wheel of the jiva's body-mind is largely mental in constitution and is being speeded up by the Lord's Maya. The wheel has got 15 spokes, consisting of the 10 indriyas and the 5 pranas, 3 naves consisting of the 3 gunas of Prakriti, and 8 fellies constituted of Prakriti, Mahatattva, Ankara, and the 5 Tanmatras. Very close to the jivas stand the Lord as their most intimate well-wisher, the Lord who is the embodiment of pure consciousness, the one untouched by ignorance, the unseen and the subtle, the vast all-inclusive being whom time and space do not limit. We seek refuge in him, whom the wise seek to reach in their chariot of concentration. His inherent power, Yoga Maya, has infatuated all beings, hiding from them the truth that they are the spirit and not the body. None can overcome that omnipotent power. He alone has mastery over her, who is his own inherent attribute. We prostrate before him, the Lord and Master of all, who though unaffected, pervades everything. Even divinities like us, constituted of sattva, a quality so close to him, are not able of knowing the subtle nature of him as the spirit, though he is clearly presenting himself as existence outside and consciousness within. How could the Asuras and men dominated by Rajas and Tamas then know him? Our salutations to that Supreme Being. He created this earth, which forms his feet, having its four forms of life: the womb-born, egg-born, sweat-born, and seed-born. May he, the Brahman Supreme, the great being of unrestricted freedom and infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He, whose seminal fluid is constituted of the cosmic waters, from whose potency all the world lords and the three worlds were generated and continue to live and flourish. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He, whose mind is described by the Vedas as Soma, the moon, which constitutes the food, strength, and lifespan of the celestials, who is the ruler of all vegetation and the factor contributing to the growth of all creatures. May he, Brahman, of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He, whose face is ugly, fire, who is the bestower of wealth, who enables the performance of Vedic sacrifices, who digests with the stomach the food congenial to the body. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He, whose eye is the sun, who is the master of the Devayana, or the path of spiritual ascent, who is the symbol for the adoration of Brahman, who is the gateway to liberation, who is immortality, as also the dealer of death as time. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He, who is the prana, the cosmic energy, whom all of us obey and follow as the subjects obey and follow an emperor, from whom is derived that vayu, the individual prana which gives strength to the body, senses, and mind. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He, from whose power of hearing the corters arose, from whose heart the cavities in the body originated, from whose navel came out the element sky, Akasha, which is the support of prana, senses, mind, life, body, etc. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He, from whose strength arose Indra, from whose graciousness the Devas, from whose anger Rudra, from whose intellect Brahma, from whose bodily orifices the Vedic leaders and the Rishis, from whose sex organ the Prajapatis. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He, from whose bosom arose Shri, from whose shadows the Pitris, and from whose chest Dharma, from whose back Adharma, from whose head heaven, from whose play the Apsaras. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He, from whose face arose the Brahmana in the holy Veda, from whose arms the Kshatriya and strength, from whose thigh the Vaisya and dexterity, from whose feet the Sudra and the secular services. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He, from whose upper lip arose greed, from whose lower lip satisfaction, from whose nose luster, from whose touch animal satisfactions, and from whose brows Yam, the Lord of death, from whose eyelids time. May he, Brahman, of infinite glories, be propitious unto us. He whose Yoga Maya, or inherent power, was brought into existence the five elements, time, karma, the three gunas of Prakriti. In fact, the whole of this unimaginably vast universe. Yoga Maya, whom none but the enlightened can overcome. May he, Brahman of infinite glories, be propitious unto us.
Salutations to the one who transcends his own powers of manifestation, who is self-fulfilled in his inherent bliss and freedom, who is unaffected by the context of the senses created by his Maya, whose thought of activities in the world leave no pollution in him, even as the atmosphere is unsullied by its own movements everywhere. May thou deign to reveal to us who have taken refuge in thee, and are eager for thy vision, that smiling divine form of thine, in a manner that is perceptible to our senses. O omnipotent one, from time to time thou dost assume different forms out of thy own work and accomplish works that are difficult for us to perform. The works done by desire-prompted persons secure for them some good, together with a great deal of trouble, or sometimes it may bring no results at all. But this is not the case with the works of those who dedicate them to thee. Even if an act is insignificant and imperfect, it does not become fruitless when it is dedicated to the Lord. For he, the Lord, is the very soul and dearest well-wisher of the Jiva. The adoration of Vishnu is adoration of all beings, just as pouring water at the root of the tree is like watering all its branches and leaves too. Obeisance to thee, the instant being, whose essence and actions cannot be understood through our limited intellectual processes, and who, though now manifesting in a form of sattva, remain as none the less essentially untouched by the gunas as their director. Atha Shashto Dhyaya. O King, being thus extolled by the Devas, the worshipful Hari, the Lord of all, appeared before them, brilliant like the light of 1,000 suns. Dazzled by their brilliance, the Devas could not perceive the sky, the portals, the ground, or themselves. How then could they see the Lord? Brahma and Shiva saw before them their divine form, deep blue in complexion like an emerald, eyes crimson tinged like the inside of a lotus, wearing a pure yellow, so brilliant and stainless like molten gold, having well-formed and attractive limbs, face and forehead, bedecked with a bright gem-studded crown, and ornaments like bracelets, girdle, necklaces, anklets, and the neck jewel kaustuba, with cheeks that reflected the glow of the earrings adding to the loveliness of the lotus-like face, having Sri Devi on the chest, along with floral wreaths, and attended by weapons like Sudarshana that had taken form. Seeing this form, all the celestials prostrated themselves on the floor, and Brahma and Shiva recited a hymn extolling the Lord. Brahma said, Salutations again and again to thee, the great being, who though himself birthless, art the cause of the origin, sustentation, and dissolution of the universe, who art the ocean of bliss, untouched by the transformation of Prakriti and its gunas, who those subtlest atom, had infinite existence, unlimited by time and space. O Supreme Being, O Creator, this form of thine is suitable to be worshipped by all who aspire for their own material and spiritual welfare. Following the path of communion described in the Vedas and the Tantra, though it is seen as a limited form, I perceive in this all inclusive form the three worlds, including ourselves. The whole universe existed in thee, the one free being, in its origin. It exists in thee, in its middle, and it dissolves in thee, at its end, just as the pot does with reference to the mud, though, though the one that transcends even pradhana, constitutes the substance in the beginning, in the middle, and in the end of the universe. Creating this universe through thy Maya, or cosmic power, which is always subservient to thee. Thou hast entered into the entities created by thee, but those who have power of introspection and discrimination discern that thou, in spite of thy entrance into the whole creation, art not in the least affected or involved in the process of evolutionary changes that matters undergo. Just as fire is sought and found in fire sticks, milk in cows, cereals in the soil, water under the ground, and livelihood through toil. So, say the wise, the spiritual aspirants seek and find thee, the spirit permeating everything in the body-mind combination and in the other product of Prakriti through discriminative intelligence and introspective, and proclaim their findings to the world. O Lord, thou in whose navel sits the lotus holding the world, today we have attained great relief by the fulfillment of our long-standing desire to have thy direct vision, just as elephants caused by forest fire are happy on reaching the cool waters of the Ganga. May thou be pleased to fulfill the objects with which we, together with all the protecting deities of the quarters, have sought shelter at thy lotus feet. Where in the need to represent that object further to thee who dwellest both within and without all beings, and therefore knowest the innermost thought of all, we, including Shiva, the Devas, and myself, are maintaining a separate existence from thee, a sparks from fire. What power of understanding have we limited beings? Therefore, do thou decide and do what will be good for the worlds, the Devas, and the holy men. The Lord's instruction. Sri Sukha said, extolled in this way by Brahma, the Lord understood the hearts of his votaries, spoke in a voice as deep as the roll of thunder to those celestials who stood before him with palms joined in salutations and all their sense powers drawn inward. Though he, the Lord of all the divinity, was by himself capable of solving that problem of the Devas, he, being desirelessly acting the play of churning the ocean, said to them as follows. The Lord said, O Brahma, O Shambhu, O Celestial, hear ye all what I say for your welfare. You now go and make peace with the Asuras, your enemies, for the present time is favorable to the Asuras. You have therefore got to wait until time turns in your favor. Even mutual enemies have to come to terms for the achievement of important objects. After the objective is gained, they can again relapse into their mutual enmity like the mouse and the snake. Do not delay in arranging for the production of Amrita, the immortal drink. One who drinks it even if we eat in the jaws of death, will be turned immortal. Consigned to the milk ocean, various kinds of shrubs, grasses, creepers, and medicinal plants, and get Mandara mountain for the churning rock, and the serpent Vasuki for the churning stream. O Devas, with my help, you will be able to churn the ocean without fatigue. The Asuras will have to stand the hard labor of churning while the fruits will go to you. You agree to whatever terms the Asuras propose. Conciliatory methods are far more successful than those of confrontation. When the ocean is churned, the poison called Kana Pura will come out. You should not be afraid of it. Many objects will come out of the ocean when churned. You should not have any attraction for or desire to possess them, nor should you feel angry if you are prevented from possessing them. Sri Sutta said, O king, the worshipful Lord, whose word is free and who is endowed with six majesties, disappeared from their vision after giving the above instruction. Having made prostrations to the Lord, Brahma and Shiva departed to their abodes while the Devas repaired to the regions of the Asura leader Bali. The leader of the Asuras saw their enemy, the Devas, approaching without any military equipment. They got excited and made themselves ready for battle. But noble Bali, a master of the arts of both conciliation and combat, restrained them. The Devas now approached Bali, the son of Virochana and the conqueror of the three worlds. He was surrounded by his splendorous majesty and by his bodyguard consisting of the leaders of the Asura army. The highly intelligent Indra conciliated Bali by sweet words, and after that told him all that the Lord had instructed him to say. Indra's proposals were very welcome to the Daitya king as well as to Sambara, Arishtanemi, and the other leaders residing in Tripura. The Devas and Asuras now came to terms and became friends. They jointly put forth all the energies for obtaining Amrita, the immortal drink. With perverse confidence in their own strength and shouting aloud, they lifted the Mandara mountain from its place with their powerful clapping arm and started taking it to the sea. Tired by carrying its heavy weight for a long distance, Barney, Inga, and Adam found themselves thoroughly helpless and dropped it on the way, unable to move further. While falling down that golden mountain, pulverized many devas and asuras under its weight. In this situation, Sri Hari, who knew how the arms, thighs, and necks of the devas and asuras were bruised and broken, made his appearance there, riding his eagle vehicle. By the look of his, he healed the wounds of the devas and revived them from the effects of the fall of the mountain. With a single hand, he lifted up the mountain as a mere prey and put it on Garuda, and himself mounting him, he carried it to the sea, surrounded by the devas and asuras. On arrival, Garuda, the king of the birds, unloaded the mountain from his shoulders to the seashore and flew away with the permission of Sri Hari. Artha Samsamodjaya. Sri Sukha said, then they requested Vasuki, the lord of serpents, to act as the churning rod, on the understanding that he too would get a share of Amrita, the fruit of the enterprise. With great joy, they wound the serpent round the mountain and began churning. Sri Hari held the head of the serpent, and the devas lined up after him. The leaders of the Asura refused to approve this act of Hari. We who are famous by the nobility of our birth and by our actions, and who are well instructed in the Veda, shall not hold the tail, an inferior part of the serpent, thought the deities. The Lord saw that the deities stood still and silent after cogitating thus. Smiling at this, Sri Hari, along with the Devas, left the head of the serpent, their size being thus determined. The Devas and Asuras, the offspring of Kashyapa, began to churn the ocean with all their might. In the process, the Mandara mountain, the churning rod, began to sink in the water, as it was not supported by anything. O Zion of Pandu's line, though thou powerful being held up the mountain in all the strength, it sank by its sheer weight. Very much disappointed to see that their effort was of no avail against Providence, their faces drooped in utter dejection. When confronted with this providential obstacle, the Lord, whose power is limitless and whose will always becomes true, assumed the form of a wonderful tortoise of huge proportion and entered into the water and jacked up the mountain. The mountain being thus lifted, the Devas and the Asuras resumed the journey, while that divine tortoise of 1,000 yojanas extent supported the mountain like another island in the sea. The prime will tortoise of infinite strength bore the mountain on its back and felt its whirling movement as mere scratching. Hence the Devas and Asuras churned with all the strength of their arms. In the ranks of the Devas and the Asuras, Mahavishnu appeared in the form of a Deva and Asura respectively in order to encourage and embolden them to continue the journey. He also entered into the sea, Vasuki, and with Anthisia in order to shield it from the torture of the journey. When the movement of the journey seemed to upset the balance of the mountain, Mahavishnu stood on its top, assuming a form as huge as another mountain, and with one of his 1,000 arms pressed down the mountain to its proper place. The celestials, headed by Brahma, showered flowers on him, and they stood above and viewed the scene. The Lord strengthened the resolve of all by his manifestation of fears in many ways, above the mountain pressing it down, and underneath supporting it and the tortoise in the hearts of Asuras and Devas as strength, and Vasuki as insensitiveness. So, with the furious abandon of the drunkards, they churned the ocean with the mountain with all their might and main, causing wild consternation among the aquatic creatures. Now the Asuras who were holding the head of Vasuki, the Polamas, Kalayas, and Mahabali, Ilava, and others, in course of time became scorched and faded like a sarala tree in a forest fire, on being exposed to the unbearable heat and smoke issuing from the eyes, face, and breath of the serpent Vasuki. The Devas too had their lustre effaced by the flaming breath of the serpent, and their face, clothes, wreaths, and coats all turned grey with smoke. Just then the clouds, which were under the Lord's control, rained a shower over them, while a breeze cooled by the waves of the ocean fanned them. When no Amrita appeared in spite of churning by the Devas and Asuras, the Lord himself began to churn it very powerfully. Blue in color like a rain cloud, wearing garments that shone like gold, and earrings that glowed like lightning, with locks of attractive hair all scattered, wearing the floral wreath on the chest, and having eyes slightly reddish in tint. The Lord shone like another mountain as he churned, with a churning rod of Mount Mandara, holding the serpent cord of Vasuki with his four victorious arms. From the sea full of aquatic creatures like timi, sea elephant, alligators, and whales, the violent churning threw up various kinds of fish and amphibians until the virulent and notorious poison, hala hala, called also Kalakuta, emerged.
Its fiercely penetrating and fatal fumes spread everywhere, quickly, above, below, and on all sides. O king, terror-stricken and defenseless, the Prajapatis and all the celestials hurried to take shelter at the feet of the Lord Sadasiva. They found him established on the Kailashsa, along with the Devi, for the good of the world. He was dear to the sages because of his practicing meditation, conducive to bestowing the bliss of salvation on all can contemplate. They prostrated themselves before him and recited the following hymn. The Prajapati said, O Lord of Lords, thou divine divinity, soul and protector of the world, save us from this poison that threatens the life of the three worlds. Thou art the master of the destinies of all beings, of their bondage and liberation. Wise men worship thee as the teacher and remover of the sufferings of those who seek shelter in thee. All-pervading being, when thou, who art pure self-awareness, thou who have will to create, preserve and dissolve this universe, thou dost then assume thy power, Maya, with its threefold aspect of sattva, rajas, and tamas, in association with which thou comest to be known as Vishnu, Brahma, and Shiva. Thou art the suckle of truth of Brahman, the Lord and the soul of the world, out of whom has originated the universe in its unmanifested causal and its manifested gross conditions. Thou art the source of the Vedas constituted of sounds, as also of the world. Thou manifested as prana, sense organs, substances, and qualities. Thou art the eye sense, time, sacrifices, truth, and righteousness. Prakriti with its three gunas of sattva, rajas, and tamas are said to exist in thee. Of thee, who art the embodiment of all divinities, fire is the face, the earth, the lotus feet, time, movement, the quarters, the ears, and the ocean, the tongue. O worshipful Lord, the sky is thy name, the wind, thy breath, the sun, thy eyes, water, thy semen, the powers supporting everything high and low, thy ego, the moon, thy mind, and the heaven, thy head, O embodiment of the Vedas, the oceans form thy abdomen, the mountains, thy bones, the plants, and creepers, thy hair, the Vedic mitras, Gayatri, Vishabhu, Anushtabhu, Priti, Prakti, Jagati, and Ushnik, thy seven bodily constitutes, and all dharmas, thy heart. O Lord, the five secret mantras, from which the other 38 mantras arose, are thy five phases. The supreme truth called Shiva is verily the self-indulgent being, consciousness. The waves of the sea of Adhava, like pride and the rest, are thy shadow. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, the constitutes of Prakriti, forming the basis of creation, are thy eyes, and the primordial Veda of metrical composition is the illuminating glance of thine, the source of all knowledge and scriptures. O Sadasiva, that light supernal, which constitutes thy real form, is what is called non-dual Brahman. As non-dual Brahman, thou art not accessible to Brahma, Vishnu, Indra, and other divinities. For in that supreme state of thine, there is no touch of the Guna Prakriti. For thee, who could view within even the reduction to ashes of the whole universe of thy own creation, by a spark of fire coming out of thy eyes at the time of dissolution, is no matter of praise to be extolled by reference to acts of thine calculated to eliminate evil. Such is the destruction of Cupid, of the Tripura, of Yama the angel of death, of Daksha's sacrifice, and of the poison Kalakuta. There are some who indulge in meaningless criticism of thee, that because thou art always seen with Uma, thou art intensely attached to her, and that because thou movest about in cremation ground, thou art fierce and uncouth. Those who speak like that about thee, who art ever immersed in samadhi, and whose feet constitute the object of contemplation, even for the greatest teachers, absorbed in the bliss of Atma, are shameless persons who know nothing about the cosmic sport. Even a divinity like Brahma is not able to grasp the true nature of thy transcendent self, which is beyond the cause and effect relation, and the state of grossness and subtlety. How can we, the creatures of thy creature Brahma, hope to extol thee adequately? Our inadequate praise is only an expression of our very limited power. O great God, we see only this form of thine that thou revealest. We are totally unaware of thy transcendent state, but we know that thou, who art of inscrutable ways, hast assumed this form for the good of the world. Sri Sukha said, seeing the miserable condition of the Devas, the merciful Lord Shiva, the friend and well-wisher of all, felt extremely pained and said as follows to his content. Shiva said, O Bhavani, irrefutable plight of beings, harassed by the poison of Kalakuta produce for the journey of the world ocean. I have to give shelter to them in their effort to save themselves. Affording protection for the weak and the suffering is the only object and justification of lordship. While under the infatuating power of the Lord, are ordinarily in discord with one another and are bent on mutual destruction. The enlightened holy men, who have realized the transitoriness of life, seek to give protection to other creatures, even at the expense of their own lives. O noble lady, Sri Hari, the soul of all, is pleased with a person who shows kindness to him. When Hari is pleased, I, along with all moving and unmoving beings, feel pleased. So I am going to drink the poison. May all beings be saved by it. Sri Sukha said, speaking thus to Devi Bhavani, the Lord, who is the protector of the world, but ready to drink that poison with the approval of the Devi, who knew the Lord's power. Then Mahadeva, the protector of the worlds, collected the spreading poison of Kalakuta in his palms and drank it with a heart full of love and pity for all beings. The poison born of the ocean showed its destructive power even on this divine being, the Lord of the world. He turned his throat blue, but it remained there only as a decoration proclaiming his zeal in the welfare of others. Devoted good men generally feel the sufferings of others as their own. Such fellow feeling for others is the highest form of worship of the Supreme Being, who is the soul of all. On hearing about it, high encomiums were bestowed on this act of worshipful Samya, the Lord of Lords by all beings, by Sati Devi, the daughter of Daksha, by Brahma, and by Narayana, the Lord of Vaikuntha. The small portion of the poison which happened to fall on the Lord's hand while drinking was appropriated by scorpions, serpents, poisonous plants, and other poisonous creatures. Ashta Shashtamodhyaya. Sri Sukha said, after Lord Shiva, who had the emblem of a bull for his stand, had drunk the poison, the Devas and Asuras were again cheerful and began to churn the ocean with great enthusiasm. Now came out from the ocean Kamadenu, the heavenly cow that yields all that one wants. The rishis, who are the specialists in the Veda and the rituals inculcated by it, appropriated this cow, so useful for Agnihotra and other Vedic yajnas, which enable one to gain the heavenly realm. For the cow yields milk and butter, required for the preparation of pure harvest, the offerings to the devas made in the sacrifice fire. Next came out the horse, known as Uchais Ravas, white like the moon. Asura Bali liked to have it. On the Lord's advice, Indra did not entertain any desire for it. This was followed by the emergence of Airavata, the white four-tusked elephant that excelled the greatness of even Mount Kailasha, the snow-covered mountain, which constitutes the abode of Shiva. Now, the Kastuba, a gem of the species of Padmaraka, came out of the sea. Hari desired to have it as an ornament for his neck. Next came the celestial tree known as the Parijata, an ornament of the heavenly region. It fulfills the want of those who approach it for anything, just as you, your Parikshit, have been doing in this world. The heavenly nymphs, known as Apsaras, came next, adorned with necklaces and dressed impeccably. They were the attraction of the whole celestial realm, with their gaiety, looks, and movements. Next took place the emergence of Rama, who was Shri embodied and devoted to Mahavishnu. By her brilliance like that of lightning, she illumined the waters, attracted by her beauty, sweetness, tender age, complexion, and sublimity. All species of beings, devas, asuras, and men, lost their hearts to her. Mahindra brought her a most marvelous seat. Ganga, the other sacred streams, offered that embodiment of beauty, their pure waters in bright golden vessels.
The earth brought all the herbs and medicinal plants required for the consecration ceremony, while the cows contributed their 5 sacred products, and the spring season, the plants special to the months of Chaitra and Vaishakha. The rishis made all arrangements for the bath of consecration. Mandava sang auspicious songs and 10 uses ends to the accompaniment of music. From the region of the clouds came the music of a variety of instruments. The ring, drum, cymbal, tabor, trumpet, conch, flute, and veena. The elephants of the quarters now poured potfuls of holy water over the Devi, sporting a lotus in her hand for a ceremonial bow of consecration. A holy man chanted the Vedas. The ocean offered her a pair of yellow silks, while Varuna presented the coral wreath, Vechyanti, round which intoxicated honey beetles of Govind. Jagati Vishwakarma offered various ornaments, Devi Saraswati, a necklace, Brahma, the lotus, and serpents' earrings studded with precious stones. With the coral wreath surrounded by honey beetles in her hand, and ear pendants reflecting their glow on their cheeks, the Devi got up with bashful countenance, seeking a worthy person on whom she could put the garden. Endowed with well-formed and well-proportioned breasts, they were decorated with saffron powder and sandal base, and an abdomen tender, and teeth set. She moved about here and there, like a creeper of gold, producing a delightful murmuring sound from her ankles. For long did she look for one but to be her partner, one who was without any imperfection, who was free from decay and death, who possessed everlasting virtues. But she could find none such among Gandharvas, Yakshas, Asuras, Siddhas, Janaras, and Devas. She cogitated one who has such much of posterity. To his credit, he seemed not to have subdued anger. Others having much knowledge are found to be victims of personal attachments. There are still others who are dubbed great, but they have no control over the sex instinct. How can anyone depend on another be called Ishvara, the Lord of it all. Some follow Dharma and are artists. Others have renunciation, but it might not bring them liberation. Some have prowess, like Kartarvirya, and being subject to the destructive speed of time, it is purely illusory. There are still others who are absolutely detached from life and are pure ascetics. Surely, such would not be fitting partner to me. Some have a long life, are not attractive by nature. Some are attractive, but their life may be short. Some who have both attractiveness and longevity follow ways of life that are repulsive. But there is one who combines all these attractiveness, longevity, and auspicious way of life, and that is Mahavishnu. But he is immersed in his self, and may not care for me. Cogitating in this way, Rama chose as partner Mukunda, who alone was according to her heart. For she found him the center of unabating virtues, supreme over all, as being the only independent person, unaffected by impure gunas of the creature, but endowed with all auspicious gunas or attributes. Though free from every form of desire himself, she chose him in the conviction that he could not desert one or resign oneself to him in complete trust. She then put round the neck of Mahavishnu the most attractive garland made of choice fresh lotuses surrounded by honey petals, and stood looking at him with my eyes glowing by a bashful smile, as if asking for the chest of him to be offered as her residence. The worshipful Lord, Father of the worlds, assigned his chest, most sublime of regions, as the residence of Sridevi, the Mother of the universe, the source of all power, glory, and prosperity. Casting a benign glance on the residence, they on all the glance from they on all the children, the three worlds, including the presiding divinities. She brought about their progress and prosperity. Then the loud sound produced by the music, dance, trumpets, and ringers, and conch shells, the celestial attendants of the assembled divinities, 12 forth everywhere in the Javatis like Brahma, Rudra, and Angiras showered flowers and extolled the Lord with Vedic mantras, dealing with the supreme truth and the attributes of Mahavishnu. At the gracious glances of Sri Devi, all virtues were perfected in the celestials, Javatis and all other beings, and they were established in perfect show. The Detas and Danavas, abandoned by Sri, lost all higher qualities like courage, modesty, and enthusiasm, and propensities like greed gained the upper hand in them. Next appeared Varuni, presiding deity of liquors, in the form of lotus eye and a handsome girl, permitted by Hari the Asuras to possession of her. On the Devas and the Asuras, the issue of Kashyapa, turning the ocean further in their quest for Amrita, the immortal drink, there arose from the sea a man with a unique and astounding form. His hands were long and stout, and his eyes reddish in tinge. His neck resembled a conch shell. Blue in complexion and young in appearance, he was bedecked with garlands and various kinds of ornaments. Having smooth and curly hair, broad-chested and handsome, He wore a yellow cloth. His strides resembled those of an ivy. In his arm decorated with bracelets, he carried the watch of Mrita. He was Dhanavantari, an incarnation of a part of Vishnu, who is noted for promulgating Ayurveda, the science of health, and who is entitled to a share in the sacrificial offerings. Seeing him emerge, Suras, who entertained desire for all things, took away from him all of a sudden the pot containing the Amrita. When the Asuras thus carried away the vessel of Amrita, the Devas in great distress took refuge in Srihari. On seeing the forlorn condition of the Devas, the Lord, the granter of the prayers of devotees, said to them, "Do not be sad. By my Maya, I shall achieve your end without anyone knowing about it." Meanwhile, O king, there arose a quarrel among these asuras, all of whom desired to have Amrita. So each one of them claimed, "I shall have it first, not you." They began to quarrel among themselves over this question. The weaker among the asuras, who feared that they might not get any share of the Amrita, felt jealous of the stronger ones holding the pot, and remonstrated, saying, "The Devas, whose labor in the enterprise is equal to ours, are entitled to an equal share of Amrita, just as the master of the sacrifice and all priests participating in a Satra Yaga get the due rewards. This is the law eternal." While matters stood thus, the all-powerful Mahavishnu, who was a master of the art of devising means for achieving any end, however difficult, assumed the form of a woman so wonderful that it defies description. Her complexion was like the color of an extremely projected blue lotus. Every lump of hers was handsome. Her ears, with appropriate ornaments, were exactly alike in formation. She had shining cheeks and a high nose. Her breasts, indicative of her blooming youth, were well-rounded and proportionate, and her abdomen, in contrast, seemed very thin. The humming bees, which were attracted to her face by the fragrance of her breath, often made her eyes shrink in fear. Her luxuriant braids were decorated with gloomy jasmine wreaths, while necklaces adorned her handsome neck, and armlets her attractive arms. Her hips, extended like an island, were draped in a luxury cloth, over which there was an encircling girdle of brief brilliance, while well-fashioned anklets added to the beauty of the low and attractive movements of her feet. By her frequent glances, accompanied by the movements of the brows caused by her bashful smile, she aroused gusts of passion in the minds of the Asura leaders. Atam Nawamo Chiaya. The Suras cried for Amrita. Yusuka said, "What the Asuras, abandoning all ties of friendship and adopting the ways of brothers, were engaged in mutual wrangle for wresting the vessel of Amrita, they saw the handsome maiden approaching them. Infatuated by lust at her sight, the Suras rushed towards her, exclaiming, "Ah, what a beauty! What a complexion! What a blooming youth!" They addressed the saint, "O lotus-like beauty, tell us who you are, whence you come, and why. Whose daughter are you, O best of handsome eyes? Your charm seems to churn our heart like excitement. We know for certain that you are still a maiden, untouched by infantry. From among the Devas, Suras, Siddhas, Gandharvas, Charanas, all the world lords, not to speak of men. O girl of attractive eyes, is it that the merciful Creator has sent you here to enthrall the minds and senses of all beings? O slender race of beauty, all of us who are mutually related have now become bitter enemies because of the competition to get possession of a common object. Settle that quarrel and bring peace among us.
We are all the descendants of Kasapya, and therefore brothers. We have worked alike for churning the ocean and getting Amrita. Now be pleased to divide the Amrita among us in a way that will be just and avoid later disputes. On being thus requested, Lord Hari, who had assumed this maiden's form, replied as follows, casting bewitching glances from the corners of her lovely eyes. The Lord said, O descendants of Kashyapa, how is it that you approach me putting so much trust in one who is but a hollow soliciting head? Wise men never trust wanton women. It is said that no lasting relationship can be forged with women who are ever in quest of new sex experiences, and with wolves that are ever hungry. Srisuka said, their faith in her being reinforced by these teasing words. The Asuras now, as a token of their deep confidence in her, and handed over the Amrita to her. Hari received the vessel of Amrita and said with a smile, if you undertake to abide by my actions, irrespective of whether you consider them right or wrong, I shall agree to divide the Amrita among you. Without realizing the implication, the Asuras agreed to the proposal of the charming maiden. As preparation for the sacred act of taking Amrita, the Asuras fasted for the day. Next morning, they performed their oblations to the fire, where all living beings, high and low, received the blessings of holy men, put on new dress and ornaments, and sat on seats of kusha, grass arranged by the blade tips, directed eastward. Both the Asuras and Devas sat facing eastward in readiness in an hall decorated with lights and flowers, and rendered fragrant by burning incense. O king, into the hall now entered a handsome woman with waist-like breasts, holding the Amrita jar in hand. A brilliant cloth of silk draped the lower part of her body. Her thread was slow, and her eyes unsteady, as if under inspiration, and the sweet sound of her tinkling ankles announced her slow movement. As the Devas and Asuras smiled and looked carefully at that female form, and assumed by the deity to match Srihari herself, they were stupefied with excitement to see her face illumined by ear ornaments and beautified by her handsome cheeks, ears, and nose, and a torso from which the end of her clothes covering the breast had slipped down. It would be an unwise policy to give Amrita to and confer immortality on the Asura, as on the Cobra, who are both naturally true-hearted. So the Lord did not distribute the Amrita among these naturally deprived Asuras. The Lord made different seating arrangements for the two parties, and assigned them to sit in their respective rows. In order to hoodwink the Asuras, the Lord moved about in the rows of the Asuras with the Amrita vessel in hand, and sweet words in his mouth, while he arranged to actually distribute the rejuvenating drink among the Devas who were sitting at a distance. O king, all the while the Asuras sat silently, honoring the agreement not to raise any dispute. Besides, their minds were fully taken up with infatuation for the maiden. They also disliked to get the opprobrium of quarreling with a woman. Their lustful attachment to her was so great that they were afraid to do anything that might cause a breach in their relationship. Their respect for her was also a restraining factor, so they remained silent without making any adverse remarks. An Asura named Swamabanu went into the midst of the Devas, disguised as one of them, and drank a share of Amrita. But his identity was soon discovered and revealed by the sun and the moon deities, between whom he had sat. At once Hari cut off his hand with a sharp discus. As the Amrita had gone only up to the neck above, and not come into contact with the trunk, his lower portion of his body fell dead, while the head remained immortal. The head, which thus gained eternal life, was converted by the Lord into a planet. Rahu, who entertains antagonism to the moon and the sun deities for betraying him, assails them in eclipse on certain full moon and new moon days. After the Devas had finished drinking the Amrita, the wonderful Lord, the protector of the world, assumed his real form in the view of the Asuras. In this way, though the Devas and the deities started on a common enterprise at the same time and place, and with the same motive, plan, and objective, they got divergent results in the end. The Devas getting the Amrita to consume, and the Asuras nothing of it. A designation to the Lord and devotion to Him. The Devas achieved this easily, but the Asuras failed in the final result. Whatever service or sacrifice men perform with their life, wealth, work, mind, and words for the sake of themselves and their dear ones, all these will be in vain in the last resort, because all such efforts are directed toward entities separate from the divine. But all that becomes immensely fruitful if the service is done to Him. It is like pouring water at the root of a tree, which is equal to watering the whole tree. Watering the leaves and branches serves no purpose. Asha, Dasha Modaya. Sri Sukha said, in this way, O King, the Daityas and the Danavas, in spite of their putting forth effort peacefully and enthusiastically, failed to achieve their object because they had no devotion to Vasudeva. After churning out the Amrita and enabling the Devas, his own devotees to consume it, the Lord departed on his eagle vehicle in the presence of all. Now, seeing the prosperity of the Devas, the enemies, the sons of deity became jealous beyond the point of control and went to war with them. Thereupon, all the Devas who were designed to the Lord Narayana and whose strength had been augmented by taking Amrita took up arms and put up a defense against the attack of the Asura. A fierce battle, tumultuous and hair-raising, took place between the Devas and the Asuras on the shore of the ocean. The ranks of the two enemies closed together in battle, and the warriors struck fiercely at one another with swords, arrows, and various other kinds of weapons. The sound of martial music, with instruments like conch shells, trumpets, brigangas, drums, and damaras, augmented by the roar of the regiments of elephants, horses, chariots, and foot soldiers, all together produced a terrific din. In the battle, chariots closed on chariots, elephants on elephants, horses on horses, and infantry on infantry. They fought sitting on various kinds of vehicles and mounts, some on camels, some on elephants, some on donkeys, some on goats, some on bears, some on tigers, and some on lions. Some others had vultures, herons, cranes, and falcons as vehicles. Still others rode on whales, sarabas, buffalo, rhinoceros, oxen, cavallas, and arunas. Still others were riding on jackals, rats, chameleons, hares, men, goats, Krishna, saras, swans, and horses. Both sides closed up on the battle line. Those described above and several others sitting on various kinds of birds, living on land and water, and on creatures shaped in curious ways. The battlefield was picturesque, with clean and white royal umbrellas, banners of various designs, ceremonial fans of peacock feathers, and fly was having handles studded with precious gems. It was impressive also by such features as the fluttering clothes and turbans of the warriors exposed to winds, the lustre of armors and ornaments, and the sheen of weapons in the brilliant sun. O son of Pandu, the two enemies of the Devas and Asuras look like two oceans with rows and rows of aquatic creatures arrayed in confrontation. Bali, the son of Virochana and the leader of the Asuras, was seated in a unique aerial vehicle called Vyasya, made by Maya. The vehicle was equipped with every kind of weapon and was possessed of features that are unimaginable and difficult to describe. It moved as one wanted. Its movements could sometimes be seen and sometimes not seen. Surrounded by the commanders of the army and amidst an array of peacock feather pens and flywoods, he shone like the moon arising in the horizon. Among the Asura leaders who stood by Mahabali in their respective vehicles were the following: Namuchi, Dambara, Ana, Viprachipti, Ayomukha, Vimutta, Kalanava, Praheti, Heti, Ilava, Sahuni, Buddha Satapa, Vajra, Dashtra, Varochana, Haigriva, Samkusiras, Kapila, Meha, Mega, Dubi, Taraka, Chak, Ratrik, Samba, Nik Samba, Jampa, Ukala, Arishta Nemi, Maya, the master of Tripura, Nivakachas, Kalekayas, and Palamas, being deprived of their share of Amrita and condemned to share only the trouble. Those had all come to the battle filled with the idea of defeating the Devas as they had done many times before. Indra, the slayer of Varun, was all wrath to see these enemies elated with war lust, roaring like lions and lustily blowing their loud conch shells. Just as the mountain sun ascends the mountain of sunrise with rivers flowing on the side, Indra mounted his white elephant, Itravata, which belonged to the species of the elephants of the court. Equipped with various weapons and seated in many kinds of vehicles, the Devas and various guardian deities of the quarters like Vayu, Agni, Varuna stood by the side of Indra. On closing up, they began at first to send at one another shafts of virulent abuse that cleaved vulnerable parts of one's being. The individuals from both parties, calling contestants by name, began to challenge one another for duels, and such warriors now came forward and engaged themselves in fight. Indra fought with Bali, Goha with Saraka, Varuna with Heti, and Mitra with Praheti. Yama fought with Kalanaba, Vishwakarma with Maya, Twasta with Sambara, Savita with Virochana. Namuchi fought with Aparajita, and the Ashwins with Rishaparva, and Surya with 100 sons of Bali, having Bana as the eldest. Soma fought with Rahu, Vayu with Pulama, the powerful Devi Vajrakali with Sumba, and Nishumba. Shiva fought with Jamba, Agni with Mahisha, the Marichis, the sons of Brahma, with Inavana and Vatapi. Kamadeva fought with Durmasha, the Sattamatris with Ukala, Sukra with Brihaspati, and Sani with Narakasura. The Maruns fought with Niva, Chakchavat, Chakvatas, The 8 Asura were Tradeshtaya, Vishvadevas were Kamalos, and the Rudras were Prodhavasa. With their hearts fixed on victory in the duel, the Asuras and the leaders of the Devas closed in combat and struck fiercely at one another with sharp arrows, swords, and javelins. They chopped off the heads of opponents with various weapons like kutsundas, discuses, maces, lances, spears, javelins, firebrand, trident, axes, scimitas, balas, iron clubs, hammers, and vindipalas.
The armies constituted of elephant regiments, chariot regiments, cavalry, and infantry. There's also of men riding other kinds of mounts. Gradually came to present a scene of warriors with limbs cut and bodies mutilated, and with plagues of bows, arms, and ornaments shed to pieces. Cloud of dust raised by the and the rolling of chariot wheels covered the skies. The portals in the sun soon settled down on the earth, being wetted by the jets of blood that were being sprayed into the sky. That battlefield was covered with scattered crowns and ear ornaments, with heads showing angry-looking eyes and bitten lips, with 7 arms of huge size having ornaments and weapons, and with eyes resembling trunks for hands. Headless trunks seemed in their last struggle to continue rushing at enemies or attack with upraised arms, as if spotting them with the eyes that were still in their fallen. Bali sought to strike Indra with 10 arrows. His elephant, Iravata, with 3, the guardian was protecting the elephant's legs with 4, and its keeper with 1. Laughing Indra of abounding skill in such. All those arrows were mountain missiles, even before they came anywhere near. Unable to break the superb reach of Indra, Bali now took a powerful javelin, shining like a firebrand. Indra cut into pieces even when it was still in Bali's hands. Bali then struck with several kinds of weapons, one after another: trident, spear, javelin, tomara, and rishis. But the highly skilled Indra shattered them all to pieces. O powerful king, Bali now took to a magical warfare of Asuras. It disappeared from sight. Soon a mountain appeared above the ranks of the Devas. From that mountain, 3 set ablaze by the forest fire, and rocks with sharp edges began to fall and all against the Deva army. Also began a rain of pythons, fanged vipers, scorpions, lions, and tigers, and wild boars that caused devastation among the elephants. Rakshasa women, stark naked, and carrying tridents appeared in hundreds, while Rakshasas came in waves, crying, Kach, tears, etc. Powerful winds brought in extensive clouds, producing a deep roll of thunder, and brilliance of lightning, and pouring rains of flaming cinder. The fire created by the magic of the Asuras, fanned by powerful winds, became as fierce as the fire and the cosmic dissolution, and threatened to burn up the whole army of the Devas. Next, it was seen everywhere, a terror-inspiring ocean in spate, stirred by fierce winds into raging waves and deep whirlpools. When the Asuras, experts in magical devices and in concealed movements, released their magical skill as described, the leaders of the Devas felt utterly distressed. O king, Indra and others did not know how to ward off these magical attacks. So they meditated on Mahavishnu, the protector of all the worlds, and the worshipful Lord made his appearance there. The Devas saw him arrive, riding on his vehicle Garuda, with his feet attractive, and empty shoes of leaves resting on Garuda's shoulders, wearing a yellow cloth, with eyes like fresh lotus petals, and armed with weapons in his 8 arms. He shone in the luster of Sri, situated on the chest, the jewel of Struva on his neck, the pendants on his ears, and the priceless diadem on his head. When the Lord came to the spot, all the magical phenomena produced by the black thought of the Asuras vanished immediately, as phantoms or a dream disappear when a person wakes up. Remembrance of Hari is the means of freedom from all damages. When the Asura Kalamnemi, riding a lion, saw the Lord Mahavishnu on the back of Garuda, he whirled the trident and threw it at him. The Lord, who saw it falling on Garuda's head, caught hold of the trident with the utmost ease. Striking with it, he killed the Asura and his mount. Next, he cut off the heads of 2 powerful Asuras, Mali and Sumali. With his sisters, immediately Yavan came forward and aimed a mighty blow with his mace at the head of Garuda. But before the mace descended, the Lord decapitated this Asura too. Atai Padasho Ajyaya, triumphs of the Devas. Sri Sukha said, by the infinite grace of the Lord, Indra, Vayu, and the other Devas recovered their mental and physical power and struck their opponents again with volleys of arrows. The powerful Indra, now enraged, raised his thunderbolt weapon against Vayu, the son of Hiroshima. Seeing that all people raised the cry of alarm, ah, ah, in the reached in kerosene of the old and well-equipped army was moving about in the battlefront. Indra said with the thunderbolt weapon in hand, "O fool, did you think that by your chivalry you could defeat us, master of illusory devices, just as the trickster plunders children after blindfolding them? I shall hurl still further down from their present situation those foolish persons who attempt to capture the surpass and heavenly region by their magical tricks. You fool of a perverse sorcerer, I shall have your head cut off today with my thunderbolt weapon of 100 channels. If you can, defend yourself with all your tribes." Kali replied, "People engage themselves in war with the prompting of the collective karma brought together by the power of time, and to everyone so engaged, fame, success, defeat, and death can occur by turns according to that karma. Therefore, neither victory nor defeat is permanent with any party. Wise men find the regulating influence of time in all these matters. They therefore are not elated or depressed in success or failure. You seem to be ignorant of all this. We do not therefore attach much importance to your piercing words of abuse. You who think yourself to be the master of your destiny, without taking the factor of time into consideration, will be object of pity for wise men." Shikshika said, having thus rebuked the powerful Indra with piercing and deadly words, Adi, who was equal to any heroic warrior, followed his speech with a volley of arrows drawn up to the ear. This rebuff given by the truth-speaking Bali was too much for Indra to bear. His application of the goad is to an elephant. Indra, the destroyer of foes, now struck Bali with his never-failing thunderbolt weapon, whereupon Bali fell to the ground, along with his aerial vehicle, like a mountain whose wings had been cut. Chamba, the friend and well-wisher of Bali, now rushed to the aid of his fallen friend to do whatever service he could to him. Seated on a lion, he rushed to Indra with amazing aim and delivered a powerful blow on Indra and on his elephant mount, Iravata, below its neck. The elephant, Iravata, sustained severe injuries by the stroke of the mace and fell down on its knees in utter distress. Thereupon, Martali, the charioteer of Indra, brought his chariot to which 1,000 horses were attached. Indra now led the elephant and got him into his chariot. Shamba, the great Asura leader, was appreciating with a smile the timely action of Martali in bringing the chariot, nonetheless started flaming spear at him. The weapon caused unbearable pain to Martali, which he somehow stood with the help of all the fortitude at his command. Roused to great anger, Indra now cut off the head of Chamba with his thunderbolt weapon. Hearing about the death of Chamba, the sage Narada, his relatives, Namiti, Bala, and Arka, arrived in the spot immediately. After subjecting Indra to the volley of abusive words, they showered on him arrows as clouds rain on mountains. Bala swiftly attacked and wounded in one stroke 1,000 horses in Indra's chariot. The Asura Parka simultaneously released numerous arrows at Martali and at the chariot with its several parts. He aimed all his arrows at the same moment, which was the most wonderful feat in that battle. Namuchi shot at Indra 14 powerful arrows with the golden shafts and raised a bow that resembled the rumbling of a rain-laden cloud. All the Asuras together in Indra, his charioteer, the and chariot, in a thick veil of arrows, making them invisible like the sun covered by the clouds in the rainy season. Thereupon, attacked by the enemy to the point of defeat, leaderless and distressed in the extreme, the Devas in the following began to cry out aloud like a company of merchants on board a wrecked ship. But soon enough, Indra came out of that cage of arrows, together with his chariot, his charioteer, livestock, and horses. And like the sun at the end of night, illumined the sky, the earth, and all the waters by his brilliance. Seeing that his army was being harassed on all sides by the enemy, Indra in great wrath took the thunderbolt weapon to kill them. With that weapon, having 8 sharp edges, Indra cut off the heads of Bala and Arka, creating great fear in the minds of their friends and relatives who witnessed the scene. Namuchi was very much inflamed with anger and sorrow at the death of the Asura leaders and now made an all-out effort to kill Indra. Armed with a lance of very hard iron, embellished with gold decorations and bells, he charged, roaring out in great wrath like a lion. You are dead. That weapon, released by him and advancing rapidly, was cut in the sky itself into innumerable bits by Indra with his arrows. Then he struck at Namuchi's neck was his Vajra, the thunderbolt weapon, with a view to put an end to him. But lo, though struck by Indra with all his force, the weapon could not hurt even the skin. It was indeed a wonder that the powerful Vajra, which killed even mighty Vritra, was rebuffed by the mere skin of Namuchi's neck.
When the thunderbolt weapon was thus repelled by the enemy, Indra was filled with great fear and thought, the power of Prarabdha is indeed very great. Otherwise, how could this astounding phenomenon, the failure of the thunderbolt weapon, take place? Well, with this weapon, did I once clip the wings of the mountains, which used to move about on their wings and fall down here and there due to their weight, causing destruction in human settlements. But with this weapon did I destruct Vritra, who was the embodiment of the power of 12 arms, austerity, and also other powerful asuras, whose skin even could not be scratched by other powerful missiles. That thunderbolt weapon has now been found ineffective when used by me against this most insignificant fellow of an asura. Even the superior practic power of Rishi Dadichi has proved to be worthless. It is a mere stick, which I shall not touch hereafter. When Indra was thus lamenting, grief-stricken, he heard a divine disembodied voice telling, thus Asura cannot be killed by anything that is dry or anything that is moist. I had given this Asura a bone that he could not be killed by any weapon made of dry and moist substance. So, Indra, think of some other means of dealing with this enemy. After hearing this divine voice, Indra meditated with a concentrated mind and came to find in foam a suitable weapon that is both dry and moist. It was thus the foam, which cannot be called exclusively dry nor exclusively watery, that the powerful Indra finally cut off the head of Namuchi, drawing the praise of Munis and the rain of flowers they showered on him. The chiefs and Gandharvas named Vishwavasu and Paravasu sang the kettle drums of the celestials sounded and the Apsara woman danced in great joy. Meanwhile, the other Deva leaders like Vayu, Agni, and Varuna killed their opponents with showers of arrows as a lion kills deer. Seeing that the whole tribe of Asuras was about to perish, Brahma now sent to save Narada to intervene, and the saints stopped the Devas from continuing the destructive war. Narada said, by depending on the protective arms of Narayana, you have got the Amrita, and by the gracious glance of Sri Hari, you have been blessed with plenty and prosperity. Now stop the battle. Sukha said, honoring the words of the Rishi, the Devas controlled the anger and stopped the battle. With the accompaniment of panegyrics sung by the camp followers, all the Devas returned to the heavenly abode. With the permission of Narada, the remaining Asuras went to the western mountain of sunset, carrying with them Bali, who was in a precarious condition from the impact of the thunderbolt weapon. Then all the Asuras, whose bodies had not lost the heads and limbs, were revived by the Acharya Sukra, who had knowledge of that art. Thus, by Sukra, Bali too got back the power of the senses and memory. Though defeated, he did not grieve, as he was a philosopher, knowing the evanescent nature of the world and the life in it. Atha Radhasha Yaha. Incarnation as the Mohini. The Parameshwara, who has the bull as his vehicle, that assuming the form of a woman, Mahavishnu deluded the Asuras and helped the Devas to consume Amrita, desirous of eating it. Lord Shiva started on his bull to the spot where Madhusudana was. He was accompanied by the Devi and surrounded by the retinue of goblins. Hava, along with Uma, was warmly welcomed and worshipped by the Lord, but seated on a worthy seat. Parameswara, who also honored him in return, then addressed Hari with a smile expressive of wonder. Sri Mahadeva said, O Lord of all Devas, thou all-pervading being, Lord of all, the world embodied, thou art the source and the soul of all beings, is also the controller. He who is the origin, the middle and the finale of this manifested universe. He who is also the changeless being, to whom such states as origination, continuation, and end are inapplicable. He who is both the subject I and the object this, both the enjoyer and the enjoyed. That Brahman, the truth, the pure consciousness, thou art. The sages who have no desire for enjoyment and care only for liberation, abandoning attachments for everything in this world and in the hereafter, devote themselves to the contemplation of thy feet. Thou art the full, the immortal, the immaterial, the sorrowless, and the changeless being. Thou art pureness, being that is all inclusive, yet transcendent. Though thou art thus the absolute, thou art also relational, the cause of the universe, that in which it arises, subsists, and dissolves, the soul of all beings and the law. All beings depend on thee, but thou on none. Thou art the one without a second, manifesting at the same time as the world of cause and effect, and remaining as a non-dual, unrelated substance. It is like the one gold, manifesting as various objects made of it, and as the cause, the substance gold. There is no difference as far as the causal substance is concerned in both its conditions. It is due to ignorance that people speak of the substance and the forms taking shape from it as different. In the same way, the duality attributed to thee are really without any limitation is due to ignorance born of the play of the guna. The Vedantans speak of thee as Brahman, the all-inclusive absolute being. And the Miva Shakshas as Dharma. The Sankhya's look upon thee as a supreme being, transcending Prakriti and Purusha. The Pancharatris call thee the Purushottama, the transcendent divine person with 9 powers. And the yogins look upon thee as a great Purusha, the eternally free and independent. Neither I nor Brahma, nor the Sattva-born sages like Marichi, who are also under the spell of thy Maya, are able to know much even about thy creation. There is no need then to speak about the state of Asuras and men who are given to impure ways of life. Only thou, being pure intelligence in the soul of all, are endowed with the knowledge of thy own works of creation, preservation, and dissolution of the world, of the working of all creatures, and the problem of their bondage and liberation. Just as air has entered into all moving and unmoving bodies and into all space, even so thou indwellest everything as all-pervading spirit. I have had occasions to see many incarnations of thine, in which thou didst manifest assuming qualities like love of devotees. But now I wish to see thee in that womanly form with which thou didst charm the Asuras and, and enable the devas to consume the Amrita. I have a great desire to see that form. I have come here for that purpose. Sri Sukha said, on being so requested by the trident armed Parameshwara, the Supreme Lord Mahavishnu replied with a deeply meaningful smile to that Lord of the mountains. The worshipful Lord said, when the pot of Amrita was lost, I had to hug the devas to get it back by exciting the asuras into a mood of delusion. Oh, the greatest of divinities! I shall show you that form which has excited sex passion in people and commanded the respect of those who are inclined in this direction. Sri Sukha said. Saying this much, the Lord disappeared. Parameshwara stood there with Uma, casting his glances in the four directions. Presently, he saw before him a garden full of trees in blossom and with shoots of tender leaves of pink color. In the midst of it, an attractive lady playing ball. She had a name, noble appearance of a high-born lady, was dressed in silk, and had a golden girdle around her waist. As she took each step, the tender legs were pursuing the up and down movements of the ball, now stooping, now lifting up her body. It appeared that her slender middle region would break under the weight of her tremendous breasts and the precious pearl necklaces on her neck. The pupils of her eyes, long and quivering eyes, moved excitedly and fast in pursuit of the unpredictable ball, straying in different directions. The beauty of her face was enhanced by her bluish curls and by the luminous reflection of her ear pendants on her smooth cheeks. The inherent charm she displayed as she held the loosening cloth and braids with her handsome left hand while striking the ball with the other was sufficient to blind the whole world with excitement. When divinity was completely carried away, and the damsel cast at him a glance and accompanied by a bashful smile, soft yet clearly visible, on being watched while at a game of ball. Agitated in mind by the woman's sidelong glance, in his own return look at her, he forgot himself, his consort Uma standing by, his followers the goblins. Now the ball sped away to some distance from her hand. As she was following it, the wind, it seems, carried away her light wearing cloth, along with the decorative girdle she had over it, thus exposing her to the view of Sri Rudra. Seeing her attractive glances and enchanting beauty, Sri Rudra is said to have gazed at her with extreme longing, especially seeing that she was requiting his attention. His discriminative power plundered by her, his sex passion distressingly stimulated, he ran shamelessly towards the charming damsel, in spite of his consort Uma watching him. Seeing him approaching, the damsel felt all the more bashful in her nakedness, and flitted about laughing, tree to tree, to take cover behind them. But Sri Rudra pursued her as a bull elephant cow, being enslaved by Cupid and deprived of all control over his senses. Chasing her, Rudra caught hold of her hair and embraced her even without consent. Caught till she was embraced like a cow elephant in the bull's, she, who was none but the Lord's Maya embodied, struggled in his arms and released herself by force. In spite of her heavy hips, she ran here and there quickly with disheveled head. Rudra now closely followed the footsteps of the running Mahavishnu of wonderful deeds. It looked like as if Rudra was already under the Cupid's influence, was now routed and completely under the enemy's domination. As he followed her as an excited bull, elephant Does a cow in heat, his potent semen drop on the ground? O king, wherever on the earth the semen of a great divinity dropped, those places became silver and gold mines. Shiva thus pursued her wherever rishis were staying, on the banks of rivers and lakes, in woodlands, forests, and mountains, and to demonstrate to them, by example, of the need for guarding against exposure to sexual charms. When his semen was ejaculated, he realized how the Lord's Maya had completely stupefied him. He now recovered from that infatuation. Shiva was not at all struck with wonder at the unusual events, for he well understood the unique power of Mahavishnu, soul of the world, and that of his own relation to him. How he, the Lord, is the director and himself only the director.
Being Shiva's serene, free from any shock of sin, Mahavishnu, who now assumed his real form, was very much pleased and spoke to him. The Lord said, O great divinity, and my dear friend, it is a very fortunate circumstance that, in spite of being completely infatuated by my deluding power in the form of the charming damsel, you have, by your own discrimination, been able to overcome it and recover your natural state of desirelessness. Who, except you, is there among those of subdued senses that can, after having once come under its spell, overcome my Maya, which generates various passions like desire, anger, greed, etc. in the heart? This Maya of mine, constituted of the three guna, which I as Purusha assume partially under the stimulation of time, shall never more overpower you. Sri Sukha said, being thus blessed by the Lord, who has neglected the mark of Srivatsa on his chest, Sri Rudra, along with his following, circumambulated the Lord and departed to his abode. No sign of Bharata's line. When Shiva reached his abode, and while many of the rishis hymned his praise, he turned to Bhavani, his consort, who had become a part of his being, and said to her, did you observe the power of the Maya of the Gorgeous One, Supreme Lord? I am the master of all arts and free, yet I was enslaved and infatuated by his Maya. What then will be the condition of ordinary jivas bound by their karmas? On my coming to normal consciousness after 1,000 years of samadhi, you asked me the question on whom I had been meditating. Now that one is this ephemeral being, time has no place in him, and Vedic ritualism cannot take one to him. Sri Sukha said, I have now finished describing to you the life of Mahavishnu, who supported the Mandara mountain on his back on the occasion of journey of the ocean. No efforts of one who repeats or hears again and again this account of the Lord's deeds and excellences will ever go in vain. He will be released from the vicious cycle of birth and death. I salute the Lord who holds the prayers of the devotees that take refuge in him, who assuming a false female form, filled the Asura with infatuation and enabled the Devas to consume the oceans of Amrita. The Devas who sought refuge at his feet, which only Bhakti can reveal, and which the faithless and the impious men can never reach. Again, chapter 13, the last 7 mantras. Visuka said, "Hear now from me about the offspring of the present Manu, the son of Vishwaswan or son, and famous under the name Shradadeva. He is the 7th Manu, O great warrior. We have 10 sons, their names being Ikshvaku, Navaga, Drishta, Saryati, Narishyanta, Navaga, Drishta, Kandrushta, Prishadra, and Vasuman. The devils of these rule are the Aditya, Vasus, Rudras, Vishwadevas, Maruts, Ashwini Devas, and Ribus. Purandara, the leader of them all, is the Indra. The Sapta Rishis of this period are Kasyapa, Atri, Vashishta, Vishwamitra, Gautama, Jamadagni, and Bharadwaja. The Lord then incarnated himself in the form of Ramana, the son of Satyaka and Aditi, and the youngest of the Adityas. I have given you a brief description of the 7 Manvantaras that have taken place. I shall now describe to you the future Manvantaras along with the divine incarnations that are to take place then. 2 daughters of Vishwakarma by name Samchna and Chaya were the wives of Vishwaswan. I have told you about this earlier. Some say he had a third wife named Adama. Vishwaswan had 3 sons by Samchna, Yama, Yamini, and Shraddha. Now here the names of his issue by Chaya. They had a son, Samvarmi, a daughter named Tapati, who became the wife of Samvarana, and another son, Sanechara. The Ashwins are his sons by Adama. Okay, when the time for the 8th Manvantara comes, this Savarni, son of Vishwaswan, will be the Manu. He will have sons, Niroka, Virajaska, etc. In this Manvantara, Sutapasa, Viraja, and Amritaprabha will be the Devas, and Virachana's son, Bali, will become Indra. In the 7th Manvantara, Bali gave the whole of this earth as a gift to Mahavishnu, who begged of him for 3 strides of earth. And the Lord for this Mahabali will become Indra in the 8th Manvantara. In the end, he will abandon the state of Indra and attain oneness with the Lord. Though at first bound as a prisoner by the Lord, he was out of the Lord's love and appreciation of him. Then to Sudara, a region more splendid than heaven, and is living there even now with all the glory of Indra, the master of heaven. During this 8th Manvantara, Galara, Dittiman, Parasurama, Atmatama, Kripa, Ishyaringa, and my father, Vyasa, will be the Saptarishis. All of them are now engaged in austerities in their own ashramas in different places. The all-powerful Lord will then incarnate himself as Sarvabhauma, the son of Devaguya, by his wife Saraswati, and will take away the heavenly region from then Indra Purudara and bestow it on Mahabali. The ninth Manu will be Dakshasarvami, the son of Bhutaketu, Hiptaketu, and others will be his sons. Para, Marichigarbha, etc. will be the Devas then. Adbhuta will be the Indra, and the Saptarishis will consist of Yutiman and others. The Lord will incarnate by a part of himself as Rishabha, the son of Ayushman, by Ambudara, Adbhuta, under the protection of the Lord, will become Indra over the three worlds. Upasloka's son will be the tenth Manu, the great Brahma Sarvani, Guru, Jena, and others will be his sons. Avishman, Sukriti, Satya, Jaya, Murti, etc. will be the Saptashis, Suvasana, Viruddha, etc. The Devas, and Sambhu, the Indra. The Lord will then incarnate as Vishwaksena in the house of Vishvarik by his wife Vishuchi, and will help Sambhu, the Indra of that age. Sarvadni, possessed of great mental powers, will be the 11th Manu. He will be having 10 sons, beginning with Satyadharma, Srihantamas, Hamagamas, and Nirvana Shuchayas will be the gods. Vaidrita will be the Indra, and Charunas and others will be the Saptarshis. In that age, the Lord will incarnate himself under the name Dharmasetu, and the son of Aryaka and his wife Vaidrita, and will protect the three worlds. Okay, the 12th Manu will be Rudra Savarni, and he will be having 10 sons, the first three being Deva 1, Upadeva, and Devareshta. In that age, Rita Dharma will be the Indra, Rita and others the Devas, and Pamurti, Pasvi, Agnitraka, and others the Tarshis. Incarnating by a part of his under the name Swadharma, as the son of Satyasad, and his wife Sundrita, the Lord will protect the worlds during the Manvantara. Devasavarni will be the 13th Manu, and Chitrasena, Vichitra, and others will be his sons. Sukarma, Sutrama, and others will be the Devas. Devaspati will be the Indra, and Nirmoka, Tattvadasa, and others will be the Saptarshis. under the name Yogeshwara, part of the Lord will then incarnate as the son of Devahotra by Brihati and help the Indra of the age, Devaspati. Indra Savarni will be the Purush's Manu, Urugambira, Buddhi, etc. will be his sons. Pavitras, Chakshusas, etc. will be the Devas. Suchi will be the Indra, and Agni, Bahu, Suchi, Suddha, Magada, etc. will be the Saptarshis. Srihari will then incarnate as Brihan Manu, the son of Satrayana by Vitana, and encourage the sacrificial cult. O king, I have now described to you the 14 Manvantaras, including those of the past, the present, and the future, all of which put together will be 1,000 Chatur-yuga. This is one kalpa constituting one daytime of Brahma.
Atha Chaturdashodhyayaha. Function of Manus. The Raja asked, O Holy One, please tell me on what works or duties were these Manus commissioned by the Lord during the period of their supremacy. Sri Sukha said, O King, the Manus, the son of Manus, the Saptarshis, Indras, Devas, etc., all functions subordinate to the commands of the Lord. The function of the Manus and others is to maintain the world order and its progress under the direction of divine incarnations like Yajna and others of whom I have spoken to you earlier. At the end of the period of 4 yugas, the Saptarshis by their tapas would rediscover the Vedas, most of which would have gradually been swallowed by time by the end of that period. By the revival of the Veda, the eternal Dharma would be kept up. O King, the Manus, inspired and directed by Mahavishnu and endowed with great powers of self-control, would in their time set Dharma in motion in all its 4 peaks. The son of Manus, followed by their descendants, as also by the Devas receiving the Yajna offerings and their associates, join in this work of maintaining the world order. Indra, who could be in the enjoyment of the vast resources of all the 3 worlds assigned to him by the Lord, would protect these worlds and give them an abundance of rain. Sri Hari, in all these ages, would impart spiritual wisdom by assuming the form of enlightened ones, ritualistic duties by assuming the role of masters of them, and the path of yoga by appearing as great master yogis. In a form of Rajeshwara, he created this universe. As Indra, he slew the Dasyus, and as time, bring all things and beings to an end. Though the Lord is described and praised by various scriptures and philosophies, man with the perceptive power of his mind, guarded and destroyed by Maya, is not able to perceive him directly. A Mahakalpa is a full lifespan of Brahma lasting for 2 paradas. In that, there are 5 divisions. In that, there are divisions called intermediary kalpas, Vikalpa, each of which stands for a day of Brahma. What has been said relates to the Vikalpas, each of which, wise men say, has 14 Manvantaras, periods of supremacy of Manus. Atha Panchadasho Tyayaha. The Raja said, why did Srihari, the Lord of all, ask Mahabali for 3 feet of earth like a miserable beggar? And why, after getting what he wanted, did the Lord bind him with gold as a prisoner? I desire to know how the one who is self-fulfilled and without anyone, who is the recipient of all sacrifices, could take to begging, and also how he could put fetters on an innocent person like Bali. Sri Sutta said, O king, Mahabali, who was killed and deprived of all his prosperous realm by Indra, was revived by his teachers, the Bhrigus, including Shukra. In return, Bali served those teachers with great sincerity and liberality. The Bhrigus, the clan of eminent Brahmanas, headed by Shukra, who were very pleased with Bali, who was desirous of conquering the heavenly region. These great rishis administered to him the consecratory bath and made him perform the yajna known as Vishwaji, in which one must give away all one's possessions. Out of the sacrificial fire came out a divine chariot inlaid with gold and yoked to horses which vied with Indra's steed in color and having a flag, the emblem of a lion. Also came out a never exhaustible quiver and an armor of heavenly workmanship. Bali was presented with an unfading garlands of flowers by his grandfather Prahalada and a conch by the Rishi Shukra. Being thus equipped with all armaments with the help of these rishis, Bali circumambulated them, made obeisance to them, and also to Prahalada, and then took his leave. He now shone like an Apavin Yakni, a Vedic sacrificial fire of a household, as he seated himself in his chariot, given by Rishi Sukra of Bhrigu line, with all equipments like pearl, quiver, sword, and armor, and with his personal decorations like garlands, shining armlets of gold, and sparkling earrings. Pali went on the conquest of the most splendorous heavenly regions of Indra, led by big Asura army, whose march caused tremor on the earth and the intermediary regions. That army was full of Asura chiefs, who were equal to him in wealth and power, and who were so heroic that they seemed ready to drink up the sky with their mouths and to burn the waters with their looks. The heavens of Indra were so full of attractive creatures that it made the very deity of splendor lustreless. It had famous gardens and parks like Nandana, great centers of natural beauty, wherein were celestial trees whose branches bent under the weight of tender leaves, flowers, and fruits, and which harbored numerous birds warbling with their consorts, and humming bees inebriated with honey. It had lotus lakes abounding in many kinds of water birds like swans, cranes, chakrabakas, and garandavas, and providing facility for water sports for hilarious celestial women attended by their companions. That city, bird-sized Vishwakarma, was surrounded like a moat by the holy Ganga of heaven and by high walls, resplendent like fire, and having on their tops battlements for use in time of war. It had doors with shutters of plated gold, towers of crystal, and highways well laid with proper alignment, all planned by the celestial architect Vishwakarma. It had many assembly halls, courtyards, and subsidiary roads, and its several crossroads were lined by high mansions with balconies and sit-outs made of coral and studded with diamonds. Resplendent like rays of fire, girded with perpetual youth and beauty, and dressed in spotless garments, moved about everywhere. There, The wind deity is ever present to welcome visitors, as it were, with the gentle breeze, rendered fragrant with the sweet smell of Sogandika flowers fallen from the braided celestial women. Through the gold inlaid windows of the mansions, through which celestial women were seen to pass up and down, came out thick and great clouds of smoke from burning frankincense spreading out to the roads. Everywhere there were decorations of pearl strings, flagstaffs inlaid with gold and studded with precious stones. Many banners of variegated colors and sizes, and balconies decorated with buntings. The atmosphere were filled with the sound of peacocks, doves, humming bees, mingled with the sweet and auspicious music of celestial women occupying the mansion of the city. Every other attraction was overpowered by the sonorous heavenly music, in which was combined the booming sound of various instruments like mriganda, conch, drums, and timekeeping cymbals, with a sweet strain of veena, muraja, rishti, and flute, and with songs of the demigods accompanying the dances of heavenly dances. This realm is never attained by persons who are violators of moral law, evildoers, oppressors of others, and persons who are cruel, conceited, licentious, or greedy. Mahabali, the commander of the Asura force, now besieged the city of Indra with his army. He blew his mighty conch, presented to him by his Acharya, generating fear in the minds of the women of the heavenly realm. Seeing all these military preparations of Mahabali, Indra, with all the devas, approached the teacher and said, O honored sir, our old enemy Mahabali is making another effort to conquer us. It is impossible for me to bear with his conduct. How has he become powerful again? No one will now be powerful enough to meet him in battle. It looks as if he is going to swallow the whole world, dig up the regions, and burn up everything by his look. He is as fierce as the fire that comes out of the mouth of Shankarashana at the time of the cosmic deluge. Please tell me how our enemy has acquired this irresistible might. Where did he get this power of body and mind and the courage that have emboldened him to attack us? The teacher said, O Indra, I know that the cause of this enhancement of the power of the enemy is that the Bhrigus, his teacher Shukra, and his disciples, who are great experts in the Vedic law, have imparted their own crafty power to him. Neither your nor other celestials like you can stand before him, as men cannot before Yama, the deity of death. Only Sri Hari can face him. Therefore, you all abandon the heavenly regions now and go into hiding until the time turns against the enemy and tends to his downfall. Now, because of the power of holy men behind him, he has been benefited immensely, and his power is at its zenith. But in course of time, this respect shown to these men will in itself be the cause of his downfall, as well as all his followers. Thus, after the deliberations of their wise teacher of great insight, the devas left their heavenly regions, disguised in a different form, and disappeared from there. When the devas thus disappeared, Bali, the son of Virochana, took possession of the heavenly citadel of the devas, and making it his capital, controlled all the three worlds. Shukra, who loved his obedient and victorious disciple Bali, made him perform 100 horse sacrifices for the retention of the power and status he had gained. But the efficacy of these horse sacrifices, Bali's reputation spread everywhere in all the three worlds, and he shone like the moon everywhere. With a complete sense of fulfillment, Bali enjoyed the power and opulence he had gained through the power of holy men. Atha, Show, Yaya, Sri Sukha said, Aditi, the mother of the Devas, was very much afflicted and felt helpless. To desert her as they abode the heavenly region, arrested from them by the Asuras.
Once Kasyapa, the great patriarch, came to her ashrama after a very long interval spent in the state of samadhi. He found that his wife, Aditi, and the whole ashrama was without any trace of joy. After being worshipped and honored, he took his leave and addressed his sorrow-stricken wife as follows. I hope nothing evil has happened to holy men. I hope the path of Dharma has not been adversely affected. I hope the world, though subject to death, is free from calamities. O mistress of my household, household is the institution that deals the truth of yoga, even the person who will not follow the path of yoga. Have anything adverse overtaken the pursuit of the ideals it provides, dharma, artha, and karma? Or have at any time just gone away from your own without being properly received and attended to by you on account of your preoccupation with the household affairs? A house from which guests have to go away without being offered even water is verily a foxhole and nothing more than that. O noble lady, during my absence, had you at any time under the stress of some excitement or diversion forgotten to make the daily oblations in the sacred fires? For the holy man and the sacred fire, which the householder is expected to tend and worship, are the faces of the Supreme Lord, Vishnu, who has manifested himself as the various deities. Are all your sons doing well, O lady of a courageous mind? For I infer from the signs about you that you are in an unhappy state of mind. Aditi said, O Lord, the holy men and others, including myself, are all happy and the rules of Dharma are enforced. The homes are serving the threefold purpose of acquiring religious merits, wealth, and happiness. By the greatness of your name, all the sacred fires, guests, servants, mendicants, etc., are properly served and satisfied. O worshipful one, how can there be any dissatisfaction for me when you, a Lord of creation, are there at hand to advise me on questions of Dharma? O son of Marichi, all these creatures were dominants of Sattva, Rajas, or Tamas, are your offspring, born of your mind and body. O mighty one, you who are all powerful, through your austerity, are alike to all, including the Asuras. You are, however, bound to support those who show special veneration to you. Therefore, O Master, who is endowed with great power, born of vows, deign to think of the welfare of one like me who has been serving you. We, including their ones, my children, have been deprived of our position and wealth by our enemies. We seek your protection. Powerful enemies have expelled me from my residence in heaven, and I am submerged in the ocean of sorrow. O Holy One, in the tower of happiness, deign to think of ways and means by which my children, their ones, will be restored to their power and prosperity, and our welfare reassured. Shusuka said, on being so petitioned by Aditi, the sage Kasyapa smiled and said in wonder, "Oh, wonderful is the power of Mahavishnu's Maya. This world is bound by ties of affection. Where is this material body, which is not the Atman, but on which the Atman consciousness is superimposed? And where is the Atman that transcends material nature? Who and whose are husbands, sons or relatives? Who and whose are husbands, sons or relatives? Such ideas of relationship, pure delusion. Take refuge in Vasudeva, the Supreme Being, the purveyor of everything, the repository of all divine majesty, and the one approachable to all, and the Lord of all, the Lord who is merciful to the afflicted, for fulfill your desires. Devotion to Sri Hari will bring all round good and lawful, not so the worship of other divinities. And it is said, O Great One, what form of worship of the Lord of the universe should I adopt? In what ways would my prayer be granted by Him whose will always comes true? Instruct me in that form of service by which the Lord will be quickly pleased with me, who, along with my children, am extremely grief-stricken. Kastyapa replied, once, when I was eager to do the work of creation, I put the identical question to Brahma. The instruction that Brahma then gave me about the observance for winning the favor of Kesava, that I shall make known to you. A person should observe by your Vrata the vow of subsistence only on milk for 12 days in the bright fortnight of the month of Phalguna, and worship the lotus-eyed Lord in supreme devotion, with supreme devotion. On the 14th day of the dark fortnight, a person should, if available, with mud that has been dug up by a wild boar, and applying it all over the body, take bath in a river. You should also utter the following mantra. O Earth Goddess, thou wert lifted from Rasatala by the Lord and the primeval for providing a stable residence for all creatures. Salutations to thee, O Goddess, destroy my sins. After performing one's daily and contingent rituals, one should worship the Lord either in the image or on consecrated ground with ritualistic design, or in sun, water, fire, or one's teacher. The following mantra of invocation should be uttered. Salutation to thee, the worshipful Vasudeva, the inner purveyor of all, the great radiance, the resident in all being, the witness of everything. Salutations to thee, who art the gross and the subtle, Purusha, and Pradana, the knower of the 24 evolutes of Pradana, and the promulgator of the Sankhya doctrine. Salutations to thee, who are the bestower of the fruits of yajna, and also the form of yajna as described in the Vedas. Having the two bricks, Prayadya and Udayaniya, at the head, the three savanas as legs, the four Vedanta and horns, and the 7 meters and hands. Salutations to thee, who art both Shiva and Rudra, who holdeth the Shakti, who art the master of all arts and learning, and who art the Lord of all elements. Salutations to thee, Hiranyagarbha, Prana, the soul of the universe. Salutations to thee, the one with power of yoga and peace form, who is the promulgator of the yoga discipline. Salutations to thee, Hari, who art the primeval divinity, who art the witness of all, and who art the Rishi Narayana. Salutations to thee, whose form is the of blue complexion like an emerald, who art accompanied by Sri Devi, who art the Lord of the Trimurti, and who art dressed in yellow raiment. Thou art the best of all givers. Thou art the one whom everyone should choose. All men of steady intellect, desirous of the ultimate good, worship thee. May he, of the Devas and Shri, adore desirous of enjoying the fragrance of these lotus feet. May that worshipful Lord be propitious to me. Invoking Sri Hari, the controller and director of all the senses, with this mantra, he, the Lord, should be honored and worshipped with water for washing, etc. After offering sandal paste and garlands, the all-pervading Lord should be bathed with milk. Next, he should be offered clothes, sacred thread, decorations, ardya and padya, sandal paste, incense, light, etc., accompanied with the utterance of the 12-letter mantra, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. If a person has sufficient needs, he should make an offering of rice, milk with tea, and jaggery, and offer the same fire uttering the above mantra. Next, water offering should be made and beetles presented. The food offerings made to the Lord should be given to some devotees or any, or one may eat it on himself. Afterwards, the 12-lettered mantra should be uttered 108 times. Then one should do circumambulation and prostration. The worshipper should place the offered flowers, etc., on his own head and put the deity to rest. At least 2 holy men should be said with the offered payasa. Permitted by the guest, he can take what is left of the offered food in the company of his friends and relatives. He should observe continence that night, and from the next day, that is, the first day of the vow, he should, till the end of it, get up early in the morning, and with concentration perform the ceremonial bath to the deity in his image, as described earlier, and offer worship. The The devotee who is intent on worshipping the Lord in this way should subsist only on milk, make oblations to the fire, and feed the holy men every day. The observer of Payovrata should daily follow this routine of worship, homa, and feeding for 12 days.
For these 12 days of the bright fortnight, the worshipper should be continent, avoid luxuries like sleeping on a cot, and bathe at the 3 sandhyas, dawn, noon, and sunset of the day. He should avoid all talk except about the Lord, and give up all sensuous indulgences, whether they be petty pleasures or rare luxuries. He should not injure creatures, and should practice intense devotion to the Lord. Next, on the 13th day of the bright fortnight, he should arrange for the performance of the bath of the deity with Panchamrita by experts in rituals as laid down in the scriptures. Without stinting money, he should prepare offering of rice boiled in milk and arrange for grand and elaborate worship of the Lord, sitting on the back of Garuda. With great concentration of mind, that food offering, cooked in milk, should be made to the Lord, and afterwards one should partake of the remnant, which is very holy and attracts the grace of the Lord. The learned, the acharyas, and the officiating priests should be honored and rendered happy with presents of silk, ornaments, and cows. Pleasing them is equal to the worship of Sri Hari himself. Pure and well-prepared food must be given to the acharya, the priests, and other brahmanas who might have assembled there. Proper dakshina must be given to the acharya and the priests. All assembled on the occasion, down to the lowest outcast, must be fed to satisfaction. When food is served and eaten by the sick, the blind, the beggars, etc., one should understand that it is the veritable worship of the Lord. After all are thus fed, one may take food with one's relatives. In the daily worship of the Lord, there must be a place for dance, songs, instrumental music, hymns, etc. I have now described to you the way of divine service called Payovrata, in which I was instructed by Brahma. O fortunate lady, you too worship the Lord Keshava with a concentrated mind full of pure devotion, acquired through the observance of Payovrata. This is called comprehensive yajna and comprehensive vow. It is the essence of all austerity and of all charity, because it is pleasing to the Lord. That by which the Lord is pleased is verily austerity. It is charity and self-restraint. That alone is jnana and the famous yoga disciplines of yama and niyama. So, O noble lady, observe this discipline of Payovrata with faith and concentration. The Lord will soon be pleased with you and grant you the desired boons. Atha, chapter 17. Sri Shuka Singh, O King, as advised by her husband Kashyapa, Aditi observed this vow of Payovrata with a period of 12 days without any slackening of attention. She practiced meditation on the Supreme Being with a concentrated intellect. With the intellect as the chariot and the mind for the reins, she controlled the restive forces of the senses. Fixing the mind one-pointed on Vasudeva, the worshipful Lord and the soul of all, She observed Payabrata. O dear one, the worshipful Lord, the origin of all, soon appeared before her in a form dressed in yellow cloth, and having 4 arms, sporting the conch, discus, and mace. Seeing him before her, she got up from her seat in great joy, and made a respectful prostration before him, stretching her body at full length on the ground. Trembling with emotion born of his vision, with horripilation all over the body, and with eyes brimming with tears of joy, she stood silent with joined palms, unable to praise him with him. That Devi, Aditi, stood there silently for some time, as if she was absorbed in drinking through her eyes that form of the Lord, the master of all yajnas and of all that exists. Afterwards, the noblest among the Kurus, she somehow controlled her mind and began to praise the Lord in a voice choked with emotion. Aditi said, O thou bestower of the fruits of all yajnas, O thou who art the form of yajna, O thou undecaying being, O thou of holy feet, O thou about whom it is sanctifying to hear, O thou whose names are the most auspicious things to hear, O thou who hast embodied thyself to save thy surrendered devotees from all evil, deign to do what is good to us. Thou art the protector of all stricken with sorrow and suffering. Salutations to thee, who art of the form of the world, who hast assumed the 3 gunas out of thy own will for the creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe, who, by thy limitless effulgence of consciousness, hast scattered the darkness of ignorance, who art ever immersed in thy own spiritual essence, and who destroyest all the obstacles and sorrows of devotees. Longevity, beauty, and form, endless wealth, realms like heaven, earth, and Patala, all the great powers that the practice of yoga brings, the attainment of dharma, artha, and kama, the realization of the state of non-duality. All these, O infinite being, accrue to one towards whom thou art pleased. What to speak then of minor blessings, like conquest of enemies? Sri Shuka said, O king, on being extolled by Aditi thus, the lotus-eyed Lord, who is the possessor of all majesties, and who indwells the hearts of all, said to her as follows. The Lord said, O Mother of the Celestials, I am very well aware of your long-standing prayer for the restoration of your sons to their rightful position and prosperity, of which they have been deprived by the Asuras. Your desire is to see that these proud and evil-minded Asura leaders are defeated in battle, and to find yourself amidst your victorious sons. You desire also to see the grief-stricken wives of the warriors of the opposite camp weeping by the side of their husbands, dead at the hands of your sons, headed by Indra. You desire to see your sons relaxing in sports in heaven after having recovered their lost fame, wealth, and prosperity. O lady, those Asura leaders are now almost invincible, because they are now protected by holy men, who are endowed with great divine powers and are very favorably disposed towards them. Still, I shall think of some way of fulfilling your desire. For my worship done with faith must yield the result due to it. Desirous of the protection of your children's interests, you observe the Payabrata in adoration of me, and you have invoked me by a hymn. Residing in the power of austerity of Kasyapa, I shall be born by a part of mine as your son. O good-natured lady, meditating on this form of mine as dwelling in your husband, Prajapati, live with him. You should not reveal these matters to others, even if questioned. Matters of divine significance have to be protected from publicity if they are to fructify. Sri Shuka said, saying so, the Lord disappeared then and there, and Aditi, feeling highly satisfied that she would have such a rare blessing as the birth of Hari as her son, returned to her husband with a sense of fulfillment. Kasyapa had already come to know through Samadhi what had happened to Aditi. The seer of truth that he was, Kasyapa felt simultaneously in his Samadhi that a part of Sri Hari had entered into him. He transmitted into Aditi that virility of his acquired through a long period of austerity, as the wind transmits its energy into forest trees to produce fire by friction. Knowing that the fetus in Aditi's womb was none but the Supreme Lord, Brahma extolled him by a divine hymn full of his esoteric names. Brahma said, O worshipful Lord, O thou of mighty strides, salutations to thee, salutations again and again to thee who art devoted to devotees, and who manifestest in the gunas of Prakriti, in thy creative activity. Salutation to thee who were born in the womb of Prisni, who was this very Aditi in a previous birth. Salutation to thee who holdest the Vedas within thyself. Salutations to thee who art the creator of all. Salutations to thee who holdest the three worlds in thy navel lotus. Salutations to thee who shinest transcending the three worlds. Salutations to thee who indwelling all beings, including brute creations. Salutations to thee, Vishnu, the all-pervading one. Thou art the origin of the universe. Thou art its middle when it is manifested, and thou art its end too. Thou art spoken of as the Supreme Being, the repository of infinite powers. Just as a mighty river carries away every kind of object in the sweep of its current, so dost thou, as time, draw everything to their end. Thou art the source of both this world of moving and unmoving beings, and also the Prajapati. O Lord, for us Devas, who have been deprived of our position, thou art the only support. Just as the boat is to one who is being drowned in water. Atta, chapter 18. Sri Shuka said, the Lord, whose deeds and prowess were thus extolled by Brahma, again manifested himself through Aditi with the form characterized by lotus eyes, yellow wearing cloth, and 4 arms holding conch, mace, lotus, and discus. He was of pure blue complexion. His hallowed lotus-like face shone in the brilliance of the fish-marked earrings he wore. The Srivatsa mark on his chest, bracelets, armlets, brilliant diadem, girdle, and anklets were his other decorations, beautified by the floral wreath, thronged by buzzing honeybees, and by the Kastubha gem on his neck. Sri Hari scattered away all darkness from the Prajapati's ashrama by his brilliance. Then the waters and the oceans became serene. All men rejoiced, while all the seasons turned simultaneously favorable. in the heaven, on the earth, in the intermediate region, on the mountain tops, among animals and among holy men. There was jubilation everywhere. The Lord was born at an auspicious time called Abiju on the holy day Dwadasa, during which the moon dwelt in the constellation of Shravana. The position of all the planets and the nakshatras declared the exalted future of that birth.
O king, it was midday of the Dwadipasi. That Dwadipasi is known as Vijaya Dwadasi, the womb of Conch, Panava, Rindanga, the drum of various kinds filled the air, mingling with the swelling harmony of Turiya and a variety of musical instruments. The Apsara women danced in joy, while Gandharvas sang. Beings of all species, Devas, Manus, Pitris, Agnis, Siddhas, Vidyaharas, Kim Purushas, Kinaras, Charanas, Yakshas, Rakshasas, Garudas, and other birds and serpents all showered flowers over the ashrama of Aditi. Aditi was wonderstruck and filled with joy to see the Supreme Person born of her womb. The Prajapati, too, was filled with joy and wonder to see him embodied in his own son through his mysterious power of Maya. Hari, who is pure consciousness not perceptible to the senses, had assumed a divine form characterized by brilliance, special decorations, weapons, etc., in order that his divine identity might be recognized by his parents and others. Having accomplished this, all of a sudden, before the very eyes of his parents, he now transformed the divine form into that of a short-statured Brahmachari. Just as the stage actor changes his impersonation. Seeing the Lord in the form of Vamana, the sages were delighted, and with Kasyapa Prajapati as their leader, they had his postnatal ceremonies conducted. After his Upanayana was performed, the sun deity initiated him into the Gayatri mantra, while Brihaspati invested him with the sacred thread and Kasyapa with the grass girdle. The earth deity gave him the skin of a black deer, Soma, the master of forests, the staff, Mother Aditi, his loin plug, and the sky deity an umbrella. Brahma gave him the water vessel, Sapta Rishis, Pusha grass, the goddess Saraswati, the great king, a string of beads for Java. To him whose Upanayana was thus completed, Kubera gave a begging bowl, and the supreme goddess and the mother of the universe, Sati Umara, gave him Diksha. That Brahmacharan, who was honored in this way by all, outshone by his Brahmic brilliance, even that assembly of Brahma Rishis. He heaped the fuel, lit the fire according to rites, placed twigs around it, worshipped the fire, and offered sacred twigs into it. He now heard that the powerful Mahabali was engaged in the performance of an Aswamedh sacrifice under the direction of the rishis of the Brigu family headed by Shukra. Vamana, who was endowed with all majesties, therefore started for the sacrificial campus of Mahabali. As he walked, the earth seemed to get tremors at every step he took. Brigu, and the other priests conducting the sacrifices on the northern bank of the Narmada at the place called Brigu Kachcha, saw the Lord come up close to them like the rising sun at dawn. O king, before the brilliance of Vamana, master of the sacrifice and the assembled rishis, paled into mere shadow, and they began to wonder whether the august visitor was the sun deity, or the fire deity, or the sage Sanat Kumara, come to witness the sacrifice. When the Brigus and their disciple were thus cogitating in their mind, the worshipful Lord Vamana entered the sacrificial hall holding in his hands an umbrella, a water vessel full of water, and a staff. Hari, in his assumed form of the brahmacharan, had a girdle of mungasa, an upper garment of the black antelope skin worn in the fashion of Yajnavalkita, and matted locks on the head. As he entered, the Brigu and their disciples and fire deity, overwhelmed by the radiating glory of Vamana, stood up automatically to receive him. The master of the sacrifice, Mahabali, offered him a seat, delighted to see that handsome and attractive visitor whose limbs and body were well formed and proportioned. Then he welcomed him with all courtesy, honored him, washed his feet and worshipped him, who sports in the hearts of those who are devoid of all attachments. Bali, who was well versed in the rules of government, poured on his own head the water with which he had washed the Vamana's feet. For so sacred is that water from his feet that even Maheshwara carries it on his head with deep devotion in the form of a holy Ganga. Bali said, "Welcome to you, O Holy One, and my salutations. I look upon you, honored sir, as the special embodiment of tapas, which forms the glory of Brahmarishi. Your arrival at my house today has brought satisfaction to my ancestors and purification to my dynasty. And this sacrifice that I have undertaken has become perfect in all its limbs. O Holy One, the sacrificial offerings that I make in the sacred fires will be true and perfect, because I, the sacrificer, has been freed from all my impurities by the water from your feet. The start of the earth, too, has been sanctified by the contact of your hands and limbs and the tread of your feet. O Brahmachari, I presume that you have come here seeking something. Whatever you want, ask that of me, and it shall be yours. I shall grant you anything you ask for, whether it be cows, gold, house, hearty meal and drink, a damsel to wed, prosperous villages, horses, chariots, or anything else you fancy. Atai ko ni darshan sho jale. Sri Shuka said, hearing this cordial and righteous speech of Mahabali, the son of Virochana, the Lord was very much pleased, and he replied, the worshipful Lord said, those cordial and righteous words truly befit the tradition of one like you who has an advisor in matters spiritual, a teacher like Shukra of Prigu's line, and an ancestor like Prahlada, noted for his devotion and poise of mind. In this line of yours, there's never been a man undignified enough to refuse the request of a holy man, or miserly enough to fail to honor to promise of a giver. Your royal family had never in it a member who showed reluctance to give a client what he wanted, or one who tucked tail in the field of battle, just like the moon in the sky. The light that shines in your house in his matchless and stainless glory. Hiranyaksha, who was born of this family, could not get an opponent worthy of his steel when he traversed this whole earth, mace in hand, challenging everyone. Even Mahavishnu, who had to face Hiranyaksha when he undertook to lift up the earth, overcame him totally with such great difficulty that he hardly considered himself a victor. Hearing of Hiranyaksha's destruction, his brother Hiranyakashipu was roused to great anger and went up to Vaikuntha, Vishnu's abode, to avenge his brother's death by destroying his killer. Seeing him advancing like Yama, the god of death, with a three-pronged trident in hand, Mahavishnu, the arch strategist and dissembler, thought thus: wherever I go, he comes pursuing me, as the god of death follows creatures. So, in order to avoid him, I shall enter into his heart. For being a thorough extrovert, he is not likely to look within. O chief of Asuras, deciding like this, with trepidation in his heart, Mahavishnu made his form subtle enough to be sucked in by the Asura's brain, and he entered into him through his nose. So when he failed to find Vishnu in spite of the vigorous search of the whole of the empty Vaikuntha, he yelled in fierce anger and rage all the universe, the earth, the heaven, the sky, the waters, the oceans, the four worlds high and low, in search of Vishnu, could not find him anywhere. Not seeing him anywhere, he said to himself, I have searched the whole world, but my brother's killer is not to be seen. He must have gone the way of no return. Death is the limit of animosity between embodied beings, for anger thrives on the ignorance-born I sense, which we maintain with regard to the body. When the body of a person is destroyed, there is no longer any relevancy for anger toward that person. And your father, son of Prahlada, being endowed with great reverence for holy men, gave up his life to the Devas, who went to him begging in the guise of holy men. Though he knew these were Devas and not holy men. You too are following the dharma shown by household rishis like Shukra and by your own heroic ancestors. Therefore, O King of the Asuras, from you, the most noted among generous persons, I seek a small strip of land, just what is measured by 3 paces of mine. O King, I do not seek anything more than this from you, who are noted for your generosity, and you are the master of all the worlds. For one should receive as gifts only what is absolutely necessary. He acquires no sin thereby. Bali said, O you stripling of a Brahmana boy, your words are, no doubt, noble enough to get the approval of wise men. So meaningful and dignified they are. But you still show signs of immaturity and childishness in outlook. For you do not seem to know your own interest. After having extolled and pleased me by words, I, who am the master of the world, whole world, and have got the resources to make a gift of a whole continent, he asked me a mere pittance of 3 feet of earth. Such a person must indeed be stupid. It is my principle that one who comes to me for a favor should have no occasion to depend upon another in the future. Therefore, boy, ask of me sufficient to maintain you for life.
The worshipful Lord said, Gauteng, even all the pleasing objects of the universe will not be enough to satisfy a man who has no mastery over the senses. A person who is not satisfied with 3 feet of earth will not be satisfied by getting the whole of Jambu Dvipa with its 9 regions. He will afterwards aspire to get all the 7 Dvipas. We have heard that even emperors like Prithu and Gaya, who were the masters of the 7 continents, were not satisfied with the wealth and pleasure which their power and position made available to them. A man who is satisfied with what chance gives him lives happily, but a man who has no mastery of his mind is dissatisfied, even if he gets all the free world. The chief cause of man's entanglement in samsara is his insatiable longing for wealth and pleasure. It is contentment with what comes by chance that helps the attainment of liberation. The spiritual aura of a holy man is enhanced in its radiance if he lives satisfied with what chance brings. On the contrary, dissatisfaction with possessions and enjoyments stifles it as water damps fire. Therefore, I shall take only 3 feet of earth from you, who are the most noted of generous men and capable of granting all the desires of the suppliant. With this 3 feet of earth, I shall feel fully satisfied. Wealth becomes a cause of happiness when it is just enough to meet one's bare needs, neither less nor more. Sri Shuka said, hearing this, Mahabali laughed, and deciding to give what Vamana wanted, he took his water vessel and said, you may take what you have asked for. But now the sage Shukra, the most learned among men, coming to guess the plan of wisdom, said as follows to his disciple Mahabali, who was just about to make a gift of land to the Lord. Shukra says, O son of Virochana, this is none but the eternal being, the worshipful Mahavishnu. He has incarnated as the offspring of Aditi and Kasyapa for achieving the purpose of the Devas. I do not consider it correct for you to have promised to give him 3 feet of land without any awareness of the adverse consequences of it. The Asuras are on the verge of a great catastrophe as a result. Hari, who has come in the disguise of Brahmachara, is going to deprive you of and present to Indra all that you have, your position, sovereignty, wealth, splendor, fame, and the merits of Vedic study. This Brahmacharan can assume a cosmic form and can measure the whole universe with 3 strides of his. O fool! Having thus given away all your possessions to Vishnu, how will you manage to get on? With 1 stride he will cover the earth, and with the second the heaven, while his body will fill the interspace. Where will there be space for a 3rd step? It will thus be impossible for you to give what you have promised, and you will get the due for one breaking his promise, namely, prolonged consignment to hell. Charity that will jeopardize one's livelihood is not praiseworthy. For all disciplines like gifts, yajna, austerity, and other duties are prescribed for one who has the means to live in this world. He is a happy man in this world and the next who allots his wealth for the following 5 purposes, namely, for the discharge of one's religious and altruistic duties, for spreading one's name and fame, for augmenting one's income, for pleasure, and for helping one's friends and relatives. O King of Asuras, hear from me what many Vedic passages have to say on this question of truth and untruth. What one accepts solemnly, saying yes, is truth. What is rejected, saying no, is untruth. Truth is the flower and fruit of the plant of an embodied being. When the plant is alive only, it will bear fruits and flowers on it, not when it is dead. The root of the body is untruth. So will this body perish when it is completely disconnected from untruth. There is no doubt about it. The syllable Om, indicating I give, means that one's wealth flows out of oneself, and to that extent one gets deprived. Now, if one says Om, or gives away only a little of one's possessions, he will become poor by that much only. With the remaining, he can somehow support himself. But if he says Om to a suppliant in regard to all his possessions, that is, gives a blank check to a person in need, then he will have nothing left to fulfill his own needs. Life will become impossible for him. So, to stick to untruth, that is, to refuse to give away everything, is the way to preserve one's existing wealth and to draw that of others to oneself. But one should not stick to this way always, because it will bring the disrepute of being a miser or a greedy man, and a man who is subject to ill fame is as good as dead, even if he is breathing. Gifts have therefore to be given, but very discriminatingly. Besides, it is said that to tell an untruth under the following circumstances is not sinful. These conditions are to please and attract a woman, in jest, for the purpose of finalizing a marriage, for preserving one's livelihood, to save oneself from death, to save a holy man or a helpless creature, and to save another from death or great danger. Atta, chapter 20. Sri Shuka said, O king, hearing the speech of Rishi Sukra, his family teacher, Abali, the master of the sacrifice, sat quiet for a moment, and then said with determination, he said, what you, worshipful sir, said about the dharma of the householder, that his actions should not adversely affect his worldly interests, happiness, name, and livelihood, is no doubt right. But how can I, a grandson of Prahlada, behave like a cheat and refuse to give this holy Brahmacharan what I have promised? The earth deity has declared, save a lion, I can put up with anyone else. So according to the earth deity, there is no dharma greater than lying. Nothing is more frightening to me than disappointing a holy man. Neither poverty, nor loss of position and power, nor death, nor even hell. In this world, wealth and such other earthly acquisitions are all lost to one at death. Then what harm is there in giving them up for a good cause, even when one is alive? Of what use, too, is a partial gift? if it is not going to satisfy the holy man. For the benefit of the world at large, great personages like Dadichi and Sibni gave up their very lives. Then why should one feel any hesitation to give up such small things like the earth and other possessions? O learned one, time might consume this earth, the possession that the Asuras have been enjoying by virtue of their valor, which has made them strangers to anything like retreat in battle. But time shall not so consume the reputation in which they are held everywhere. O holy sage, there are quite many in this world who gave up their bodies in the field of battle without retreating. But those who are ready to give their wealth to worthy persons or causes with genuine faith and unselfish dedication are few and far between in this world. For an enlightened man with a kind heart, the suffering involved in satisfying the needs of even an ordinary suppliant is an embellishment. That being so, how much more glorious it is to satisfy illumined personages like you by providing for your wants. So I shall give this Brahmacharan what he has asked for. O sage, in yagas and yajnas, you, who are experts in those rites, make sacrificial offerings to Mahavishnu with great reverence and devotion. That being so, if, as you say, this Brahmacharan is that Vishnu, irrespective of whether he has come as a benefactor to give us boon, or as an enemy to destroy us, I shall certainly give him whatever he has asked for, not barring the whole earth even. Even if by adopting some improper and unrighteous means he were to tie me up, me who am absolutely innocent, even then I shall not injure him, as he has come assuming a garb of holiness out of fear. If he is really Mahavishnu, the one of extensive fame for holiness, and he wants to add to that fame by conquering me, then he will kill me in battle and take over the earth. If, on the contrary, he be an impostor, he will be killed by me in the battlefields. Sri Shukla said, thereupon, by the prompting of the Lord within, Rishi Sukra, teacher of the Asuras, cursed his truthful and courageous disciple Bali, who rejected his advice without attaching much seriousness to it. The curse ran thus: you, who consider yourself very learned, but are really ignorant and arrogant, and have disobeyed my order, shall soon be deprived of all your wealth and glory. The high-souled Bali, however, did not swerve from truth, even under the threat of his teacher's curse. He worshipped Vamana according to rites, and offered him the earth with libations of water. Bali's wife, Vindhyavani, bedecked with necklaces of pearls, now came forward and placed there a golden jar full of consecrated water for the rites connected with the gift. Mahabali, the master of the sacrifice, took the water vessel, washed the feet of Vamana in great joy, and sprinkled on his own head that world-sanctifying water with which the Lord's feet had been washed. Then, in appreciation of the absolute integrity and straightforwardness of Mahabali in fulfilling his promise, a rain of flowers was showered on Bali. The Asura king from heaven by a host of jubilant celestials, Devas, Gandharvas, Vidyadharas, Vidyas, charanas, and others. Kettle drums and other instruments were sounded again and again. Gandarvas, Kanaras, Kimpurushas sang, praising Bali Nath, even knowing that he will lose his all. This great hero has accomplished the impossible task of making an offering of all the worlds to his enemy. That form of Varnama, in which included in itself the whole of Prakriti, now expanded in one in it all the exits, earth, sky, waters, heaven, 14 worlds, oceans, brute creations, men, celestials, rishis, and everything else.
In that most glorious divine form of the Lord, Bali, along with these priests and members of the sacrificial assembly, saw the whole universe included in this manifestation of the guna of Prakriti, like the gross elements, indriya, objects, mind, and embodied things. Mahabali saw in that cosmic form of the Lord the netherworlds in the undersurface of his feet, the earth in his foot, the mountains in his ankles, the birds in his knee, and the wind in his thigh. In that all-comprehending form of his, Bali saw Sandhya in his garments, the Prajapatis in his genitals, the Asuras, including himself, in his lips, the sky in his navel, the seven seas in his abdomen, and the stars in his chest. O dear one, he saw Dharma in his heart, Vita and Satya in his breast, the moon in his mind, the goddess Shri with the clay lotus in his chest, and the weighted meters and all sounds in his neck. He saw Indra and the devas in his arm, the quarters in his ears, and the heaven in his crown of his head, the clouds in his hair, and the air in his nose, the sun in his eye, and the fire in his face. He saw the Veda in the speech of that Supreme One, the deity Varuna in his tongue, the Vedic commandments and prohibitions in his eyebrows, day and night in his eyelids, anger in his forehead, and greed in his lips. He saw lust in his sense of touch, water in his semen, adharma in his back, yajna in his strides, death in his shadow, maya in his laughter, and plants in his hair. That hero saw rivers in his blood vessels, rocks in his nails, Brahman in his intellect, and the devas and the rishis in his senses. Thus he saw in this universal form everything moving and unmoving in the universe. Seeing this whole universe in the cosmic form of the Lord, the support of all, the Asuras felt much depressed and dispirited. Along with that form of the Lord, were visible Sudarshana, the discus of irresistible might, the bow Sargna, with its twangling sound like a thunderclap, the sea-born conch, Panchanjanya, whose lair resembled the roll of thunder, the powerful mace of Vishnu called Kaubudaki, the sword called Vidyadhara in his moon-marked scabbard, the quiver that never got empty of arrows, the Sunanda, and other principal attendants of his, besides the guardian deities of the quarters waiting upon him. Waited on by these, there stood the Lord, shining in the brilliance of his sparkling diadem, armlet, and fish-marked earrings. as also the Srivatsa mark, Kautushta jewel, superb girdle, yellow garment, and fragrant flower wreath that attracted large numbers of honeybees, ready to measure and to take over the 3 worlds of these 3 steps. He measured the whole of Bali's earth with 1 step, and he occupied the sky with his body and the quarters by stretching his arms. The heaven was hardly sufficient for his 2nd stride, and for the 3rd stride there was nothing left of Mahabali's possessions. For the 2nd step that the Lord took extended beyond the Swarga to all the higher realms like Maharloka, Janaloka, and Tapoloka, and reached up to the Satyaloka. There was nothing more to measure. Ataitim Shadroyaya. Sri Shuka said, Brahma now saw the luster of the toenails of the Lord, whose feet had touched the Satyaloka, submerging the brilliance of that realm in his. So Brahma went forward to do honor to those feet of the Lord, accompanied by rishis like Marichi, lifelong Brahmacharins like Sanandana, and yogis and other sages who have burnt up the dirt of karmic tendencies in themselves by the fire of knowledge ignited by yoga, by devotees who, by the contemplation of the Lord's feet through bhakti, have attained to Satyaloka, and by the presiding deities of the Vedas and the Upavedas, law codes, faculties like logic, the Puranas, Itihasas, and Samhitas. In that worship, all joined through by virtue of their devotion to the Lord and attained to Brahma Loka, a realm to which ritualistic worship alone cannot elevate one. Then Brahma, who was born of the navel lotus of the Lord, worshipped his feet with flowers as they came higher and higher up to his realm. O king, the water that Brahma poured from his water pot on the measuring feet of the Lord became the heavenly Ganga by virtue of purity attained by the contact of the Lord's feet. Pouring down through the sky, it sanctifies all the 3 worlds, just like the Lord's holy fame itself. Brahma and other divinities now offered ingredients of worship at the feet of Vamana, who had by this time withdrawn his cosmic form, which revealed his divine majesty. They offered him scented water to wash his feet, wreaths of sweet-smelling flowers, unguents, like specially prepared sandal paste, fragrant incense, light, rice, yawa, durwa grass, etc. They celebrated the occasion with the singing of hymns and lyrics, extolling the Lord's doings and excellences, as also by joyous exclamations and the sounding of various musical instruments like kettle drums and conches. The king of the Veds, Jambavan, who was noted for his speed, celebrated this occasion of the Lord's triumph by announcing the joyous news all over the universe by a beat of drums. Seeing that under the guise of measuring 3 paces of earth, all the possessions of their master had been taken away, and that at the time he was observing the vows of sacrifice, the Asuras became furious and began to say, "This pretender is not a holy man. He is none other than Vishnu, the master of all artifices, and assembling, presenting himself here in the disguise of a brahmacharin for the achievement of the purpose of the devas. This enemy of ours, come as a suppliant in the guise of a brahmacharin, has managed to wrest all the possessions of our master. who, on account of this sacrifice, has abandoned all violence. A firm adherent of truth, the respecter of holy men, and very kind and merciful by nature, it is impossible for our Master to tell an untruth, even ordinarily, and more so when he has been consecrated for the performance of a holy rite like this sacrifice. So it is our duty now to serve our Master by killing this enemy. Saying so, the Asura, following of Bali, took up arms to fight Waman. Without Bali's direction or permission, these Asuras, armed with tridents and spears, rushed at Wamana to kill him. Laughing at these Asuras' leaders, rushing for an attack, the attendants of Vishnu stopped them with weapons in hand. The attendants of Vishnu, Nanda, Sunanda, Jaya, Vijaya, Prabhala, Bala, Kumuda, Kumudaksha, Vishwaksena, Garuda, Gadamka, Shruta Deva, Pushpavanta, Satvavata, and others, had each the strength of 10,000 elephants, began to decimate these Asuras. Remembering the curse of his preceptor, and seeing the great slaughter among his followers at the hands of the emissaries of Vishnu, Mahabali stopped his agitated followers from fighting. He said, O Rahu, O Nemi, hear what I say. Stop fighting and retreat. Times are not now propitious for us. Besides, no effort can overcome him, who determines the destinies of all beings and distributes enjoyments and sufferings to all creatures according to their deserts. That same Bhagavan, the Supreme Being, Mahavishnu, had favored us in the past and brought the downfall of the devils, has now reversed his attitude. At present, the cause of the devils attracts his favor, and ours his disfavor. Man cannot overcome or defeat time by any of these means. Army, competent ministers, intelligence, fortifications, medicinal drugs and mantra, or by the four techniques of diplomacy. In the past, when time was in your favor, you had defeated these followers of Hari many a time. The very same men are now raising cries of victory after defeating us in battle. When time is again in our favor, we shall conquer these very people. Therefore, wait patiently for the coming of that favorable time. Srituka said, O king, thus admonished by their master, the leaders of the Asuras, who were under the attack of Vishnu's attention, left the field of battle and fled to Rasatala, and was near the netherworld. Then on the day when the rite with the soma juice was to be performed at the sacrifice, Garuda, the king of all species of birds, bound up Bali with the celestial cord of Varuna, knowing the intention of his master, Lord Vamana, that his great devotee Bali should gain everlasting fame thereby. When Bali was thus bound up by the all-powerful Mahavishnu, loud cries of alas arose from the earth and the skies and from all directions. O king, to Bali, who was thus deprived of his possessions and put in bondage, but who had nonetheless not lost his presence of mind and his worldwide reputation, the Lord Vamana said, O Asura, you promised to give me earth measured by my 3 paces. With 2 paces I have measured all the world. Show me this space For the third place, your possessions extend up to the limits that the sun and the moon with the stars illumine, and up to where the clouds shower rain. In your very presence, I, the all-pervading being, have measured the whole of the earth with one face, and filled the sky and recorded it with my body. And with the second base, I have measured the heavens. Thus, all your possessions have been measured.
For you who cannot keep what you have promised, the proper place is evidently hell. For this reason, you have now to enter the hell for the congratulations of your Guru, who has condemned you to this fate. For one who deceives a suppliant by refusing to give what is promised, all his hopes go in vain. Heaven is far away for him. Only downfall is near at hand. Now, for a long number of years, enjoy the fruits of knowledge, the fruit of deception, the practicing pride of your wealth and power. Chapter 22. Sri Sukha said, O king, even though thus deceived in many ways, and used to climb down from his idol of truth and generosity by the Lord, the Asura Bali remained unmoved in the resolution to stick to truth and replied without any trace of mental dejection. Bali said, O divinity of the worldwide fame for holiness, if thy idea is to make my plighted words to false, I am equally resolved to make them true. My speech shall never end in deception. Be pleased to place thy third step on my head. The disrepute of being a liar and a dissembler is more of a terror for me than hell. Downfall, bondage, unsurmountable sorrow, poverty, or any torture of mere intense kind that thou mightest inflict on me. I consider that a punishment inflicted by a most venerable personage like thee is to be welcomed more than shunned, as it leads to the supreme welfare of the individual concerned in the long run. The punishment that parents and other well-wishers give cannot achieve the purpose of thy punishment, which consists in one's spiritual elevation. Thou art the supreme teacher of us, Asuras, indirectly, for thou hast given us enlightenment through downfall, as who otherwise would ever have been under the blind infatuation caused by prosperity. By the concentration produced by deep-rooted antagonism with thee, many as Asura has obtained the same goal reached by yogis who concentrate on thee through exclusive devotion. I am not very much ashamed or grieved by the fact that I have been subdued and tied up with Varuna's cords by thee of great and glorious deeds. My grandfather, Prahlada, was completely dedicated to thee, who had established his reputation for devotion, and whom thy devotees consider great soul, was subjected to many ordeals by his own father, who was moved by antagonism to thee. My grandfather thought in this way: what is the good of keeping up this body, which has to die in the end, in spite of all care one takes away? Of what good are sons who are only plunderers of your wealth, and of relatives who are only enemies in friendly times. Of what use is the one who is the cause of greater and greater involvement in samsara? Of what use is a hopeful one who is threatened with the death any time? All these preoccupations only help the being aware of the short span of one's life. Thinking thus, my grandfather, a saintly personage of exceedingly greatness and vast knowledge, abandoned association with his own people for the fear of spiritual degeneration and took refuge at the high peak, a firm shelter, free from all fear, in spite of thy being the destroyer of asuras. It is a fortunate circumstance that Providence has brought me close to thee, the natural enemy of asuras, after depriving me of my prosperous state. For it is wealth and prosperity that stupefy the mind of a man and make him forget the truth that is ever in the jaws of death. Sri Sukha said, while Pali was speaking thus, his grandfather, Prahlada, the darling of the Lord, arrived at the spot, shining like the newly risen full moon. Pali now saw before him his own grandfather, resplendent with auspicious glory, lotus-eyed, full, dressed in yellow robes, brilliantly black like antimony, long down, and very handsome in appearance. Being bound by Varuna's cords, Pali could not do full obeisance to his grandfather as usual. So he bent down his head in salutation, with tears in his eyes and his face downcast. On seeing the Lord Mahavishnu, waited upon by his attendants like Sunanda and Nanda, the high soul Prahlada approached him with a head bowed in devotion and fell down, prostrated at his feet with tears in his eyes and horripilation all over his body. Prahlada said, the glory of Indrahood was bestowed on him by thee alone. Thou hast now deprived him of it. This will be for his good in the long run. It is a great blessing bestowed on him. For he is now bereft of prosperity, which often infatuates a man and brings about spiritual insensitivity. The blindness of pride, consequent on prosperity, affects even a man learned and established in self-control. Who is the man that can keep level-headed in prosperity and stick to the spiritual path? Salutations to thee, Narayana, the witness and the Lord of all the world. Sri Sukha said, O King, Brahma was now about to speak to the Lord, the destroyer of Madhu, in the hearing of Prahlada, who was standing there with joined arms. But he was interrupted by Vidyavali, the faithful wife of Bali, who has, in the throes of fear, to see her husband bound. Bowing down before Lord Vamana and with face downcast, she spoke to the Lord. Vidyavali said, O Lord, for thy sport, thou hast created these three worlds. Men of perverted intelligence consider themselves masters in this world, which belongs to thee. Such people who shamelessly consider themselves masters and free agents consider themselves masters in this world which belongs to thee. Such people who are shamelessly consider themselves masters and free agents, what have they got as their own to offer thee? Who are the one agent, the one Lord, and the one destroyer of this whole universe? Brahma said, O Creator and Lord of all, O Supreme Being, who indwells everything, all the possessions of body have been taken away. He does not deserve to be bound. Deign to release him from fetters. The whole of this earth, the higher worlds attained through karma, all his wealth and power, and his own body. All these he has offered to thee as a gift without any regret. By making an offering of water, followed by some tender shoots of durva grass, with faith and purity of mind, devotees attain the highest state, the Vaikuntha. How then can he who has made an offering of all the three worlds at thy feet without least hesitation deserve the suffering and humiliation? The Lord said, O Brahma, whom am I really wish to bless? I first take of his wealth. But the wealth makes a man proud and arrogant, as a result of which he is led to insult the world and oneself. Subject as the jiva is to his own karma, he transmigrates by the compulsion of karma from species to species and from body to body, until at some distant date he gets a human body. If you find a man free from pride and arrogance, in spite of being in favorable circumstances, in respect of birth, works, age, beauty of form, learning and wealth, know that it's only by my grace. However, a person who is devoted to me never gets infatuated even when favored by high birth, prosperity, and sex, which generally generate pride and arrogance in others and block all their spiritual progress. This Mahabali, who is the leader of the Daityas and Danavas, and an ornament enhancing the reputation of his people, has conquered even my mind, which is difficult for anyone to overcome, who has remained absolutely unruffled, unconcerned, even in the face of total downfall and persecution. Even though reduced to poverty, expelled from his position, put in fetters by the enemy, deserted by friends, and scolded and cursed by his preceptor, Mahabali, firm in his vow of truth, did not break his promise. Even the false interpretation of Dharma given by me could not budge him an inch away from the righteous path. I am giving him, who is entirely resigned to me, food which is difficult to get even by a celestial. He will become the Indra in the age of Manu Savarni. Till then, let him live in the realm called Sutala, in which there are many handiworks of heavenly architect. Vishwakarma, those who live there shall, due to my gracious concern for them, be free from any kind of difficulty, worry, disease, weakness, lethargy, defeat, and the like. So, O Mahabali, Great ruler, may you prosper, along with your friends, relatives, and dependents. Go to Sutala, which even the residents of Swarga long to reach. None will be able to overpower you there, not even the guardian deities of the world. And if any Asura dares to challenge you, that person will be destroyed by my divine justice, stood the sun. I shall be affording protection to you and your people residing in Sutala. You will ever feel my presence, residing there amidst Gapias and Danavas, whatever Asturic tendencies you may happen to contract from them will be weakened and obliterated immediately by the consciousness of my divine majesty.
Ata trio insho diaya. Police exit and after. Shri Shuka said, to the supreme being who spoke thus, the high-souled being, the object of admiration for all good and righteous people, replied in choked voice and in a mood of surging emotion of bhakti, with his palms joined in adoration and his lips dropping with a heavy downpour of blissful tears. Bali said, grace is generally bestowed on those who surrender themselves to thee. But lo, thou hast been pleased to bestow on me that grace, although I have hardly taken the first step of self-surrender, namely making a devoted prostration to thee. But by merely taking a resolve to make thee a prostration, I, an Asura, and the meanest of them, have been vouchsafed a blessing which even the guardian deities have never had till now. Shri Shuka said, saying so, Bali, who was now freed from bondage, made prostrations to Hari, Brahma, and Parameshwar, and went joyfully to Sutala with his followers. In this way, the worshipful Lord restored the heavenly region to Indra and fulfilled the prayer of Aditi. And as the brother of Indra, he protected the three worlds. Being Bali, his grandson, and the preserver of the continuity of Islam, freed from bondages and favored by the Lord, Prahlada said as follows with fervent devotion. Prahlada said, a blessing of this kind has never been the privilege of Brahma, nor of Shri, nor of Shiva, nor of any other. For thou, who art the object of adoration of divinities like Brahma, whom the whole world reveres, has undertaken to be the gatekeeper of us, Asuras, offering us protection from all others. O grantor of protection, Brahma and other divinities enjoy the rulership of the worlds by virtue of the power they have gained through the service of thy lotus feet. Excuse me. But it is a wonder that even we Asuras, born of evil wombs and given to evil ways, have become the objects of thy condescension. Thy mercy is indeed unconditioned and limitless. Wonderful is thy play, consisting in the manifestation of this infinitely vast universe through the sportive functioning of thy yoga mind. So too is it a mystery how thou, the Saviour of the whole universe, and even excited towards all, would have the nature favoring some called thy devotees, and some others who are said to be antagonistic and who disregard thee. This is not partiality, for thou art like the Kalpataru, the wish-yielding heavenly tree, in thy love of devotees. The Lord said, Prahlada dear, may you be happy and prosperous. You too go to Sudana. There you can be happy with this grandson of yours and benefit all your relatives. There you will see me every day with mace in my hand, guarding the place. The bliss arising from this vision of me will shatter your bondage of ignorance. Sri Shuka said, endowed as he was with pure knowledge, Prahlada, the leader of the Asura forces, accepted the Lord's order with complete submission. Along with Bali, he then worshipped and circumambulated the Lord and lived for Sudana with his consent. Then Hari, known also as Narayana, addressed Sri Shukra, who was seated among the sacrificial priests. The Lord said, O Holy One, please perform what is required to expiate the breach of ritual that has taken place in your disciples' yajna by these incidents. Even the look of a Holy One is sufficient to rectify such faults in right. The sage Shukra said, O Lord, how can there be any flaw in the right when thou, the operator of all sacrifices, the bestower of the fruits of all sacrifices, and the embodiment of all sacrifices, has been devoutly worshipped and propitiated by the offering of all these possessions by Bali, the master of the sacrifice? Whatever defects arise in a rite out of the mantras uttered, rituals followed, time, place, recipients of gifts, etc., it is all corrected by the recital of thy names. What then to speak of the perfection that would be effected by a worship consisting in the total offering of all one's possessions to thee? O all-powerful One, I shall certainly carry out the command thou hast given. For the highest good of man consists in carrying out thy commands. Sri Shuka said, except through the command of Holy, the learned Rishi Shukra, with the help of other rishis, did the rites necessary to complete the obstructed sacrifice of Bali. Thus, O king, Bali restored the heavenly region to Indra, his brother, by begging it of the enemies of Indra, who had captured it from him. All the divine personages assembled there, Brahma, the lord of all Prajapatis, the Devas, Rishis, Pitris, Manus, Daksha, Ritu, Angiras, Sanaka, and his group, the Parameshvara, all together crowned Vamana, who had incarnated for fulfilling the wishes of Kasyapa and Aditi, as also for the good of the whole world, as the overlord of all the worlds and of the guardian deities of different regions. For the welfare of all beings, they made Vamana, known also as Upendra, or the brother of Indra, the overlord, as he had the power to protect and espouse the cause of spiritual values and institutions like the Vedas, the Devas, Dharma, holiness, welfare, auspicious vows and rights, Swarga and liberation. O King, all creatures alike were full of joy on this occasion. Along the path of the Devas, Indra now entered heaven, preceded by the august Vamana, blessed by Brahman, and accompanied by the guardian deities of the regions. Recovering the three worlds, now under the protection of stupendous arms, Indra attained to unending wealth and prosperity, and enjoyed them without end. All the visiting divinities, Brahma, Parameshwara, Sanaka, and his group, Brigu, and other rishis, Pitris, Siddhas, and the Devas in their chariots, returned to their respective abodes, singing on the way with great devotion about the glory of the Lord as revealed in these wonderful achievements of his, and also expressing their great regard and admiration for Aditi, the mother of Vamana. O Parikshit, the delight of your clan, I have narrated to you in full the incidents connected with the Lord's incarnation as Vamana, which erases the sins of those listening to their recital. Infinite is his glory. He who seeks to find out the limits of it should at first exhausted counting the particles of dust constituting the earth. Of such inconceivable might and excellences is he. Rightly has Vashishta, endowed with the insight for discovering spiritual truths, decreed, where is the man born till now that has sounded the depth of his greatness? And surely there is none that will be able to do so in future too. He who hears the account of this incarnation of Ravi, the Lord of all divinities, and one of wonder-evoking deeds, will attain to the highest goal open to the Jew. If at whatever right or world devoted to the Devas or Pitris or men, this account of the Lord's incarnation is expounded or recited, that right or action will become complete and perfect. Its defects, if any, being made good by the spiritual efficacy of the Lord's names and deeds. Ata Chaturvinsho Dhyaya. The incarnation as fish. The Raja said, O worshipful one, I would like to hear about the first of the incarnations of Hari, of wonderful deeds, assuming the form of the mystic fish. Why did the Supreme Lord assume, as if he were under the bondage of karma, such a tamas-dominated form as that of a fish, looked down upon in the world as low and repulsive? Sutta said, when King Parikshit said as above to Shrimad, the son of Badarayana, the latter narrated to him the story of the Lord's incarnation in the form of a fish. Shri Shuka said, the Lord assumes a form and incarnates himself for the all-round good of helpless ones, of holy men, of devas, for safeguarding the four ends of life, dharma, bhakta, karma, moksha, Though like the air, the Lord pervades all beings, considered high or low, according to their stage of evolution. He, being non-material, is not affected by the qualities of the mind and bodies of the objects he pervades. Towards the close of the previous kalpa, there was a 9-Muntika pralaya caused by Brahma's at the close of his day. During that pralaya, all the 3 worlds were flooded by water. This being his night, Brahma was sleepy and was about to retire when the Vedas dropped out of his mouth. And Asura named Hayagriva, who was standing nearby, snatched away the Vedas.
Coming to know about this high-handedness, coming to know about this high-handedness of Hayagriva, the all-powerful Lord took the form of a fish. In that kalpa, there was a pious king named Satyavrata, who was deeply devoted to Narayana and was performing austerity, subsisting only on water. It was this Satyavrata who was born as the son of Vivaswan and made a Manu in this kalpa under the well-known names Pradadeva and Vivishta. Once, when the Satyavrata was performing rites with water in the river Pitamala, an unusual kind of tiny fish was found in the water. He held in his cupped palms. Thereupon, Satyavrata, the king of the Dravida country, let down the water he held in his palms, and together with him the fish too. The fish then appeared to that merciful king in the most piteous manner. O king, you who are noted for thy mercy towards the poor and suffering, why are you consigning a poor creature like myself into this water, where I have been in constant dread of other aquatic creatures who subsist on their own kind? The king then decided to give protection to that fish without an inkling that it was the Lord come in the form of a fish to bless him. Touched by the piteous appeal that the fish made, the merciful king brought it to his ashrama, putting it in his water vessel. Within one night, the fish grew too big to be accommodated in the water vessel. Unable to remain there, it said to the king, "It is impossible for me to put up with the difficulty of staying in this water vessel. So please give me a spacious water receptacle in which I can stay in comfort." So the king removed it from that and put it in a big vessel. But within a few seconds, after being consigned there, it grew to a size of 3 cubits. The fish thereupon said, "Even this, O king, is not sufficient for me to be comfortable. I have taken refuge with you. Give me a much bigger place." O king, Satyavrata now consigned it to a pond. But this fish of unending growth soon filled the pond with its body. The fish therefore said, "For me, a creature requiring a wide expanse of water, the very limited water area of a pond is insufficient to stay comfortably. Put me in a big lake where the water will not dry and where I'm protected from the attentions of alligators and other denizens of the water. Being so requested, the king transferred the fish from one lake of perennial water to another, as it filled up every lake in a short time. Finally, they put it into the sea. When the fish was put in the ocean, it said to the king, "O hero king, it behoves you not to put me in the ocean where I'm likely to be eaten by whales and other powerful creatures. So please, do not let me down in the ocean." To the fish, who was thus mystifying him with the fine words, the king said, "Who are you in this form of a fish, giving us so many surprises? We have never seen or heard of an aquatic creature with such divine powers as you seem to possess. You have filled up a lake of 100 yojanas in one day. Surely you must be the worshipful Lord Hari, Lord Narayana, who has assumed the form of a fish for the good of the world. O thou, the Supreme Spirit, salutation to the Master of creatures, preservation and dissolution. Thou art the soul and the goal of us who have taken refuge in thee. All the forms that thou hast taken as incarnations are for the good of the world. Pray, what is the special object of taking this form in the present incarnation? I would like to understand that. O lotus-eyed one, the service rendered to thee, the soul and friend of all, will never go in vain, unlike dependence on the limited beings to the consciousness of their physical individuality. For as the fruit of my devotion to thee, thou hast now revealed this most wonderful form of thine to me. Sri Sukha said, the Lord of the universe, who is ever loving to his wholehearted devotees, who now assume the form of the fish in order to store in the water of the deluge, as also to bless his devotees, said as follows to Rajashri Satyavrata. The Lord said, O King, on the seventh day from today, all the three worlds, the earth, the intermediary regions, and the heaven will get submerged in the water of the periodical deluge. When the worlds have got submerged in the waters of Pralaya, a ship sent by me will come near you. You will then get into that ship with all the seeds of trees and vegetation collected earlier, and with representatives of all species of creatures, and also accompanied by Saptarashis. Without any difficulty, you were able to navigate in the darkness of Pralaya, guided by the brilliance of Saptarashis. When the boat will be rolling heavily in the stormy seas, I shall be appearing there. And to my antenna, the boat may be tied, the rope to be used for the purpose of being the serpent Vasuki. O pious king, with you and the rishis in it, I shall pilot this ship through the Pralaya waters until Brahma's night is over and the Namitika Pralaya ends. During that time, as answers given to questions, I shall reveal the truth of my all-comprehending essence for glory, known as transcendent Brahman. Thus instructed, and with my blessings beside you, you shall realize the truth of Brahman in your heart. Saying this to Satyavrata, Hari disappeared from you, and Satyavrata, for his part, waited for the time of the deluge mentioned to him by the Lord. Making a seat of durva grass, with the pointed ends of the grass turned eastward, Satyavrata sat on its facing north-east and meditated on the feet of Sri Hari, incarnated as the fish. Now appeared heavy rain clouds, sending torrential rains, helped by which the ocean swelled and deluged the whole earth. As King Satyavrata thought of the Lord's words, the ship appeared on the sea. The king, carrying all the seeds of plants and animals, and accompanied by the Saptarishis, boarded the ship. The rishis now told the king with a joyous heart, O king, meditate on Keshava, the Lord Mahavishnu. He will save us from all difficulties and work for our welfare. As the king meditated, Mahavishnu now appeared as a fish of golden color, having one antenna and endowed with the body of a lark of yojanas in size. As directed by Sri Hari, the king had the ship attached to the antenna of the fish, using the serpent masterfully as a cord for time. With great joy in his heart, he began to sing the praise of the Lord in a hymn. Raja Satyavrata said, man whose knowledge of the Atma has been effaced by the beginner's Nisans and who, on a consequence, are subject to intense suffering in samsara, sometimes surrender themselves to thee by thy grace alone, and thereby attain to thee. May thou, the then grant of liberation, be our teacher. Bound by the impression of his past karma, the ignorant man continues to perform karma with the idea of gaining more and more enjoyment. But the ultimate result of all such sentient work is more misery. This self-centeredness, the canker within, can be overcome only through the service of thee, the world teacher. May it be blessed to destroy in us that Lord of the heart, namely the identification of the self with the body. Gold and silver cannot be purified by merely washing, but by only being heated in fire. So also, karmas by themselves cannot purify one's being. Thy service alone can be the fire for burning up that darkness of corruption that has entered the soul of man, and for restoring its luminosity. Work can form only a lump of that devotional service. May He, the Eternal One, and the Lord of all, greater than all other teachers, by whose service the impurity of the mind is erased and the spirit restored to its natural condition, bring us enlightened men. I take refuge in thee, the Supreme Being, whose abounding grace bestowed on devotees is of such potency that even an infinitesimal fraction of it cannot be matched by the combined help that may be offered by all the deities. teachers, and other competent persons put together. Ignorant men accepting other ignorant men as guru is like one blind man taking another blind man to guide him. Pertaining to our spiritual goal, we have adopted as our guru thyself. This self-luminous awareness, which like the sun reveals everything else and also endows the senses with self-consciousness and luminosity.
Inferior teachers give instructions for the attainment of worldly good, by pursuing which men continue to be endlessly entangled in the cycle of births and death. Thou, however, instructest one in the knowledge of the Spirit that is eternal and incorruptible, and helps one to attain to one's original state without difficulty. Thou art the prince of all the worlds. Farewell wishing, O dear Lord, be so, and the grantor of their dreams. Yet the blind ones, full of worldly desires, do not know thee who art residing in their very heart. I take shelter in thee, the supreme deity, the Lord of all, and the noblest one to be resorted to. For being instructed in the knowledge of the Atman, which would shatter the darkness of ignorance in me by the light of thy words. Cut asunder the knot of ignorance which binds the body with the spirit. Reveal to me a true form. Shuka said, to the king who spoke thus, the Lord, the primeval one in the form of a fish, gave spiritual instruction while sporting in the waters of Pralaya. He imparted the subtle truth of the Atman in its fullness to the royal sage Satyavrata in the shape of the sacred Purana Samhita known as Matsya Purana, in which doctrines of Jnana, Bhakti, and Karma are discussed. Seated in the ship constituted of the earth, the king, along with the rishis, heard the exposition of the truth of the Atman and of the eternal Brahma, which drove away all doubt from his heart. When that pralaya ended and Brahma awoke from sleep, Srihari gave him the Veda, having destroyed Hayagriva and recovered the Veda from him. It is this king, Satyavrata, endowed with knowledge and experience of truth, who has become Vaivasvata Manu in the present Kalpa, out of Mahavishnu's grace. Those who hear this great narrative dealing with the conversation between King Satyavrata and Mahavishnu, incarnated as fish, will be freed from sin. A devotee who daily adores the Lord with the recital of the account of this incarnation of his will have the fulfillment of all his wishes, and he will ultimately attain the supreme goal. I salute him, who is the ultimate cause of all in the guise of the incarnate fish, who restored the Veda to Brahma, killing the Asura who had taken it away when it fell into the Pralaya waters from the mouth of Brahma, who had become weak by the onset of sleep at the start of the Pralaya, and who instructed the king Satyavrata in the truth of Brahma.
Ityashtamaskanda Samapta. Hari Om Tat Sat.
Navamaskanda, Ata Rajamotiaya, the story of Yamuna. Raja Parikshit said, I have listened to the descriptions of the various Manvantaras you gave, as also of the exploits of Sri Hari of infinite prowess in those periods. I heard from you that the royal sage Satyavrata, the king of the Dravida country, obtained spiritual illumination through the service of the Supreme Being in the previous Kalpa, that he became the Vaivasvata Manu, the son of Vivaswan in the present Kalpa, and that Ikshavaku and some others were his sons. O Holy One, I wish to hear about the line of Ikshavaku and other sons of the Manu and the life stories of great devotee kings born in their families. Narrate, O Blessed One, the accounts of those great ones to us, who are always eager to listen to such narratives. Tell me about the great doings of the members of these families, famous for their piety, of members who are past, who are now alive, and who are to come in the future. Sutta 6. When thus questioned by Raja Parikshit in that assembly of great servants, the worshipful Sukha, who had an understanding of Dharma in all its phases, including the highest, said as follows. Sri Shuka said, O hero, I shall tell you about the important families of the Manu's line. To narrate it all exhaustively is not possible, even in 100 years. The Supreme Purusha, who is the indweller of all beings, high and low, alone existed at the end of the Kalpa, this whole universe having dissolved in peace field. Nothing besides him existed. From his navel came out a golden lotus, in which appeared the self-created and four-faced Brahma. From Brahma's mind was born Marichi, and from him Kasyapa was born. To him Vivasvan was born of Daksha's daughter, Aditi. Vivasvan had by his wife Samjana, a son named Shradadeva, who became the Manu. That self-controlled one, also known as Vaivasvata Manu, begot 10 sons by his wife Shraddha. They were Ikshvaku, Nrida, Saryati, Ishta, Trishta, Kara, Shaka, Yanishyanta, Vishadra, Nambada, and Ka. Before the birth of Ikshvaku and others, the Manu Shraddha Deva was without offspring. The holy sage Vashishta, endowed with great powers, had a sacrifice to Mitra and Varuna performed by the Manu for the sake of offspring. That Manu's wife, Shraddha, who was absorbed who was observing the entire matter, approached the sacrificial priest and prayed that she would like to have a daughter born to her. Directed by the Advaru priest, the water or the sacrificing priest, meditating with a concentrated mind, made an offering with the mantra Washat for the fulfillment of the wish
of the Manu's wife. Though the Manu was performing his sacrifice, desiring a son, the difference in the water stream resulted in the birth of a daughter, who came to be well known as Ela in later times. But the Manu was not happy to have a daughter, and so said to his teacher Vashishta, in none to please the moon, O worshipful one, how did it happen like this? Is it a tragedy indeed that rites done by greedy savants like you all should produce contrary results? How can this aberration take place in regard to a mantra? You are all experts in the knowledge and application of mantras. You have also the qualification of having mastery over the senses, and also of austerity and freedom from sins. How then can results contrary to the desired one come about, as if the devas have begun to be untruthful? Hearing these words of the mother, our grandfather Vashishta came to know about the change in the pre-resolution made by the sacrificing priest. He said as follows to him, the son of Ravi, this difficult situation has arisen because of the deviation of your sacrificing priest. But I shall, by virtue of my power, gain through austerity, see that you get a male issue according to your wish. O king, deciding like this, Vashishta, the power-based and powerful Vishnu, invoked Nazareth, the primordial king, with hymns and praise, in order that Ela might become a man. Being propitiated, Hari, the all-powerful Lord, the master of all, gave me the desired boon by converting the female Ela into a strong and noble man named Suryona. O king, one day, attended by some of his high officers, Suryona got upon a horse of Sindhudri and went to the forest on a hunt. Equipped with his attractive bow and unique charms, and protected by his mother, he went northwards, pursuing a deer. That prince entered into the forest in the valleys of Meru, with the all-powerful Shiva was sporting with Uma. As soon as he entered that region, the accomplished warrior, Suryona, found himself transformed into a woman, and his horse into a maid. All his followers too found a similar sex transformation in themselves also, and much puzzled and distressed at this, began to look at each other. Raja Parikshit said, O worshipful one, how did a region with such properties come into existence? Who was responsible for this arrangement? Please tell me all about it, as I feel very curious to know all the details. Shri Shuka said, once some very austere wishes, whose radiance dispelled the darkness in the quarters, and also drowned the brightness of all other bodies, went to this region for meeting Shiva, the master of the mountain. Seeing them, Amrika, who was then sitting without any dress in the lap of Shiva, got up in great bashfulness and put on that dress. The rishis, too, seeing the engrossment of the divine couple in sexual enjoyment, turned away and went to the ashrama of Narayana and Padari. Thereupon, in order to please his consort, Shiva declared that any man who entered that forest would be converted into a wolf.
From that time onward, men avoided that forest. So Sadyumna and his followers now moved from forest to forest in the form of women. In the course of his wandering in the forest along with the other women, Sadyumna, now a very handsome lady, was noticed by the august Buddha, and she moved about these ashramas with other ladies. Buddha fell in love with her. That handsome lady also longed to have Buddha, the son of Chandra, as a husband. They had a son named Puru Ravas. We have heard that this Sudyamna, the son of the Manu, thought of his family teacher Vashishta for help while he was thus in the state of a woman. Vashishta felt great pity at the fate of Sudyamna, and to restore his manhood to him, prayed to Lord Shiva. Being propitiated, Lord Shiva was anxious to do what was pleasing to the rishi and what would be fulfilling his own words also. He therefore said as follows: Your protege Sudyumna, who is as dear to you as the sun, will be a man for a month and a woman in the next. Under this arrangement, let him rule the earth. Having got back his manhood partially at least, Sudyamna continued to rule the earth, but his subjects were not reconciled to the idea of a king who changed sex periodically. His three sons, Utkal, Kaya, and Vimala, who were very virtuous, became kings of countries in the south. After a long rule, Sudyamna, who was the ruler of Pratishtana, entrusted the rule of his kingdom to his eldest son, Pururavas, and went to dwell in the forest as an ascetic. Atha Vitiyo Tyagaya. Please Shuka said, when his son Sudyumna retired to the forest, Manu Vaivashvata, identical with Shraddha Deva, took to the practice of austerities on the banks of the Yamuna for 100 years for having more progeny. Afterwards, he adored Sri Hari with a sacrifice for progeny and got 10 worthy sons with Ishkavaku as the elders. Prishadra, one of Manu's sons, was appointed by his father as the guardian of cattle. He spent his nights awake, sword in hand, guarding the cattle against wild beasts. One rainy night, a tiger entered the cow pen, and the cows, which were lying down, got up and began to run about here and there in fear. The powerful tiger caught hold of one of the cows, which began to low aloud in pain and fright. Hearing its cries, Vishadra came running. He took his sword and slashed at the neck of the tiger. But as it was pitch dark, and even the stars were invisible, he beheaded the red-hued cow, mistaking it for the tiger. The end of the sword had wounded the tiger's ear also, and the animal, frightened by it, ran away, shedding blood all the way. In the morning, heroic Rishadra, who had thought that he had killed the tiger, discovered to his great sorrow that it was a red-hued cow that he had slaughtered. His Acharya now cursed him that for the sin of killing the cow, though it be unawares, he would become a Sudra, much lower than even a fallen Kshatriya. Rishadra accepted the curse with palms drawn in salutation. He observed the vow of continence for life, a state dear to ascetics, friendly to all and aware of divinity in all. he attained to the state of Ekantan, one for whom the Supreme Being, Vasudeva, the worshipful, the soul of all, the one without any stain, and the only object of love. He was without any attachments, serene in mind, establishing the control of all senses, without any possession, and habituated to maintain his body with whatever he got by chance. Resembling a senseless man or a blind man or a deaf man, he wandered all over the country with his mind always established in the Supreme Being and satisfied with knowledge of him and ever steeped in his bliss. While traveling like this, he entered a forest one day. He saw there a fierce forest fire raging. He threw his body into it and attained to the Supreme Brahman. Ravi, the youngest of Manu's sons, showed signs of renunciation of all worldly enjoyments from his very boyhood. He renounced all relatives and kingdom very early in life, went to the forest, meditated on the effulgent Purusha in the heart, and attained to the supreme state of the divine. From Purusha, another son of the Manu came into existence, a race of Kshatriyas called Karukas, who ruled over the northern regions and who were devoted to holy men and Dharma. From another son of Manu named Rishta, a race of Kshatriyas called Dhritarashtra's arose. They, however, became transformed into Brahmanas because of their noble qualities. Nrisra had a son, Sumati. His son was Bhutatoti, and he is Vasu. To Vasu, Pratika was born, and to him, Oghavan. Oghavan had a son of the same name and a daughter named Oghavati, who was married to Sudarsana. Narishayanta's son was Chitrasena. His son was Triksha. His son Mitwan. His son Pursha. And his son Indrasena. From Indrasena was born Vichihotra. From him, Satyasravas. From him, Urusrava. And from him, Devadatta. From Devadatta was born Agnivesya, who was an incarnation of the deity Agni, and who became famous also under the names of Kanina and Chatukarnya. From him arose a line of famous Brahmanas named Agnivesyas. O king, with this I have finished the line of Narishyanta, and I shall now deal with that of Tishta. As the son of Tishta was born Nabhaga, the prince from the famous man of the same name. He became a Vaishya by profession. His son was Balandana, and from him Vatsapriti was born. Vatsapriti's son was Pramsu, his son Pramati, his son Kanitra, his son Chaksha, and his son Vivim Sati. From Vivim Sati was born Ramba, whose son was Kanin Netra, noted for his adherence to Dharma. His son was Karandama. Avikshit was his son, and his son was Maruta, who became an emperor. It was at the yajna of the Maruti and Sambarta, the son of Angiras, and a famous yogi officiated as priest. Never has there been a yajna as grand as Maruta. All the utensils and osters used in those rites were made of gold and looked brilliant. Indra had the use of soma to drink. To inebriation, the priests too got dakshinas to their satisfaction. The celestials called Marut served food, and the sacrificial assembly consisted of Vishwadevas. Maruta's son was Dama, his son Rajyavardhana, his son Suchriti, and his son Nara, who was also known as Saudhirkeya. Nara's son was Kavela, his son Pranchuman, his son Vegavan, his son Pandu, and his son Nabindu. Srilabindu, who possessed various praiseworthy qualities, married a noted Apsara woman named Alambusha. By that woman, he had many sons, a daughter named Idavida. Idavida married the sage Vishnava, who was highly intelligent and had learned from his father the way of making oneself invisible. They had a son named Pranahida. Dinabindu had a son Vishalandu and Dumarekatu. Of them, Vishala, who propagated his line, founded the city of Vaishali. Vaishala's son was Hemachandra, his son Dubraksha, his son Samyama, who had two sons, Devaja and Krisashva. Krisashva's son was Somadata. During the Supreme Lord, the Ashwamedha sacrifices, he attained to the highest state and became adored of even the master of yoga. Somadata had a son, Sumati, and he, Chanameya, Kaya, these kings ruled of Vaishali and continued to maintain the fame and traditions of Dinabandhu. Atha Diti Yodhyaya. Sri Sukha said, Saryati, the son of Vaivashvata Manu, was one who was versed in the Veda and its real purport. It was he who explained all the rites and all the mantras on the rituals that were to be performed on the second day of the Satra conducted by the member of the clan of Angira. He had a daughter named Sukanya, with eyes beautiful like the lotus. One day he went into the forest with her and visited the ashrama of Shayavana. While moving about in the forest with attendant maid, viewing the trees, she came across a white anthill in which she saw two gleaming points of light like glowworms. Prompted by fate, that girl, in her childish curiosity, took a thorn and poked at the brilliant spots in the anthill. At once, much blood began to flow out. Immediately after the incident, all the troops and the rest of the royal retinue found the excretory functions obstructed. In great astonishment, the royal sage, Saryati, said to his men, have any of you done anything harmful to save Chayawana of Bigru's line? It is clear from this experience of ours that someone in our party has committed something while violating the sanctity of this ashrama. Sukanya thereupon confessed to her father how unknowingly she had pricked 2 points of light with a thorn. The words of his daughter alarmed Satyaki very much. With considerable effort, he pacified the rishi Chayavana who had been covered over by the white Indian. By winning the mind of the rishis, the king offered his daughter in marriage to him. Thus, freeing himself from a dangerous situation, he took leave of the sage and returned to his capital with a peaceful mind. Sage Hayawana, who became Sukanya's husband, was a person with a highly prodigious temperament. The intelligent Sukanya, through her insight into the working of his mind and her alertness, was able to please him by her devoted and careful service. Sometime after Nasatyas, the physicians of the heavenly region visited the ashrama of Chavanya. After properly honoring them, the sage said to them, "You are physicians of great knowledge and power. Can you make me a youth?"
You are not now of so much use in your jobs. I shall arrange for your getting it. If you can transform me into a youth of attractive appearance, pleasing to young women. The celestial physicians agreed to the proposal and said to the sage, "Please plunge into this lake made by the Siddhas." Saying so, the Ashwins dipped themselves in that lake, taking with them that decrepit and old sage whose body was disfigured by folds, grey hairs, and protruding bones and patent blood vessels. Soon after, 3 persons emerged from that lake. All the 3 were alike, young, decorated with lotus garlands and earrings, dressed in shining attire, and in every way attractive to the eyes of women. Looking at 3, luminous like the sun and looking alike, Sukanya was not able to distinguish her husband, Chayavana, from among the 3. She therefore sought the grace of the Ashwins. Pleased and the lady's faithfulness to her husband, the Ashwins, helped her to pick out her husband. And then, bidding farewell to the sage, went away in their aerial car to the heavenly regions. Sometime after, Saryati went to Chayavana's ashrama in connection with a sacrifice, and was astonished to find with his daughter a person luminous like the sun. On his daughter doing obeisance to him, he not only uttered no word of blessing, but spoke as follows in a mood of annoyance and displeasure. "Your conduct is a surprise to me. Have you deceived your husband, the sage Chayavana, who commands the respect of the whole world? Wretch, dissatisfied with that aged sage as your husband, you seem to have taken a stray traveler as your lover. Oh, you are born in a noble family. How is it that your mind has gone in this ignoble direction, opposed to your family traditions? Your conduct is a matter of disgrace for our whole ancestry. For deserting your husband, you have taken to another. You have degraded the families of your father and husband to the level of the simple." To her father, who was speaking thus, she replied, smiling, in a very pleasing mood, "Oh, father, this person is none other than your son-in-law, the scion of the family of the Brigas." She then told her father everything about how and from whom her husband attained to youth and to maturity. And the king, astonished and delighted on hearing the story, embraced his daughter with great affection. The sage Yamana made the heroic king Saryati perform a Somayaga, in which, on the authority of his inherent strength, he broke tradition and made an offering of Soma to the Ashwins who were not eligible for it. Excited with anger and dishonor shown to the Ashwins against all rules and customs, Indra raised his thunderbolt weapon to slay Chayamana. But Chayamana, of Bhrigu's line, caused Indra's hand holding the Vajra to be paralyzed. Thereafter, all began to offer the cup of Soma to the Ashwins, who were hitherto denied the Soma offering on the ground that they were physicians. The king Saryati had 3 sons, Uttana, Paris, Anarta, and Burishana. Of this, Anarta had a son named Narata, O queller of foes. He built the city of Kusastali in an island in the sea, and from there he governed Anarta and other countries. He had 100 sons, the eldest of whom was Kakutmi. Kakutmi went to the assembly of Brahma together with his daughter Revati in order to ascertain to whom he was to give his daughter in marriage. Though he could get free access to Brahma's assembly, he could not get an early opportunity to consult Brahma on this point, and the music program was on at that time. When that item was over, he spoke to Brahma and informed him of the object of his visit. Brahma thereupon said to him, smiling, O king, all those whom you have in mind have also been effaced by time long ago. No one hears nowadays even of their descendants, their sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons. Since you are coming here, a period of 27 Chatur Yugas have passed. Now there lives on earth Baladeva, who is Mahavishnu's incarnated, as a personage of great prowess. You may give this jewel of a girl in marriage to that illustrious personage. He is a partial incarnation of the Lord who, through his name and sportive actions, works for the welfare of all, and whose mission it is to rid the world of its unbearable burdens. Being so commanded by Brahma, the king went back to his capital after offering his worshipful obeisance to him. When he reached his capital, he found that it had been abandoned by his brothers, who had fled in different directions on account of the fear of Yakshasas. The king, after bestowing his daughter on Balarama of great prowess, went to Narayana's Shrama at Badari for engaging himself in austerities. Chapter 4. Story of Ambarisha. Sri Sukha said, Nabaga, the son of the Manu, had Nabagas as his son. Nabaga's other sons partitioned all the ancestral property, while Nabaga, the youngest and the most learned of the brothers, was still in the Guru's house, undergoing education for an unusually long period. They therefore thought that he would be a lifelong brahmacharan and would never come to claim his share. He asked, "Oh, brothers, where is my share?" Brothers replied, "We forgot you when partitioning. You may therefore take our father and your share." But the father told him, "Oh, son, don't accept this offer. They are deceiving you, for I am not a property to be enjoyed." Now, the wise group of sages known as Angiras have started a satra. O my learned son, though they are men of learning, they are put to great anxiety because they do not know the mantras to be chanted at the close of every 6 days in connection with the rites pertaining to the two Vishwa Devas. Though they be great men, you go and help them by chanting the two suttas connected with Vishwa Devas. When at the end of the satra they ascend to heaven, they will give you all the wealth remaining after the satra. Hearing this, the son did accordingly those sacrifices. Before being transported to heaven, gave him all the remaining wealth in the sight of the satra. When he was about to take possession of that wealth, a man of dark complexion, coming from the north, claimed as his own whatever wealth remained on his sacrificial campus. Nabaga, the grandson of Manu, thereupon told him that the rishis had gifted that wealth to him. To settle the dispute, Rudra said that they would refer the matter to Nabaga's father himself. On inquiring Nabaga, the father said, the rishis had once made the arrangement that whatever is left in the campus of a yajna belongs to Rudra. So this too has to go to him. Nabaga thereupon made prostration to Rudra and said, my father said that all that is left in the sacrificial field really belongs to you. So I prostrate to you, requesting you to forgive me for my transgression. Then Rudra said, as your father spoke according to Dharma, and as you have spoken the truth, I am pleased to instruct you, a knower of the Veda, in the knowledge regarding the eternal Brahman. Besides, I'm giving you all this, my rightful possession consisting of the residuary wealth of the sacrificial fields. Please accept it. Saying so, Sri Rudra disappeared from sight.
Whoever studies the account of faith and contemplating in the mornings and evenings will become learned and become knower of the Veda. He will attain to his spiritual destiny. So, of Nabhaga was born Ambadisha, the noted devotee and holy personage who could not be affected even in the least by the curse of Durvasa, which none can ordinarily resist. Raja Parikshit said, O worshipful one, I desire to hear the story of that high-minded royal saint, Ambarisha, whom even the weapon of an ogre released by Durvasa could not attack in the least. Please Sukha said, Ambarisha was the master of the whole earth with its 7 continents, with inexhaustible wealth and of incomparable promise. And he knew that all this worldly wealth is short-lived and dreamlike in nature, and also that it leads only to spiritual branches. As he had the highest devotion for Vasudeva and the holy man devoted to him, he could regard the whole universe representing all love as nothing but the product of earth. He trained his mind to be ever engrossed in the thought of history. His words in recounting the excellence of Krishna, his hands in cleaning the places of worship, and his ears in listening to the sacred accounts dealing with Krishna's actions. He devoted his eyes to looking at the holy image of Mukunda, his sense of touch to contacting his great devotees, his sense of smell to imbibing the fragrance of tulasi leaves, enhanced by the contact of the Lord lotus feet, and his sense of taste in the consumption of food left after offering to him. With his feet, he ever circumambulated the holy temples of the Lord, and with his head, he constantly bowed down to him, present everywhere. He partook of the delicious offerings made to the Lord, not for satisfying the cravings of his desire nature, but as a part of his devotional service, calculated to enhance his attachment to the Lord. Thus, practicing his presence in everything, he offered all his actions to that Supreme Being, the bestower of the fruits of all yajnas, and the controller of all the senses. Cultivating this attitude of mind and following the advice of ministers who were established in the devotional ideal, he governed the whole earth. In the desert region, facing the flow of the river Saraswati, he adored the Supreme Being with several Ashwamedha sacrifices conducted by priests like Vasishtha, Sita, Gautama, and others, and performed the elaboration of all ancillary rites and of liberal gifts made possible by his enormous resources. In Ambarisha's sacrifice, all the sacrificial priests and members of the sacrificial assembly were dressed in splendid raiment and resembled collectively, eyes unblinking because of the wondrous display before them. Not only he, but even his attendants and associates, who were always yelling and reciting hymns on the Lord's sportive activities, were steeped in the bliss of it, cared not for heavenly region, which the celestials long for. For those who have the intuition of the Lord within, feel no attraction even for objects desired by siddhas, as all of such external attainments are made insipid by the sign of the bliss of Buddha. By practicing devotion, by performing his ordained duties, by perfect detachment, and by austerities, the king propitiated Sri Hari, and by his grace overcame all attachments to the world. He therefore attached no importance to home, comforts, sons, relatives, army consisting of regiments of elephants, chariots, horses, and foot soldiers, to the unending wealth of ornaments, gems, and weapons, and treasuries, and inexhaustible resources. Sri Hari, having pleased with his unswerving devotion, offered him his own weapon of Sudarshana, which gives protection to devotees like him, always is a terror to hostile enemies. Being desirous of adoring Krishna, the king, along with the queen, who was well met with him in devotional spirit, observed the Dwardashik vow, and characterized by the breaking of the full day fast. Towards the close of the period of vow, they observed fast for 3 days in the month of Kartika. During this period, they bathed in the Yamuna and worshipped Hari in Madhuvana. They adored Hari with the highest devotional exaltation and intense concentration, performing the great ceremony of holy bar in accordance with the ordained rules and procedures, accompanied with round of material and utensils. They offered him and his desirous devotees worship with sandal paste, flowers, ampia, etc., costly clothes and jewelry. He sent his gifts to the abodes of holy men, 60 crore of cows, young in age, gentle by nature, beautiful in appearance, and great in working quality, all decorated with wrappings of costly cloths, and provided with golden encasements for horn, and silver shoes for hooves. Then, after feeding holy men with delicious food and getting their blessing and permission to break his fast, he was about to do so when there arrived his guest, no less a personage than the worshipful saint Durvata. After honoring the guest by a cordial welcome, offering of sweet, presentation of artya, etc., the king prostrated himself before him and requested him to have his midday meal there. The sage accepted the invitation joyfully and went to the Yamuna for his noonday rites. He immersed himself in the water of the Yamuna, meditating on the supreme being. The king waited for the return of the sage till only half of a Mahurta was left for the 12th day of the fortnight to elapse, before which he was to break his fast according to the rules of the vow he was observing. Caught in this dilemma in respect of a sacred duty, he conferred with some learned persons as to what he should do. He asked them, "If I break my fast now, I shall be violating the rules of hospitality to a holy man by eating before he with me. If I do not take food now, I shall be violating the rule requiring the breaking of the fast on the 12th day itself. What shall I do in this situation for my good and avoiding sin?" Then he concluded, "I shall break my fast by drinking pure water. Learned men say that drinking water can be considered both as taking food and not taking it too. O leader of the Kurus, thus, after drinking some water and dwelling on the Lord mentally, King Ambarisha stood there awaiting the arrival of Durvasha. Now Durvasha's returned after his noonday rides from the banks of the Yamuna and was respectfully welcomed by the king. The sage was, however, able to know through his mental power that the king had already broken his fast by drinking water. To the king, who was standing before him with joined palms, Durvasha, who was as angry as he was hungry, said with his body shivering and his face distorted by the arching of his brows in extreme anger, "Atrocious! Look at the transgression of this man who is cruel, unbalanced by the pride of wealth, without an atom of real devotion to Vishnu and behaving as if he were a law unto himself. You invited me to come as your guest, but without feeding me, you have taken food. I shall show you the consequences of it immediately. So saying, Dhruva, who was burning with anger, pulled out the lock of his matted hair and generated out of it a flame as fierce as the fire at the time of cosmic dissolution. Even seeing that fiery spirit rushing at him, sword in hand and causing tremors on the earth, Ambarisha did not budge a step from where he stood. Sudarsana, the discus of the Lord that had already been appointed as the protector of his devotee by him, now burned up the threatening Kritya as a forest fire consumes the serpent. Frightened by the failure of his effort and by the apparition of the Sudarshana rushing towards him, Durvashas now began to run in all directions for his own safety. The spreading flames of the fire coming from Sudarshana pursued the same as forest fire does a snake, compelling the sage to take shelter in a cave of Mount Mahameru. But the Sudarshana of irresistible mind pursued him wherever he rushed for safety. The waters, the sky, the heaven, the ocean, the earth, and the 14 lokas. When he failed to get shelter anywhere, he went to Brahma, the creator, and prayed for protection, saying, O Master, O Creator, save me from Sri Hari's power, the Sudarshana. Brahma said, he is a time spirit, by a mere vibration of whose brows, this whole universe, including my realm of Sichaloka, passes into dissolution at the close of the three Dvaparatas. When his divine blade closes, how can we protect you, who has offended the devotee of that being? He is the one whose commandments we all, including myself, Baba, Daksha, Riku, Ratapachi, the Lord of Bhutan, and Devas, accept with bent head and implement for the good of the world. How can we protest you who have offended the devotee of that being? Thus, abandoned by Brahma, Durvashra, who was being constantly threatened by the Sudarshana, next went to Kedasha and took shelter at the feet of Sri Rudra. Sri Rudra said, he by whose were innumerable universes, like the one in which we are involved, emerge and get dissolved continuously against him. We are not capable of doing anything. Sanat Kumara, Narada, Brahma, Kapila, Subhari, Devala, Dharma, Asuri, Marichi, and other men of knowledge and perfection are all subjects to his Maya, and are without any understanding of the nature of that Maya. His weapon, Sudarshana, is beyond my power to control. So you go for shelter to Sri Hari, who alone can help you in your present predicament. Filled with despair, Durvashra then proceeded to the realm of Vaikuntha, where the Lord Sri Nivasa, along with Sri, had his abode. Scorched by the heat of Sudarshana, he fell down trembling at the feet of the Lord and said, O Ashuta, O Ananta, O lover of devotees, O Lord of all, O protector of the worlds, deign to save me, even though I am a great transgressor. Without knowing thy powers, I did not, I, sorry, without knowing thy powers, I did wrong to a devotee of thine. Deign to order what atonement I should do for the same. For thou canst certainly save me, as even those undergo suffering now are saved by the utterance of thy.
The blessed Lord said, O sage, it is as if I am not free, subject as I am to my devotees. Being fond of my devotees, my heart is under their sway. I do not value myself or even Shri, who is ever associated with me. I do these holy men who have accepted me as a supreme God. How can I abandon these men who have sought refuge in me, abandoning their wives, children, relatives, house, wealth, this world and the next? The holy men who have deep-rooted affection for me and respect my presence in all alike, win me over as a faithful wife does a dutiful husband. Having attained to life's fulfillment through my service, they do not care for the four forms of mukti, salokya, attaining to his realm, samapya, being near him, sarapya, in his form, sayudhya, being one with him, which are theirs by virtue of the service of me. How little would they then care for the perishable attainments of the world? Holy men are verily my heart, and I verily am the heart of holy men. They do not know anything but me and I, of anything but them. O learned one, I shall tell you a way out. Listen to it. Go for help to Amarisha himself, against whom you used black magic. The black magic done against a saintly person would cause the ruin of the person who resorts to such practices. Austerity and learning are beneficial to spiritual aspirants, but in the hands of a haughty and perverse person, they can prove to be the contrary. So, O learned one, you return to Ambarisha, the son of Nabaka, and seek his pardon. You will then be at peace. Atha Panchamor Yaya. Durvasa submit to Ambarisha. Thus, Sri Sukha said, thus instructed by the Lord Durvasa, who was extremely distressed by the threat of the discus, now went to Ambarisha and held his feet seeking protection. Ambarisha was shocked at the rishi holding his feet. Extremely bashful and pained at heart, he began to recite a hymn in praise of Sudarsana. Ambarisha said, thou art the power manifesting in the fire, the worshipful sun and the moon, who is the Lord of all the stars. Thou art all the categories, water and earth, sky and air, subtle elements and the senses. O thou Sudarshana, thou the thousand spoke, thou the favorite weapon of Achyuta, thou the power that consumes the efficacy of all other weapons, thou the master of the earth, I salute thee. May thou be propitious to the same. Thou, the puissance of the Supreme and the soul of all, art verily Dharma, Rita, and Satya, and also the sacrifice the one adores through all sacrifices. O thou auspicious name, salutations to thee, the protector of Dharma, and the terror of Asuras who follow the path of Adharma. Salutations to thee, who art pure radiance, to thee mind-like in speed and astounding in thy works. By thy spiritual radiance, the darkness of ignorance is dispelled, and the minds of great men are illumined. O Lord of speech, none can excel thee in greatness, for all universe in its subtle and growth condition is thy manifestation. O conquerable one, O unconquerable one, when thou art released by the Lord, who is free from all stain, thou shinest in the field of battle, cutting off the lumps and heads of Asura. O world's protector, thou art given to pardoning the offenses of those who have sought refuge in thee. Thou hast been deputed by the Most High to punish the wicked only. It will be a blessing to me if thou sparest this holy man, for to bring good fortune to our family. It would be a great condensation on thy part. If I have done any charities, if I have done meritorious rites prescribed in the Veda, in the sacred law, I have done my ordained duties properly. If my family has honored holy men as divine, then may this holy man be free from his predicament. If the worshipful Lord, who is one without a second, and the repository of all auspicious qualities, is pleased with our service of him, in his capacity as the soul of all beings, may this holy man be free from fear. Sri Sukha said, the hymn addressed by Ambarisha, Kam Sudarsana, discuss of Mahavishnu, that was till then harassing Durvasa. Freed from the fierce and burning aura of Sudarsana, Durvasa was again at peace. Pronouncing blessings on Ambarisha, he now spoke in praise of him. Durvasa said, today I have experienced the inconceivable greatness of the servants of the Infinite One. For, O King, you, his devotee, are doing good in return to one like me who has done you evil. What is there impossible of achievement for these pious men who have by their devotion won over as their own the worshipful Sri Hari, the master and protector of all devotees? And for the good and magnanimous, what is there impossible to renounce? What unfulfilled longing there can be for the devotees of him, whose very name purifies one by its hearing, and whose feet can make one holy by the touch? O King, I have been blessed by you of abounding mercy, for you have pardoned my offense and saved my life. Sri Sukha said, King Ambarisha, who had not yet taken his food, awaiting the return of Durvasa, now prostrated himself before the saint, cheered him up, and fed him. With great satisfaction, the sage partook of the delicious meal, providing varieties of dishes with all the 6 flavors. He then requested the king to take his meal. Durvasa then said, I feel pleased, I feel blessed by what I have received from a great devotee like you, from your sight, speech, touch, and hospitality in the spirit of divine service. The celestial damsels shall constantly extol this action of yours in songs, and on the earth too, your holy fame shall be glorified by all. The Sukha said, thus praising the king, Durvasa left the place in a joyous mood and went to Brahmaloka, which none can obtain by karma. But now, 1 year had passed since Durvasa had taken to his heels for fear of the discussed Sudarsana. All the time Ambarisha had waited for his arrival to feed himself, taking nothing more than the water with which he had broken his fast. When Durvasa had gone, Ambarisha took his food, considering it specially sacred because it was what was left after feeding a holy man. He saw the hand of the divine in all that had happened, in the sufferings of the saint, and in the relief he got afterwards, as well as in the courageous way in which he himself could stand the time. In this way, King Ambarisha, who was endowed with many a great virtue, attained to the highest form of bhakti, consisting in the consecration of offering of all the fruits of work and sense of agency to Vasudeva, the soul of all, the universal being. Devotion followed him with such intense renunciation that made him feel all heavens with their enjoyments up to Brahmaloka as mere heavens. Afterwards, High Soul Ambarisha entrusted the kingdom to his sons, who were equal to him in virtue, and took to the life of a forest-dwelling ascetic. He gave his mind entirely to Vasudeva, the soul of all, and transcended the play of the forces of Prakriti. One who devotedly recites and reflects on this great narrative concerning King Ambarisha will become a devotee of the Lord. Atha Shatha Dhyayaha. From Ambarisha to Mandata. Srisuka said, Ambarisha had three sons, Virupa, Ketunman, and Sambhu. Virupa's son was Trishadaswa. His son, Pratitara, being incapable of having an offspring, his wife approached for progeny the sage Angiras, who begot by her sons with Brahmic splendor. As they were born in the wife of Pratitara, as they were also the sons of Angiras, they were considered as belonging to the line of both Pratitara and Angiras, and they were endowed with both Brahmanical and royal qualities. Ishwaku was born from the nose of the Manu Vaivaswasva. When he slept, Ishwaku had 100 sons, of whom the important were the three, Vikukshi, Nimi, and Dandaka. O king, of these 100, 25 became kings in the eastern region of Aryavarta, another 25 in the western region, 3 in the middle region, and the remaining in the northern and the southern regions. Once Ishwaku was performing Ashtakasradha. He called his son and said, O Vikukshi, go to the forest and get the flesh of animals that are considered fit for offering and sacrifices. Do not delay. Agreeing to this, that bold warrior went to the forest and slaughtered many animals that were fit to use in sacrifices. But very much tired as he was, after all that exertion, he by oversight had his meal prepared with the hair from among the slaughtered animals. He brought the rest of the hunted animals and gave them to his father. His preceptor, Vashishtha, on being asked to consecrate the flesh of the animals for sacrifice, declared it to be defiled by being already used and therefore unfit for use in sacrificial rites. Informed by the preceptor, King Ikshvaku came to understand the nature of his son's transgression of Dharma. In great anger, expelled him from the country. Ikshvaku then held discussions on matters spiritual with Vashishtha and took to the practice of yoga. Eventually, he gave up his body in yoga and attained the supreme state. On his father's death, Vikukshi returned to the country to rule over the whole earth under the name Sashada and to adore the Supreme Being with many sacrifices. Sashada had a famous son, Indravaha, who was also known as Takukstha and Puranjaya. Hear from me how he earned his name by his deeds. There was a very destructive war between the Asuras and the Devas. Being defeated, the Devas sought heroic Indravaha as the ally, directed by the all-powerful Mahavishnu, the Lord of Lords, and the soul of all beings. Indra converted himself into a huge bull and became the mount of King Indravaha. Equipped with armor, an excellent bow and arrows, extolled by all the celestials, is set on the hump, Takut, of that Indra bull, ready for battle. his powers augmented by the energy of Mahavishnu, the supreme person, the supreme spirit. Indravaha, along with the Devas, protect the city of the Asuras in the west. A fierce and thrilling battle now followed between him and the Asuras. Whichever Asura faced him, he transported him to the realm of Yama with his arrows. Impossible to stand before his arrows that were fierce like the fire at the time of deluge. Remaining Asuras fled away from the battlefield to the abode in the Patala. Because the king conquered the realm of the Asuras and transferred it with all its wealth and splendor to Indra, he got the name Puranjaya, added to his other names. The reason he used Indra as his mount was called Indra Vaha. Sitting on the kakut or hump of the bull, he came to be known as Kakutsta also.
Puranjaya had a son named Aeneas. His son was Pitu, his son Vishwarangi, his son Tanka, and his son Yuvanashwa. His son was Sabasta, the property named Sabasti. Sabasti's son was Brihadaswa, and his son Uvalaswata. This last very powerful king, in order to please Yanka, destroyed the Asura named Zini, assisted by an army of his own sons, numbering 21,000. He came to be famous as Dundumara, but most of his sons perished in the fire emerging from the mouth of the Asura Dundu. Only 3 survived. The names of those who survived were Vidaswa, Kapilaswa, and Badraswa. Vidaswa's son was named Aryaswa, and his son Nikumba. Nikumba's son was Barhansawa. His son is Saswa. His son Synergy, and his son Yuvan Aswa. This last king had no issue when he left for the forest to practice austeritas. For lack of progeny, he had become indifferent to everything and took to the forest life with his 100 wives. It is said that some merciful sages therefore made him perform a special sacrifice to Indra with great concentration. At night, that king entered the sacrificial hall in a very thirsty condition. He found all the sacrificial priests sleeping, so he himself took some water, which happened to have been consecrated by mantra. O king, on awakening, those priests, finding the water pot empty, exclaimed, "Ah, who has done this? Someone has drunk consecrated water, has the power of producing progeny." Learning that it was done by the king, prompted as it were by the Lord, the priests bowed down to him and declared, "It is only the divine will that prevails. Man's efforts count for little." The king, Yuvanaswa, became pregnant, and when the time for delivery came, the right side of his abdomen burst, bringing forth a child who grew to be an emperor. "This child is crying aloud to be suckled. How shall we feed him?" So exclaimed the priests. Thereupon Indra said, "Dear baby, do not cry. Drink of me," and gave it his thumb to suck, which yielded Amrita, the immortal drink. The child, therefore, came to be known as Mandata. The father of the infant, King Yuvanashwa, in spite of his abdomen being rent, providentially survived. He continued to observe austere practices in that forest until his end. Dear Parikshit, as even powerful enemies like Ravana trembled with fear before him, Indra gave Mandata the title Prasadasyu, the terror of evil ones. This son of Muranaswa, by virtue of the power bestowed on him by Achyuta, became the famous emperor Mandata, holding sway over all the 7 continents of the earth. Though he had the highest self-knowledge, he nonetheless adored the Supreme Being, the embodiment of all deities, the soul of all, and the one incomprehensible to the senses, with many sacrifices characterized by an abundance of gifts. By these yajnas, he only adored him who has himself become all the parts of the sacrifice. The substances used, the mantras chanted, the procedures followed, sacrifice itself, the performer of the sacrifice, the officiating priests, dharma, and time and place. All the land included in the horizon between which the sun rises and sets was included in the empire of Mandata, the son of Yushwanatha. Mandata had, by Undumati, the daughter of Sindhu, 3 sons, Purukucha, Ambarisha, and the great yogi Mudukunda. They had 50 sisters, all of whom married the rishi Salabhari. The rishi Salabhari, who was observing severe austerities, submerged under the waters of Kalindi, saw once the great pleasure that the king of fish derived from sexual intercourse. This generated a longing for such pleasure in himself, and he begged King Mandata to give one of his daughters to him. The king stipulated that he would arrange a function of bridal choice, at which a daughter of his would be free to choose him. The rishi thereupon booked. Under the guise of a bridal choice, the king is out to deceive him, thinking that an old man like me, dilapidated with infirmities and trembling in movements, will not be to the liking of women. The king has planned to deceive me by this proposal of a bridal choice. Therefore, with the great powers derived from austerity, I shall make my body attractive even for celestial women, not to speak of the princesses in view. When the rishi was led to the splendid quarters of women by the guards for the bridal choice, each of the king's 50 daughters chose him as her husband. These girls, whose minds were passionately drawn towards him, started quarreling among themselves over him, each claiming that he was more suited to her than to the others. The sage, who was a master of the Rigveda, by virtue of his unlimited power of austerity, created facilities for enjoyment, and sported with these women amidst a variety of objects of luxury, like high-class beddings, seats, dress, decorations, unguents, wreaths, and food. In palatial buildings, provided also costly outfits, decors, and liveried attendants of both sexes, as well as in wooded parks enlivened by sets of continuously singing minstrels in the shape of walking birds, and intoxicated and buzzing honeybees, and in lakes with a plentiful supply of water in them. Seeing the splendor of the household life of Sahari, surpassing that of an emperor, King Mandata, who was in fact the emperor of the earth with its 7 continents, gave up pride in his own riches and glory. But Salbari soon found that by enjoying every kind of pleasure of household life with great avidity, he could obtain no peace and satisfaction. On the other hand, he found his desire nature only augmented by it, just like fire on which ghee is sprinkled. One day, while Kampari, the master of the Vedas, was sitting in his house in reflective mood, thought came to him how degeneration had overtaken him by witnessing with an uncontrolled mind the mating of fish. He thought, alas, look at this, my degradation in spite of my great austerity, holy living and observance of vows. The attraction I felt while living submerged in water, the sexual pleasures of the fish, has ended in complete dissipation of the Brahmic glory I acquired by long efforts. Therefore, a speaker after liberation should completely eschew the company of those who revel in sexual indulgences. They should never allow the senses to wander uncontrolled among sense objects. Let them move about alone, uniting their mind with the Supreme Lord, the infinite being. If they seek company, let it be only of those virtuous persons who follow the spiritual path. First, I was an ascetic living alone. Afterwards, by my association with fish, I came to be united with 50 wives and thus became 50. Still later, through children and grandchildren, I have become 5,000. Still attracted by the powers of Maya, I am sticking onto the objects of senses as the be-all and the end-all of life, and am involved deeply in works that will promote my interest in this life and the next. Sri Shuka said, after continuing for long in the householder's life, he became full of the spirit of renunciation, and at last went away into the woods to pursue the life of a Wana Kashta. His wives, to whom the husband was the manifest deity, followed him to the forest. There he observed severe, austere practices that reduced him to bones. Finally, as the symbol of his attaining enlightenment, he offered the sacred fires he maintained as a householder into the Atman, which he dissolved in the Supreme Atman in complete non-difference. O King, his wives, who witnessed the supreme attainment of their husband, felt strengthened and inspired by his example, and followed him, as the shooting tongues of flames sink in a subsiding fire. Atha, chapter 7. Sri Shuka said, Ambarisha, mentioned earlier as the son of Mandata, was adopted by his grandfather, Yuvanashra, as his son. To Ambarisha was born a son, who too was named Yuvanashra, and to him Harita. From these two arose branches in the line of Mandata. Kurukucha was offered a wife, Narmada, a serpent princess, by her brother Kevin. At the prompting of the serpent, Narmada persuaded Kurukucha to go to Sarthava, the abode of the serpents. Possessed taking one of the heart of Vishnu's chariot, Kurukucha destroyed their son Gandharva, who were a menace to that place, and therefore deserved elimination. The serpents, in gratitude, gave him the boon that those who remember this episode will be free from fear of serpent bite. Kurukucha's son, Trasadasyu, his son, Anaranya, his son, Paryasva, his son, Aruna, and his son Tribandana. The last had a son named Satyavrata, who became famous under another name, Trisanku. By the curse of his preceptor, Vashishta, he became an outcast. But by the prowess of Vishwamitra, he was bodily elevated to heaven. But the Devas hurled him down headlong, and Vishwamitra stopped him midway. Even today, he is seen in the sky as a star. Trishanku's son was Hari Chandra. Centering on him, quarrel arose between Vishwamitra and Vashishta, who cursed each other to become birds. A long-drawn fight ensued between them as birds. Having no sons, Harichandra, in deep sorrow, took refuge in Varuna for relief, under the instruction of Narada.
He prayed to Varuna, O Lord, if I have a heroic son born, I shall offer him in sacrifice to you. Varuna blessed him to have a son, and he had one accordingly, named Rohita. Varuna said to him, now you have but a son, offer him in sacrifice to me. To this the king replied, let 10 days pass, then only he will be fit for sacrifice. 10 days later, Varuna came again and demanded his offering. The king then said, let the sacrificial animal teem, and then only will he be fit for sacrifice. The child was now developed teeth. Why not sacrifice it? Said Varuna afterwards. Only when these teeth fall will he be fit for sacrifice, said the king. The sacrificial animal has shed his teeth now. Why not sacrifice it now? Asked Varuna. No, it is only after all the teeth have reappeared he will be fit for sacrifice, replied the king. Now the teeth have grown again. Sacrifice him now, said Varuna. King replied, being a Kshatriya, this animal is fit for sacrifice only when he is fully trained for battle. Thus, prompted by love of his son, the king deceptively put off the time for sacrifice, and Varuna kept on waiting all the time. Now, Rohita, coming to know of his father's desire to perform the sacrifice, went away into the forest with bow in hand in order to save his life. The angry Varuna now possessed the king and produced in him the disease called dropsy. Hearing about this, Rohita was about to return to the country, but was prevented by Indra. Indra advised him that his father would recover if he, Rohita, went as a wandering pilgrim to holy spots and streams in the land. Accordingly, Rohita spent 1 more year in the forest. Year after year, Indra would visit Rohita in the guise of an old Brahmana and advise him to prolong his stay in the forest. This went on for 5 years. After staying in the forest for 5 years, Rohita returned in the 6th year to his own city. On his way back, he purchased from Ajikarta his middle son, named Sunaseva. He presented his father, Sunaseva, as the sacrificial victim and did his obeisance. Afterwards, Harishchandra, of great fame, performed a human sacrifice for the propitiation of Varuna and other devas and got relief from his ailment of dropsy. In that yajna, Vishwamitra, the sage of mighty prowess, was the porter, Jamadagni, of great self-control, and Adwari, Vashishta, Brahma, and Ayaksa, the singer of Sama chants. Indra, highly pleased, presented Harishchandra with a chariot of gold. Sunasepa's greatness will be discussed later along with the account of Vishwamitra's son. Vishwamitra was very much pleased with the king and his wife for their devotion to truth, and imparted to him the knowledge of the Atma that leads one unobstructed to liberation. He dissolved the body-centered mind in the earth element, that in its cause the water element, that in the fire element, that in the air element, and in the sky element, that in the eye sense, and that in the universal I. Rejecting the objective side of it, he meditated on its subjective side as his own self. By the illumination thus derived, he destroyed the obstruction of ignorance and then dissolved even that knowledge, producing a mental mode in the self-luminous, subject-objectless bliss, the true nature of the self, which is beyond thought and words. Ata pra me dhyaya, modhyaya. The story of Sagara. Sri Shuka said, Rohita had his son Harita, and he Champa. This Champa built a city known as Champapuri. His son was Sudeva, and his Vijaya. His son was Varuka, his Vrika, and his Vahu. Being defeated by enemies and deprived of his kingdom, Bahuka went to the forest with his queen. When he died of old age, his queen wanted to immolate himself and follow him. But sage Aurora prevented her. So he was carrying within her the only issue that was to sustain the line. Knowing her to be with child, her co-wives gave her poison with her food. But nonetheless, the child was born intact, along with the poison. In due time, he became a famous king under the name Sagara, meaning one born with poison. It was his sons that dug up the ocean, which therefore came to be known as Saga. He defeated Talajangas, Yavanas, Saksas, Ayavas, and Barbaras. But on the advice of his teacher, he spared their lives. He, however, deformed them, shaving the head and face of them, the head or the face only of some, and half the face and half the scalp of still others. Some he made to wear the underwear only, and some the outer one alone. Following the instruction of his preceptor, Arwa, Sagara performed Ashwamedha sacrifices as adoration of the Supreme Being, of whom the Veda and the divinities are embodiments. To obstruct this yajna, Indra stole away the horse meant for the sacrifice when it was let loose for grazing. Sagara had two queens, Sumati and Kesi. The sons of Sumati, proud of their strength, went searching for the horse at their father's command and dug up all around the earth in the course of the quest. In the northeastern direction, they saw the sage Kapila in the state of meditation with the horse standing by his side. Here is the horse lifter. Here he sits with eyes closed as if he were in samadhi. Kill him. So cried out the princes with their weapons unlifted when the sage opened his eyes. Deprived of their intelligence by Indra, they sought to insult a great sage, and as a consequence, they perished in the fire that came out of their own evil-possessed bodies.
The common belief that Sagara's sons died in the fire of the anger of Kapila is wrong. How can you attribute anger, a product of tamas, to a personage who was all sattva and who could sanctify the whole world? It would be like attributing the dust, which is of the earth, to the sky. How can there be distinction between friend and foe for the all-knowing sage, who had become one with the Supreme Being and who set in motion that firm boat of the path of knowledge, by which man could easily go across the ocean of samsara, the playground of death, which is so difficult to cross otherwise. The king had his second wife, Kesini, a son whom people called Asamanjasa. His son was Amsuman, who wanted to work for the redemption of his abandonment. Asumanjasa was in his previous birth a great yogin, but due to attachment, he happened to have a downfall in his spiritual life. He had, however, the memory of his last birth, and so to avoid the same bondage of attachment, now also he behaved like an insane man, doing things that displeased the relatives and caused revulsion in the minds of others. One such act was his consigning to the Sarayu river children who were playing on the river bank. Because of such conduct, his father lost all his affection for him and abandoned him. Asamanjasa, on his part, brought back all those children by his yogic power and then left heart and home to take to the life of a non-attached ascetic. O king, all the inhabitants of Ayodhya were wonderstruck to see all the children return, and the king too subsequently felt repentant for having abandoned his great son. Directed by the king, Amsuman, the son of Asamanjasa, started in search of the sacrificial horse. He went through the subterranean path as paternal uncles had made, and came across the horse standing by the side of the ash heap to which he had been reduced. There he also saw the great sage Kapila, sitting in concentrated meditation. He made obeisance to the sage and stood before him with his mind controlled and palms joined in adoration. Amsuman said, even Brahma has not been able to realize thee, who transcendest him, though he has been striving for it through concentration and ratiocination. How then can these beings, and especially ignorant persons like me, know thee, being only creatures born of the body, mind, and intellect of that Brahma, who is himself ignorant of thee? All these living beings, who are dominated by the three guna prakriti, sattva, rajas, and tamas, are under the infatuation of thy mind. Consequently, their mind goes only out and fails to perceive thee within. Present there is the inner pervader of everything. They are aware of modifications of guna as sense objects in waking and dream, and in sleep only in the darkness of ignorance. How can an ignorant person grasp the truth of thee, who art a condensation of pure consciousness, and conceivable only to sages like Sananda, having natural freedom from the infatuation of dualistic understanding arising from the influence of guna of Maya? O tranquility personified, Though thou art in reality without any particular name, form, and beyond cause and effect relation, thou hast assumed the attributes, activities, and forms based on thy Maya, and taken a body for imparting knowledge to aspects. My obeisance to thee, the most ancient being. Men, infatuated by greed and passion, and thereby confused in thought, consider impermanent and ephemeral objects like house and properties belonging to thy realm of Maya as real and get entangled. O all-pervading being, thy contact today has cut asunder the bondage of deep-rooted ignorance in me. Ignorance which is cause of desire, action, and addictions to the senses. 3 Shuka said, O King, being thus extolled, that powerful sage Kapila blessed Amsuman mentally and said, Lord Kapila said,
Dear one, you may take away this sacrificial horse of your grandfather. As for your granduncles, who have been reduced to ashes, nothing but the holy water of the Ganga can purify them. Circumambulating the sage and making prostrations, and Musaman led away the sacrificial horse and helped his grandfather to the sacrifice. In the end, Sagarat, freed from desires and bondages arising from it, entrusted the kingdom to his grandson, Hansuman, and as instructed by his teacher, Aurwa, practiced spiritual disciplines and attained to the highest spiritual fulfillment. Papa Chatanan, Ishukasi, Hamusaman performs tapas for a very long time in order to bring the holy Ganga for the purification of his ancestors. But he could not succeed and had to die with his object unfulfilled. His son, Dipa, also tried to accomplish this, but failed. In spite of this, his son, the famous Bhagirath, took up the task and performed great tapas for its accomplishment. Mother Ganga revealed herself to him and said, I am pleased with you and offer you the boon you seek. In great humility, he informed her of his desire to redeem his ancestors. Mother Ganga said, who is there to bear my impact as I flow down to the earth? Otherwise, I may penetrate through the earth to Rathatala. Besides, I do not like to come to the earth, because men will wash off their sins in me. Where shall I deposit all that sin? How can this difficulty be solved? Bhagirath said, men of renunciation, tranquil, immersed in Brahman, and capable of purifying the whole world, will come to you under the guise of pilgrimage and purify you of all sins by their contact with your water during their ablutions. For Sri Hari, the destroyer of all sins, clearly manifests himself in these holy men. Rudra, in whom all the worlds rest, as a piece of cloth, does in the warp and woof, and who is the innermost essence of all beings, will bear in him. Next, Bhagirath proceeded to win the grace of that luminous being, Rudra, through tapas, and before long succeeded in pleasing him. Shiva, the benefactor of all the world, acceded to the request of the king and bore on his head the water of the Ganga, purified by the feet of Hari, as she flowed down to the earth. Bhagirath now led the world-sanctifying Ganga to the place where the ashes of his ancestors lay. As Bhagirata drove in his chariot of wind-like speed, the Ganga flowed following him, purifying everything on the way until she drenched the ash heap of Sagara's sons. In spite of their sin of insulting holy ones, those sons of Sagara came to heaven immediately. They contacted the Ganga through their ashes. When the sons of Sagara could attain heaven, thus by mere indirect contact of Ganga through their ashes, it is needless to speak of glorious fruits accruing to persons who adore her with faith and observance of vows. There is nothing to wonder at in what has been said above about the greatness of the heavenly stream, Ganga, about its power of purifying the degraded and of assuaging the pains of worldly life, seeing that it has its origin in the lotus feet of the Supreme Being, Mahavishnu. For numerous have been the sages who, by directing their mind with faith and concentration on him, have achieved the otherwise impossible path of overcoming the sense of identification with the body, the product of the gunas, and attaining union with him. Bhagirati's son was Shruta, his son Dhava, his son Sindhuvipa, and his son Ayutthayus. His son was the well-known Rituparna, who was a friend of Nala. Nala learned from him the secrets of the game of dice, and in return taught him the science regarding the management of horses. Rituparna's son was Sarvakarma. Sarvakarma had Sudasa as his son. His son was Saudasa, also known as Mitra Saha, the husband of Marianti. Mitra Saha was also sometimes known as Kalma Shankir Shangri. Due to the curse of Vashishta, he became a Rakshasa. Due to his own bad karma, he had no issue also. The Raja said, what was the occasion for his preceptor to curse the high-souled Mitrasaha? I would like to know it, provided it is not anything secret. Sri Shuka said, Mitrasaha once went to the forest hunting. In the course of the hunt, he killed a Rakshasa, but allowed his brother to go unhurt. This Rakshasa, whose life was spared, went away with the resolve to wreak vengeance on Mitrasaha. Desirous of doing harm to the king, he got employed as a cook in the king's palace. When one day the king's preceptor was very hungry, he brought cooked human flesh for him to eat. Sensing that the food about to be served was prohibited meat, the preceptor, Vashishta, became angry at once and cursed the king that he would become a Rakshasa. On knowing that this was the work of the Rakshasa, the preceptor reduced the term of the curse for a mere 12 years. The king also wanted to pronounce a curse on the preceptor and took water in hand for the purpose. But he was prevented from doing so by his wife, Varianti. As he found living beings everywhere, he could not throw away anywhere the water he had taken in hand for cursing, for it would injure them. So he poured it on his own legs. When he became a Rakshasa, his legs were found discolored owing to the water he had poured on them. So he came to be known as Kalma Shangri. While moving about as a Rakshasa, with his discolored legs, he came across a forest-dwelling Brahmana couple in the act of sexual intercourse. Being distressed by hunger, he caught hold of that Brahmana to eat him. But his wife piteously cried out to him, "O hero, you are not a Rakshasa, you are a great warrior of the line Ikshwaku. You are the husband of Madhyanti. It behoves you not to do this unrighteous act. I, who long for an issue, want back my husband who has not yet fulfilled his desire. O king, it is with this body that man can attain to all the desirable ends of life. So its destruction means the denial of all human fulfillments. He is a learned Brahmana of virtuous character and noble disposition, given to austere living. He is striving to adore Mahavishnu as the spirit forming the essence in all, hidden by the qualities of Prakriti. O noble one, a Brahmarshi like him does not deserve to be killed by a Rajarshi like you, as a father does not by a son. A virtuous man like you cannot but consider the slaughter of a sinless, holy, and learned Brahmana as in no way less heinous than the killing of a cow. If you are going to eat him up, do eat me beforehand, for without him I shall not live for even a moment more. While she was thus piteously bemoaning her fate in a helpless manner, Mitrasatha, now a Rakshasa under a curse, ate up the Brahmana as a tiger eats a cow. Roused to anger at the sight of her husband being eaten by the Rakshasa, the Brahmana woman cursed him in a mood of self-pity, saying, "Just as you have eaten my husband while he was stricken with sexual passion, so shall you die when satisfying your sexual appetite." Next, desirous as she was of following her husband to the other world, she made a fire into which she consigned her husband's bones as well as herself. Afterwards, at the end of 12 years, Mitrasaha, being free from the curse of the preceptor, returned to his kingdom. When on his return he wanted to have sexual intercourse with his wife, she made him desist from it, reminding him of the curse of the Brahmana woman on him. Afterwards, he gave up living with women, and thus, due to his karma, was without an issue of his own. At his request, Vashishta begot an issue for him by his wife Madhyanti. It is said that she did not deliver the child for 7 years, and so the sage Vashishta had to open her abdomen with a stone implement. The child born was for this reason called Ashmaka. Ashmaka's son was Molaka. When Parasurama destroyed the whole race of Kshatriyas, Molaka was protected by women under the guise of one of them. For this reason, he came to be known as Narikawacha. He became the regenerator of the line of Kshatriyas destroyed by Parasurama. From him, Dasarata was born, and from him, Idavida. His son was Vishwasaha, to whom was born Katwanga. Because he was invincible by anyone, his help was sought by the Devas in their war against the Asuras. Katwanga destroyed all the Asuras in battle, but by the time he was informed by the Devas that he had only one muhurta more of life, so he hastened to his capital and tried to make his mind one-pointed in the Lord. He meditated thus: My family deity is the community of holy men, who are dearer to me than my life breath. Neither son, nor wealth, nor lands, nor kingdoms, nor wife is dearer to me than they. Even in my boyhood, my mind has never been drawn towards or found delight in evil ways. I have never looked upon anything other than the Lord of the holy fame as reality. The games of all the three worlds offered to me the boon of my choice, but I accepted them not, because my mind was constantly centered on the Supreme Being alone. He is present in the hearts of all, but still, even they was possessed of mind and senses that are always outward going and involved in sense objects, fail to understand that Atman within, who is what makes anything clear. The condition of others is even worse.
I take refuge in him, the great creator, having abandoned through devotion to him the naturally rooted attachment of my mind for sense objects, which his mysterious power, Maya, brought into existence like castles in the air. Deciding like this in his mind, which was entirely dominated by the thought of the Lord Narayana, he abandoned the body-based ignorance and became established in the nature of the Atman, one's own higher self. That state is the supreme Brahman, extremely subtle, but positively existent, though considered a needle by gross-minded people because of the impossibility of knowing him through the senses. He is what the Bhagavatas call Vasudeva, Vata Dashamodhyaya, the incarnation of Rama. Sri Sukha said, the Katawanga's son was Grighabhavi. From him was born the world-famous Raghu. From him, Ajat, and from him, Dasharatha. The Lord of all excellences, the Supreme Hari, the very Brahman, being invoked and prayed to by the celestials, was born by a fraction of himself, divided into 4 parts, as the 4 sons of Dasharatha. He was born as his 4 sons, Rama, Lakshmana, Bharata, and Shatrugna. Enlightened personages have given elaborate accounts of the story of Rama, the consort of Sita, and you must have heard these recited again and again. He who gave up a kingdom to keep his father's plighted words, whose feet, though too soft to stand even the touch of his consort, nevertheless trudged through forest after forest, the long paths cleared by his brother and by the Monkey King, who frightened the deity of the seas by an angry frown and arching brows. Consequent on the abduction of his wife Sita by Ravana, who was earlier incensed by Rama's mutilation of his sister Surpanaka, who built the bridge across the Sea of Lanka, where he raged like a forest fire, destroying the tribe of evildoers. May that Rama, the king of Koshala, be our refuge. At the sacrificial ceremony of Vishwamitra, he destroyed the Rakshasa chiefs like Maricha with the utmost ease, as if it were a play, while his brother Lakshmana merely looked on. In the gatherings of heroic men seated in the assembly hall of Sita's marriage, he pulled and broke with the ease with which an elephant breaks a sugarcane the mighty bow of Shiva, which required 300 persons for its transport. Sita, who was none but Shri, honored by being made the resident of the Lord's chest, thereby became his wife, well matched with him in point of virtues, conduct, age, form, beauty, and the like. On his way back after the marriage, he came into confrontation with the Purusha Surama, the chief of the Brigus, and humbled his pride of having erased the ruling class of Kshatriyas in his 21 campaigns. Submitting willingly to the command of his helpless father, who, being under the domination of his wife Kaikeyi, was compelled by the bond of his plighted word to exile him. He abandoned the country, wealth, house, relations, and friends with utmost gladness as a yogi gives up his body, and went to the forest accompanied by his wife. May that Rama protect us. He mutilated the lustful Surpanakha, who attempted to kill Sita. He decimated the Asura army of 14,000, led by her relative Dushana and Tiras, with utmost ease as in the plague. Himself carrying his bow too formidable for anyone else to handle, he wandered from forest to forest and took his residence there, standing every form of difficulty. O king, Ravana became love-lorn on hearing about the beauty of Sita and sent Maricha to draw Rama away from his forest residence. Attracted by Maricha in the form of a wonderful deer, he went far away into the forest in pursuit of him, and in the end killed the deer with a sharp arrow as Rudra killed Daksha. As a wolf carries away a lamb at the opportune moment, Ravana carried away Sita during Rama's absence from his forest dwelling. Afterwards, Rama wandered through the forest in great sorrow and distress, along with his brother in quest of Sita, in order to show to the world that this is the miserable fate of persons intensely attached to women. Next, he, whose feet are worshipped by Shiva and Brahma, cremated Jatayu, who had courted death in his service, with the affection of a son. Then destroyed Kabanda, made friendship with monkeys, came to know about the whereabouts of Sita through the search of those monkeys, killed Wali, marched to the ocean shore with that army of monkeys. As the angry look of Rama's wide open eyes fell on him, the sea deity got into a fright, resulting in the subsidence of the roar of his wavy voice and in the consternation of the aquatic residents within him. His form emerged from the sea carrying a load of articles for worshipful presentation, and he sought shelter and speak and said, O Almighty One, dull-witted creatures that we are, we have little understanding of thee, the undecaying, all-powerful being, control the whole universe. Now we have come to know thee and understand that thou art the ruler of Prakriti, from whose qualities of sattva, rajas, and tamas are produced the devas, the Japatis, and Rudras. O hero, thou art free to go across the sea, destroy the monstrous Ravana, born of the dirt of Vishravas, a veritable Ravana or bully, who makes all the three worlds weep and wail and recover and spouse Sita. Build across the sea a bridge that will spread thy fame everywhere. World-conquering heroes who come to see thy bridge will extol thee in songs. Building the bridge, thickly forested mountain peaks that were manually plucked and brought by the monkeys, he, under the guidance of Vibhishana and accompanied by leading monkey chiefs like Sugriva, Nila, and Hanuman, crossed over them to Lanka, to which Hanuman had already set fire earlier. Like a lake that had been ravaged by a herd of elephants, the city of Lanka, besieged by the army of monkey chiefs, was soon in shambles. Its pleasure gardens, granaries, treasuries, gate towers, assembly halls, and terraces were under the occupation of the monkey forces and its altars. Flagstaffs, golden domes, road crossings, etc., were all wrecked by them. The Rakshasa chief Ravana thereupon dispatched one after another, all these great warriors to the battlefield. Warriors like Nikumba, Kumba, Dumraksha, Durmukha, Duranta, Narantaka, his son Indrajit, Rahasta, Atikaya, Vikampana, and finally Kumbhakarna. Rama, along with Sugriva, Lakshmana, Hanuman, Hamada, Nila, Angada, Jambavan, Anasa, and other monkey chiefs faced that army of Rakshasas, which was formidable and well equipped with weapons like swords, tridents, bows and arrows, darts, double-edged swords, javelins, lances, and scimitars. The leaders of Rama's army, like Angada and others, joined in combats with well-matched opponents on the opposite side, consisting of elephant regiments, infantry, cavalry, and chariots. With trees, mountaintops, maces, and arrows, the monkey forces of Rama destroyed that army of Rakshasas mobilized by Ravana, who had lost his luck and good fortune because of his laying violent hands on the holy Sita. The king of the Rakshasas, infuriated at the destruction of his forces, now ascended a chariot and charged at Rama, who was seated in the luminous chariot of Indra, brought by his charioteer Markali, and showered sharp arrows on him. Rama said to him, "O wretch of Rakshasa, you mean fellow, like a pilfering dog, you have stolen away my wife during my absence. The consequences of this shameless and despicable act will soon fall on you from my hands like the irresistible doom of time." Berating Ravana in this way, Rama shot a powerful arrow at him. Like the thunderbolt, it pierced Ravana's heart, and vomiting blood through all his 10 mouths, Ravana fell down as an individual drops from the heavenly regions when his merits are exhausted. All the world cried, "Alas!" at this. Now hundreds of Rakshasa women, headed by Mandodari, came out of the city weeping and wailing. They cried aloud, beating their breasts as they clung to the bodies of their husbands and other relatives who met with death from the arrows of Lakshmana. They wailed, "O Ravana, the terror of all the worlds, alas, we are half dead. Without you, what will be the fate of Lanka, now under the attack of enemies? O Great One, under the influence of lust, you fail to recognize the unique power of Sita's spiritual glory. It was ignorance of this that has brought you to this predicament. By your death, this city of Lanka has been widowed just as we have been. Your body has become the food for vultures, and your soul is heading for the tortures of hell." Shri Shuka said, as advised by Rama, Vibhishana now performed the obsequies of all the dead according to the injunctions. Next, the Lord met Sita under the Simsapa tree in the Ashoka grove, almost reduced to skin and bones by the sorrow of separation from him. Rama felt great compassion for his most miserably placed wife, whose face now bloomed with joy at the sight of him. installing Vibhishana as the king of the Rakshasas in Lanka, Rama, along with Sita, Lakshmana, Sugriva, and Hanuman, got into the aerial car called Pushpaka. He gave to Vibhishana as gift the land of the Lanka and the span of a long life, lasting till the end of the Kalpa, thus completing his vows of forest life. For 14 years he returned to Ayodhya, worshipped with rains of flowers and above by the Devas. Hearing on the way the hymns of praise sung by Indra and others, he reached his country to receive the sad report that his brother Bharata, out of sorrow for his expulsion, was living on a diet of mere barley, cooked in cow's urine, wearing only the bark of trees and sleeping on a bare floor. Now, on hearing of his brother's arrival, Bharata started from his residence in Nandigrama to receive him fittingly, accompanied by ministers, leading citizens and elders, and amidst the auspicious sound of music, vocal and instrumental, he approached carrying his brother's sandals on his own head.
Accompanied by a long train consisting of expert Vedic scholars chanting the Vedic mantras aloud, of banners with gilt printing, of gold inlaid chariots yoked to excellent horses, and carrying gold flagstaff and equipments, and of guards with gold livery, parties, weaving dancing girls and other attendants. He advanced towards Rama, presented to him the royal insignia by ceremonial umbrella and charms, and bowed down at his feet. He placed the sandals before Rama, and with palms joined in salutation, fell prostrate in front of him, his heart melting in love, his eyes swimming in tears. And Rama embraced him tight and long, enfolding him with both hands and drenching him with the stream of tears. Along with Sita and Lakshmana, Rama made prostrations to holy men, and in turn received the obeisance of the subject. Seeing the Lord returned after 14 years of absence, the residents of Uttarakala recalled in a paroxysm of joy, and rained flowers and garlands, and danced wildly, fluttering their upper garments. As he entered Ayodhya, Bharata bore his sandals. Sugriva and Vibhishana held the chariot on both sides, and Hanuman held the white royal umbrella. Satrugna carried his bow and arrow, Peter his water vessel, Angada his hawk, and Javavan, the leader of the bears, his gold inlaid shield. As he sat in the Pushpaka vehicle, surrounded by women and extolling pangyrists, he looks like the rising moon whose beauty is enhanced by the surrounding galaxy of stars. After being greeted by all his brothers, he entered the palace with extensive decoration, saluted his mother, stepmother, and other elders, and was in turn greeted by junior. Peter and Lakshmana too did likewise in the palace. Getting back their sons, their mothers sprung up with new upsurge of energy, as the senses do when the karma returns. They seated them in their laps and bathed them in tears of joy. Their preceptor removed the magic locks of Rama, holding two junctions, and, with waters brought from the four oceans and the holy rivers, performed the ceremonial part of coronation with the help of the elders of the clan, as the celestial teacher Brihaspati did for Indra. They, dressed in silk and decorated with beads, and shone amidst his consorts and brothers, who were also similarly clothed.
Prostrating before him, Bharata invited him to the royal court, and he accepted it. Like a father, he ruled over his subjects and followed the rules of Dharma and the ways of life prescribed for the Varnas and the Ashramas. His subjects too looked upon his father. When Rama, knower of all, Rama, and the bestower of joy on all, ruled, it looked as if it was Jaluga, but actually it was Presha. O leader of the Bharata, forest, rivers, mountains, regions, continents, oceans, all yielded the needs of his subjects when Rama ruled. While he was the king, there were no worries, diseases, decrepitude, sorrow, fear, or depression for his subjects. They came only when he wished. He lived observing the vow of having only a single consort, following all the sacred traditions of Brahmanism, and teaching men how to observe the scriptural ordained duties both by precept and example. And Sita, by her humility, her skill in divining her husband's mind, her loving behavior, unbroken service, discrimination, good behavior, and modesty, won the heart of her husband in every way. Skanda 9:11. Subsequent life of Sri Rama at Ayodhya. 3 Shloka says, the worshipful Rama, with the help of his preceptor, performed many grand sacrifices, adoring the Supreme Being, who is the embodiment of all divinity and identical with his own self. In the sacrifice, he gave a gift the eastern region of his kingdom to the priest Gauteng, the southern regions to the priest Brahma, the western parts to Advarni, and the northern countries to the chanter of the Sama. The remaining part of the land, which lay in the middle of the regions, he wanted to give to one who had no desire or attachment, and he found a suitable recipient of that description in his own prefect. After these gifts were made, the soul provisions left for him with great decoration, and for his queen, the auspicious wedding necklace indicative of the married state. Seeing the magnitude of his devotion to holy men, the hearts of the recipients of his gifts melted out of respect and love, and they gave all those countries back to Rama and said, O worshipful one, O Lord of all, what blessings are there that have not already been granted to us by thee? For, entering into our heart, thou hast dispelled even the darkness of ignorance from there. Salutation to thee, the supreme being in the form of Sri Rama, who always honors devotes thee, whose light of knowledge never fades, and who is most noted for his holy fame, and whose feet reside wherever in the hearts of those who have abandoned him. Once, when Rama was moving about incognito at night, unknown to any in the order, to ascertain the real views of his people, he happened to hear by chance the following talk of someone about his wife Sita. I shall not, he said, any more entertain you in my house. You who have lived in another's residence, being unchanged and of ill nature. I am not going to follow the example of the absolute Rama, who is still living in Peter. Rising, as it were, like this kind of instructional criticism of the ignorant, who are difficult to satisfy or perfect, Rama abandoned Peter. Thereupon she took shelter in the ashrama of Valmiki. Sita was in the family way at the time of her abandonment, and in due time she gave birth to twins, who became famous under the names of Lama and Kusa. The sage Valmiki formed all their personal ceremonies. O king, Lakshmana had two sons named Bhara and Chitraketu. and Bharata also two, whose names were Taksha and Pushkala. Shatrugana too had two sons named Kubahu and Shritasena. In his conquest of the quarters, Bharata destroyed a very large number of Pandavas. He brought large booties from his temple and prevented Lord Rama. Shatrugna defeated and killed in battle the officer known as Ravana, the son of Madhuri, and established the famous city of Mathura in Madhuvana. Peter entrusted her sons to the sage Valmiki. Unable to bear separation from Rama, she, it seems, entered into the bowels of the earth, contemplating him. Hearing this, Rama, though he was the Lord incarnate, could not control his sorrow in spite of his best efforts, remembering all the great qualities of Peter. The intensity of attachment between man and woman is of this order, even in the case of those mastery over their minds. Needless then to say what it would be like in the case of an ordinary householder with worldly attachments. Since Peter's departure, Rama, even while observing the vow of strict celibacy, performed agriculture for the 13,000 years of his life. After that, Rama entered the supreme state of bliss, leaving behind his feet lacerated with thorns in his Dandakara age, in the heart of the devotees to contemplate forest. For Rama, the supreme being who assumed the sport of body at the earnest prayer of the Devas, his prowess is unequaled and unexampled. It is not a high achievement, but a trifle to have crossed the sea, bringing it, and destroyed the host of Asuras with his arrow. The poets have described them as wonderful achievements adding to his glory. What need is there for him to seek the help of monkeys to destroy his enemy? I seek refuge at the feet of Rama, whose feet are ever contacted by the crowds of kings and divinities. His pure and sin-destroying fame, extending to the very portal, and lusted to the frontal plates of the elephants guarding the cardinal camp, and he is constantly hidden by sages in the dwellers of peace. Among these residents of Kotala, whoever touched him, saw him, sat with him, followed him, all of them attained to that stage which great yogis attain. O King, by hearing Rama's story and thinking over it, man is established in the fruitful state of devotion and becomes free from the bondage of karma. The Raja asked, how did worshipful Rama spend his life? How did he deal with his brothers who were his own path? How did his brothers, subjects, and citizens in turn deal with that divine personage? Sri Shuka replied, after he ascended the throne, he sent his brother on Divyajaya, or expeditions for the establishment of his supremacy over all the surrounding countries. And he went with followers all over his kingdom, enabling all his subjects to have sight of his auspicious form. He saw the city with its roads working by fragrant water and equal of elephants he rode, gazing at him like an inebriated woman, as it were, and its master on his return after a lapse of 14 years. He went around the city, seeing its terraced houses, gate towers, assembly halls, and places of worship covered with golden domes and banners, as well as other places decorated with opulent palms, fruit-laden banana plants, flags of superior cloth, mirrors, draperies, and garlands. Wherever he went, the citizens approached him with presents and glorified him, saying, O Lord, deign to protect this earth which thou didst once save in thy incarnation as the cosmic form. Seeing their lord and master come after a long time, the people, both men and women, left their homes and ascended balconies of wayside houses and looked at the lotus-eyed one from there with unsatiated looks and showered flowers on him. Afterwards, he entered the palace of his ancestors, which had treasuries with countless numbers of gems and numerous cities and furniture of inestimable value. It had doorways of coral, lions and pillars made of calcite, clean floors of emeralds, and shining walls studded with crystal. It was decorated with gardens of many kinds, draperies, fine gems, bowstrings, and all kinds of attractive and enjoyable objects. The inside of the palace was well lighted, filled with the fragrance of incense, and was occupied by celestial lighting, well-bedecked men and women, who by their beauty were an ornament to the very ornaments they wore.
Rama, who was the greatest among the self-controlled ones, lived happily in that palace with Sita, who was full of love for him, and for whom he was in turn full of love. Worshipped by all, he lived there for several hundred years, having such enjoyments of life as are permitted by Dharma. Atha Dwadasho Dhyaya. Kusha and his successors. Rama's son Kusha had Titi as his son. He Nishada, he Nava, he Pandarika, and he Shemadhanwa. To Shemadhanwa was born Devanika, to him Aniha, to him Pariyatra, to him Balasthala, and to him Vajranabha was a part of the sun deity. His son was Khagana, his Vidrinti, and his Hiranyanabha was the disciple of Jaimini and a teacher of yoga. It was from him that Yajnavalkya of Koshala learned the science of the self, which enable ones to overcome ignorance and attain great illumination. Hiranyanabha's son was Kushya, his son Kruvasandi, his son Sudarsana, his son Agnivarna, his son Sigraha, and his son Maru. That Maru, who is perfect in yoga, stays in Kalapalgrama. At the end of the age of Kali, he will revive the solar dynasty that would have perished by that time. From him, Prasurruta was born. From him, Sandi, and from him, Amarshana. From him, Mahashwa, and from him, Vishwasahawa. From him, Prasenajit was born, and from him, Takshaka. And from him, Brihadbala. This Brihadbala was slain in battle by your father, Abhimanyu. These are the past rulers of the solar dynasty. Now hear of the future kings. Brihadbala will have a son, Brihadrana. His son will be Urikriya. His son, Vatsavridha. His son, Prativvyoma. His son, Bhanu. And his son, Divaka, the leader of vast hosts. From Divaka will be born Sahadeva. From him, heroic Brihadswa. From him, Bhanuman. From him, Pratikaswa. And from him, Supratika. From Supratika will be born Marudeva. From him, Sunakshatra. From him, Pushkara. And from him, Antariksha. And from him, Suttapas. And from him, Amitrajit. From Amitrajit will be born Brihadraja. From him, Barhis. From him, Kritanjaya. And from him, Ranjaya. And from him, Sanjaya. From him will be born Satya. And from him, Sudhoda. From him, Langala. And from him, Prasannajit. And from him, Kshudraka. From him will be born Ranaka. And from him, Surata. And from him, Sumitra, the last of the dynasty. All these are the line of Brihadbala. The line of Ikshavaku ends with Sumitra. For with this king, the dynasty will perish in the age of Kali. Atha, Trayodasho Dhyaya. Line of Nimi, the son of Ikshvaku. Sri Shuka said, Nimi, the son of Ikshvaku, chose Vashishta as his sacrificial priest when he started the performance of a sattva. Vashishta, however, told him, I have already been chosen as sacrificial priest by Indra. I shall finish that duty and come. Please wait till then. Nimi kept silent when Vashishta went for conducting the sacrifice of Indra. Being a wise and self-controlled man, Nimi knew that the duration of life is very uncertain. So he started the sacrifice even before the preceptor Vashishta's return with the help of some other sacrificial priests. Returning after Indra's yajna, the preceptor came to know of the audacious act of his disciple in contravening his behest. He therefore cursed him, saying, You who arrogantly consider yourself to be learned, may your body fall down dead. Nimi also pronounced a counter curse on the preceptor, who had cursed him contrary to the principles of Dharma. He declared, May you, who out of greed have forgotten Dharma, also fall down dead. Saying so, Nimi, who was a knower of the self, abandoned his body. And Vashishta, leaving the present body, was born as the son of Mitra and Varuna by Urvasi. The sages preserved the body of Nimi by embalming it in oil made fragrant with medications. In the presence of the embalmed body, they continued the sacrifice, and at the close of it said to the Devas, If you are powerful and if you are pleased with the sacrifice, may the body of King Nimi become alive. When the Devas granted this prayer, Nimi, disembodied, said, I do not need this imprisonment in the body anymore. Wise ones do not desire to have a body, knowing that they will have to leave it also. They therefore adore the feet of Hari, by whose adoration they get freedom from the cycle of births and deaths. The Devas thereupon said, Even without any body, may you reside on the eyelids of living beings. Residing there, he is supposed to function as the opening and closing of the eyelids of creatures when they wink. Afraid of anarchy among men, the sages churned the body of Nimi, and a child was born by that process. He came to be known by 3 names. Because of his unusual birth, he was known as Janaka. As he was born of one who had abandoned his body, he got the name of Vaideha. And as his birth took place by Mahatma churning, he came to known as Mithila. It was he who founded the city of Mithila. His son was Udavasu, he is Nandivardhana, he is Suketu, and he is Devarata. From him was born Brihadratha, from him Mahavirya, from him Sudriti, and from him Drishtaketu. From him Hariyasva, from him Maru. From Mari was born Pratipaka, and from him Kritaratha, and from him Devamitha, from him Vishnuta, from him Mahadriti. Mahadriti's son was Kritirata, his son Maharoma, his son Swarnaroma, and his son Haswaroma. Of Haswaroma was born Siradvaja. It was when he was plying the land to grow cereals for Yajna that Sita was recovered from the furrow cut by the plow. So he came to be known as Siradvaja, plow banner. His son was Kusadvaja, and from him King Dharmadvaja was born. Dharmadvaja had 2 sons named Kritadvaja and Mitadvaja. From Kritadvaja was born Kirtidvaja, and from Mitadvaja Khandikya, O king. Of these, the son of Kritadvaja named Kirtidvaja became an adept in the science of the self, Atma Vidya. Khandikya, who was versed in the science of rituals, was afraid of Kirtidvaja, the expert in Atma Vidya, and ran away from fear of him. Kesidvaja's son was Hanuman, and his son Satadhyumna, his son Suchi, and his son Sanadvaja, and his son Urvaketu. He had a son Aja, to whom was born Purujit as son. From Purujit was born Arishthanemi, from him Srutayus, from him Suparvaka, from him Chitraratha, and from him Kshemadi. All these were kings of Mithila. To Kshemadi was born Samaratha, to him Satyaratha, and to him Upaguru, and to him Upagupta, who was a part of the fire deity. His son was Vaswananta, his son Yuyuda, his son Subhashana, his son Sruta, his son Jaya, his son Vijaya, and his son Rita. His son was Sunaka, his son was Vitavya, his son Driti, his son Bahulasva, his son Kriti, and his son Mahavasi. O king, these kings of Mithila were versed in the knowledge of Atma and remained free from attachment even while living as householders, owing to the great yoga teachers like Yajnavalkya. Atha Chaturdashodhyaya Pururavas of the lunar dynasty. O king, now hear about the holy lunar dynasty. In that dynasty were born kings of holy fame like Hela, otherwise known as Pururavas. From the navel lotus of the 1,000-headed cosmic being Brahma was born, and to him was born Atri, the sage equal to his father in meritorious qualities. From the tears of bliss that flowed from Atri's eyes was born Soma, moon deity, who is of the nature of nectar, Amrita. Brahma made him the master of Brahmanas, herbage, and the stars. Conquering all the three worlds, he performed several Rajasuyas. Under his inordinate arrogance, he abducted Brihaspati's wife Tara. In spite of Brihaspati's wife repeated request to him for the release of Tara, Soma heeded not out of pride and infatuation. As a sequel, a fierce war broke out between Devas and Asuras. Owing to his enmity towards Brihaspati, Shukra, the preceptor of the Asuras, took the side of Soma, the moon deity, along with his Asura following, and Rudra, because of his love for his own preceptor Angiras, whose son Brihaspati was, took the side of the latter along with all his hosts of spirits and elementals. Indra joined the side of his preceptor Brihaspati along with all the Devas. Thus, on account of Tara, arose a war between Devas and Asuras, highly destructive to both sides. Requested by the sage Angiras, Brahma reprimanded Soma and made him restore Tara to Brihaspati. But Brihaspati found a bigger child. Thereupon Brihaspati said, O evil one, throw out the fetus planted by others in your womb, which is my field. Do not, however, be afraid that I shall reduce you to ashes, my good lady, for I am myself not eager for an issue. Tara thereupon vengefully ejected the fetus, which turned out to be a boy luminous like gold. Both Brihaspati and Soma developed interest in that infant. While Brihaspati and Soma were disputing about the ownership of the child, the Devas and the Rishis asked Tara to declare whose it was. She only remained silent bashfully. At this, the child became angry and said to his mother, O evil one, why do you cover up your sin with false bashfulness? Speak out. Brahma thereupon consoled her with gentle words and questioned her in privacy. She reluctantly admitted that Soma was the father of the child. So Soma took possession of that child. O king, Brahma named him Buddha. Soma, the king of the stars, was rejoiced to find him highly intelligent. As stated earlier, Skanda 9, chapter 1, verse 35, King Pururavas was born as the son of Buddha by Ila. Hearing from Narada about the form, virtues, wealth, courage, and other attractive features of Pururavas, the heavenly beauty Urvasi fell in love with him and approached him. Owing to a curse by Mitra and Varuna, Urvasi was consigned to birth. Hearing about Pururavas, who was in beauty like Cupid and body, Urvasi mastered courage to appear before him. That king was delighted to see her, and with eyes wide open and manipulations all over, he spoke to her softly. The Raja said, "Welcome to you, O beauty. Please be seated. What can I do for you? Enjoy life with me for long years to come." Urvashi replied, "O handsome one, there is no woman whose eyes and mind would not get stuck to you. Desirous of the delight of your embrace, my mind and my eyes refuse to part from your limbs. I shall enjoy life with you, O king, who has done me this honor. Protect like a treasure these two rams of mine that I entrust to you. I shall certainly enjoy life with one like you, for on praiseworthy men fall the choice of women. I should be fed with ghee, which forms my diet. I should also never see you naked except at the time of lovemaking." Gurura was, intelligent as he was, agreed to those conditions. He said, "Oh, what a form, what a form, what a loving demeanor. All the world would be get infatuated by him. Where is the man that will not oblige a woman of this kind? He has approached him of her own accord." Gurura was now sported as he pleased in the heavenly gardens of Chaitra Ratha, in the company of Urvashi, was an expert in purveying pleasure. Inebriated with the sweet flavor of her mouth, he sported for long years with her. His body emitted the fragrance of lotus.
Now Indra, deigning to see Urvasa any longer in heavenly region, felt that heaven was not driven without her, and dispatched Gandawa to bring her back. At the dead of night, when it was pitch dark, the Gandawa stole away the pale rams entrusted to the king by Urvasa. When she heard the bleating of the rams as they were being led away, Urvasa, who loved them as her children, cried out in alarm, "Oh, I am lost. This eunuch of a husband has failed me. Oh, worthless fellow, he pretends to be a hero. On account of the faith I put in him, I have been undone. The rams, which are to me like my own children, are being taken away by thieves. It looks that at night he lies in a place like a fighting woman. Only during daytime he is a man. Like an elephant he sailed with the goat. Pururaswas felt hit by his verbal arrow, and without caring even to dress himself, rushed out naked in the night, sword in hand, in a mood of extreme anger. The Gandawa left the ramstead and illumined the place with lightning. Now Urvasa saw her husband completely undressed with the ram. On returning, Pururavas did not find his wife in the bed. He became dejected with sorrow, was grief-stricken, and was lost in thought of her. He searched for her all the world over, like a demented man. Pururavas discovered her at last at Kurukshetra, beside the Saraswati River, with five of her friends, all in a gay mood. He thereupon said to her, pleading, "O dear one, stop, stop. O angry one, you cannot go away from here without satisfying me. Let us chat for a while. O lady, the excellent body of mine which you have attracted to this distance will now fall down dead and become food for wolves and vultures." Urvasi said, "Don't die, please. Are you not a powerful man? Allow not these wolves of women to eat you up. Women, like wolves, have no enduring friendship and kindness. Women are pitiless, cruel, impatient, and ready to risk anything to gain what they have set their hearts on. Even for petty ends, they may murder a husband or brother who had put trust in them. Pretending to be very thankful to those who have not yet seen through their deceit, they go about freely in quest of newer and newer lovers. At the end of each year, my lord, you can spend a night with me, and you will have another issue, besides the one I am now bearing." Seeing Urvashi absent, Pururavaswas returned to his city. 1 year after, he returned to Kurukshetra and was delighted to see Urvashi coming to him with a splendid charm. He lived with her that night, finding him extremely grief-stricken at the prospect of separation from her. Urvashi said as follows to the beautiful king: "Seek to propitiate the Gandharvas. They will give me to you." On the king extolling them, the Gandharvas were pleased, and they gave him a fire wherein he could keep the fire for performing the ritual for obtaining Urvashi. He travelled with it in hand, identifying it with Urvashi, but soon realized it was only a fire pot and not Urvashi. He then kept that fire pot in the forest and went home. Every night he spent meditating on her. In his mind, so meditating, the Trayi, the 3 Vedas dealing with rituals, dawned at the start of the Treta Yuga. He now went to the place where he had kept the fire pot and saw nearby an aswatha tree growing as a rock from the bottom of a sami tree. Desirous of attaining to the realms of Urvashi, he made 2 fire sticks with the aswatha for lighting the sacrificial fire. Meditating on the lower fire stick as Urvashi, on the upper one as himself, and on a piece of wood kept between as their son expected to be born, he rubbed the sticks to the accompaniment of proper mantras. From this rubbing of the fire sticks came the sacrificial fire, or Jatareda. Also, because it helps one gain heavenly enjoyment. It became the 3-fold fire of Arvaniya, Dahapatya, and Dakshina by the power of meditation prescribed in the Veda. The Raja adopted the fire as his son. In that fire, he offered sacrifice to Hari, the embodiment of all deities, the all-powerful and the sense-transcending one, desiring the realm of Urvashi. In the Krita Yoga, the pranava, which includes in it every possible sound, alone was Veda, and the deity too was one only, and that was Narayana. So also Agni, or sacred fire, and Varna, or human community, were all single. It was at the beginning of the Treta Yuga only that the one Veda became three by the action of Pururavas. With the help of Agni, his son, he attained to the world of Gandharvas. Skanda 9, chapter 15. Advent of Parathurama. Sri Shukra said, O king, Pururavas, the son of Ila, had by Urvashi 6 sons, Ayus, Tritayus, Satyayus, Raya, Vijaya, and Jaya. Of these, Tritayus had Vasumana's son, Satyayus, Yutanijaya, Raya, Eka, and Jaya, Amita. Vijaya had a son, Bhima, he, Kanchana, and he, Uttaka. Uttaka had a son, Janu, who happened to sip the whole of Ganga in doing the Archamana rite. Janu's son was Puru, his son, Balaka, and his son, Ajaka. From Ajaka was born Kusa, and from him 4 sons, Kusambu, Mutaya, Vasu, and Kusanaba. Kusambu had a son named Gadi, a rishi named Rishika, approached Gadi, praying for the hand of his daughter, Satyavati. Thinking that the bridegroom was not a suitable person, Gadi said to the rishi, "Give me a bridal money of 1,000 bushels white in color, like the moon, but having one ear blue. This is not too high a demand at all, as we belong to the highly aristocratic clan of Calciferous. Divining the mind of the king, the Richika, approached Varuna, got from him the kind of horses required, and married the handsome Satyawati. Being grateful issue both by his wife and by the wife's mother, the Rishi arranged 2 dishes of chowri, consecrated with 2 different sets of mantras, one for his wife and the other for his mother-in-law, and went for bath. Before the Rishi returned after bath, Satyawati, on being asked by her mother for chowri, gave her the one meant for herself, thinking it would be superior of the 2, and she ate the chowri that was prepared for her mother. Coming to know of it, Rishi Richika said to his wife, "You have done a great wrong. You are going to have a son very stern in nature, and terrific chastiser of evil ones. The son to be born to your mother, that is, your brother, on the other hand, will be a great knower of Brahman." Satyawati now prayed to Richika that it should not happen like that. The sage continued said, "All right, in place of your son, your grandson will be a son." In due course, the gentle sage Jamadagni was born to her. Satyawati now became converted into the sacred river Halsati, which purifies the whole world. Her son, Jamadagni, married Renuka, the daughter of Renu. Jamadagni had by Renuka several sons, beginning with Vasudevans. The youngest of them was the famous Parasurama. Great men speak of him, the destroyer of the tribe of Haiharuya, as a part of Videva. He rid this land of Kshatriyas in 21 campaigns. He destroyed these Kshatriyas who were dominated by Raja Santama, who were persecutors of holy men and who had become a burden to the earth. Some of them were not, however, naturally, but Parasurama spared none. The Raja said, "What was that offense that the Kshatriyas of uncontrolled fences did to Parasurama that he should efface them in repeated campaigns?" Sri Shuka said, "Arjuna, the king of the Haiharyas and the leading Kshatriya, adored Dattatreya, who was a partial incarnation of Narayana, and pleased him with his devout services. Through Dattatreya's grace, he came to have 1,000 arms, strength that could never be overcome by any enemy, unfailing power of his pencil, vigor, luster, prosperity, courage, fame, strength, mastery of yoga, and the 8-fold yogic powers. He traveled all over the world unrestricted like air. Once, while inebriated and bedecked with the garden of Vajrayanti flowers, he was indulging in water sport with numerous women in the sacred river, Narmada. He stopped the flow of water in the river with his 1,000 arms. The water thereupon changed its course, flooding the upper banks of the river, where Ravana, then on his world-conquering campaign, was camping. That flood water carried away Ravana's hand while he was engaged in his daily worship. The 10-headed Ravana, who was proud of his own unusual powers, could not brook this expression of Arjuna's strength. Ravana therefore went to attack him, but was captured by Arjuna as he told in the presence of women, and shut up in his prison as Mahishmati. Afterwards, Out of pity, he released him from prison, like a monkey from a cage. Once, when he was moving about hunting in a forest far away from human habitation, Arjuna came across Jamadagni's ashrama by chance. With the help of the wish-wielding owl Kamadevi, that day his wealth was his tunnel, with hospitality to the king, and all his retinue consisting of troops, ministers, and vehicles. Struck by the abundance which characterized that hospitality far beyond what his own wealth would allow, the king of the Himalayas set his heart on that Kamatena who made that abundance possible. Out of jealousy, he had not the heart even to accept the sage's hospitality. On his return, the arrogant king sent his men to capture that Kamadeni, which yielded the requisite sacrificial rites of the sage. They led away the cow and its calf, lowing in fear, to Mahishmati by force. Rama, who was the youngest of the sons of the sage, returned to his father's ashrama shortly after the king's emissaries had departed with the Karma Devi. There was much excitement and incensed to hear of the depredation of those evildoers. He reacted like a serpent that has been trampled upon, taking his terrible weapon of a battle axe, his bow, quiver, and shield. He mounted an irresistible attack on the emissaries of the king, as the lion at the emperor.
While just entering the city, Arjuna saw the pursuing Parshurama equipped with the bow and battle axe, dressed in deerskin, and possessed of matted hair, which shone like the rays of the sun. Against him, Arjuna sent an army of 17 formidable Akshamunis, battalions consisting of regiments of elephants, cavalry, chariots, and foot soldiers, and equipped with all kinds of weapons like maces, swords, arrows, double-edged swords, satagnis, javelins, and single-handed, the worshipful Rama destroyed the whole force. Wherever Rama, with his axe in hand, moved about with the speed of the mind, or air destroying the enemy forces, there the earth was covered with 7 arms, legs, and heads of men, and with broken chariots, with their charioteers killed. Seeing his whole army now strewn on the ground, with 7 bodies and shattered weapons and chariots, and the battlefield boggy with the blood of slain warriors, Arjuna now ran forward in a fit of fury, holding 500 bows in hand. Arjuna showered arrows at Rama with all of them. But Rama, the superb archer that he was, cut to pieces all his arrows shot at him with a single bow of bead. Next, Arjuna rushed at him with trees and mountains in his hands. Rama, as in play, cut his arms with a sharp battle axe, as if they were many hoods of a serpent. After cutting all his hands, he severed Arjuna's head also, like chipping the peak of a mountain. When their father was thus killed, his 10,000 sons fled away in fear. Rama, the destroyer of foes, now recovered the ill-treated Kamadeni and its calf, and presented them to his father. Rama narrated to his father and brothers the story of his attack on Arjuna. On hearing it, Jamadagni said, O Rama, O heroic one, you have committed a sin. For no purpose you have killed a king in whose body live all the divinities. We are Brahmana. It is by virtue of patience that we have got a place of preeminence. It is because of this infinite patience that Brahma, the father of the world, has attained to the state of Brahma. Patience is what generates that Brahmic aura, which shines like brilliance of the sun. For Lord Hari is pleased with those that are forbearing. The killing of a king on whose head consecrated water had been poured, making him an emperor, is even more heinous than killing of a Brahman. So, O dear son, do expiation for this sin through pilgrimage to holy places, by practice of yoga, and concentrating your mind on Achyuta. And 9, chapter 16, Parashurama's expiation of Kshatriyas. Sri Sukha said, O king, respecting fully the father's command, Rama spent 1 year in pilgrimage and returned to the ashrama. One of those days, when Renuka had gone to the Ganga, she happened to see there the Gandharva Citraratha, decorated with a garland of lotuses, sporting with Apsara women. She had gone to the river to fetch water, but seeing Chitraratha sporting, she was a bit attracted to him and forgot that it was time for the Rishi's Homa, fire sacrifice. When she became conscious of her delay, she got frightened by the prospect of incurring the sage curse. He returned post-haste with the water and placing it before her husband, stood there with palms joined in a worshipful pose. The Muni divined her mental adultery and ordered in great anger, O sons, kill the sinful woman. But none of the sons ventured to obey him. When, however, Rama was ordered to do so, knowing as he did the great powers acquired by his father through austerity and concentration, he killed the mother along with the other disobedient sons. When the highly pleased Jamadagni, the son of Satyavati, asked him to choose any boon, he chose that those dead persons should come back to life, and that they should have no memory of what took place. Immediately, they were in full health, like persons awakening from sleep. Rama did his heinous act of killing his own near and dear ones only because he was sure of his father's great powers of tapas, by which he could get them revived. Now the sons of Arjuna could never have any peace of mind, thinking of the slaughter of their father and the defeat at the hands of Rama. Once, when Rama with his brothers had gone to the forest, the sons of Arjuna went there, deeming it an opportune moment to wreak vengeance. Finding Jamadagni sitting in his sacrificial chamber, with his mind concentrated on the Lord, those evil ones murdered him, in spite of the very earnest and pitiable appeals. The mother of Rama, who was extremely cool-hearted Kshatriya warriors, decapitated Jamadagni and carried away the head with them. Overcome with grief, the virtuous lady, Renuka, now began to beat her breast in grief and cry aloud, O Rama, O Rama, dear one, come quickly. Rama, who was then away at some distance from the ashrama, heard these distressing cries and hastened back to see his father lying murdered. He was stunned with agonizing grief blinding anger at the sight, and cried out aloud, O Father, O Holy One, O Righteous One, how is it that you have gone to your heavenly abode, leaving us all here? After bemoaning his father's death in this way, he entrusted the body to his brothers and started, battle axe in hand, on the campaign of extirpation of the tribe of Kshatriyas. O king, he first went to Maheshwati, city accursed due to the murder of a holy man, and he made in the middle of the city a hillock of heads of Kshatriyas he killed, making his father's murder the occasion. He let flow there a stream of blood by the slaughter of those evil Kshatriyas to stand as a warning to those indulging in the persecution of holy ones. He launched 21 such campaigns, almost effacing the whole tribe of Kshatriya from the earth, and created 5 pools of blood at a place called Samantha Panchaka. When recovering his father's head, he united it with his trunk, a yajna, and worshipped the Supreme Being, the embodiment of all divinities, through the performance of several yajnas. He gifted the country to the east through the Hota, the sacrificing priest, that to the south to the priest Ma, that to the west to the priest Advari, and that to the north Udgada. The countries between he gave to other sacrificial beings, and the middle region to Kasyapa Prajapati. He gave Aryapata, the priest Upadrasta, and whatever remained to the members of the sacrificial assembly. Then he took the final ceremonial part, Awa Brihatsana, in the Saraswati, the holy river, liberated from all his sins. He now shone like the sun, freed from the clouds. And Jamadagni, adored by Rama, was restored to life with a body characterized by a continuity of consciousness from earlier body, and became the 7th among Saptapati. The lotus-eyed Rama, the worshipful son of Jamadagni, will be the propagator of Veda in the next Manvanta, extolled by Siddhas, Charanas, and Gandharvas. He lives even today in the Mahendra mountain as a peaceful contemplator, having given up his fighting propensities. In this way, Hari, the Supreme Lord and Indweller of all, incarnated himself in the line of Brahmas and several times destroyed the rulers who had become a burden to the earth. Line of the coast, Hari, his son Vishwamitra, who was born with the splendor of a well-lit fire. By tapas, he got himself elevated from the state of a Kshatriya to that of a Brahmana. Vishwamitra had 101 sons. The middle one among them was named Madhu Chu Chandas. So all the brothers were known collectively by the common name Madhu Chuncharas. But Vishwamitra adopted Sunasappa, who was of Brigu's line, and a son of Ajigartha, whose life had been saved by the Deva. Vishwamitra commanded his son to recognize him as the eldest amongst them. Sunasepa, being the middle son of his parents, was sold by them to Harishchandra's son as a sacrificial victim for Harishchandra's yajna. But he was saved by his prayers to the Devas and Prajapatis as directed by Vishwamitra. This Sunasepa, who was saved from immolation in the yajna by the Devas, though belonging by birth to the line of Brigu, became a famous Siddhi amongst the descendants of Kadi because of his being adopted by Vishwamitra, the son of Kadi. He came to be well known under the name of Devarata. Vishwamitra's own sons, the first did not look upon this adoption as a commendable act. Vishwamitra became angry at this and cursed them that they would become heinous mlechas, barbarians outside the Vedic faith.
At this, the middle month of Makul Chandas, along with the remaining 50 of his brothers, said, "We shall obey whatever you order." Thus, agreeing to obey him, these 50 brothers accepted Sunasepa, who was a noble of Mandras, as their elders. Thereupon, Vishwamitra said to his sons, "Those of you who have obeyed me and made me a father of virtuous children will yourself become blessed with noble sons. O members of Kusika's line, this Devarata, alias Sunasepa, is one of your line. Therefore, obey him. He had also other sons like Ashtaka, Adita, Jaya, and Pratuman. Thus the family of Kusikas came to have many lines sprung from the different sons of Vishwamitra. By giving seniority to Devarata, this line has got a distinct Vavara. Atha Sapta the show Yaya. And that chapter 17. Other successors of Kuru Ravas are descendants from Kasha, Vita, Sisuka said, O king, Ayush, the son of Kuru Ravas, and 5 sons, Nahusha, Vita, Raju, Ramba, and Kenas. Of these here are the descendants by Kshatrabhrita. Kshatrabhrita's son was Suhotra, and he had 3 sons, Kashya, Kusa, and Gritsamara. From the last Gritsamara was born Sunaka, and from him Sonaka, a sage of great pain and an expert in the Rig Veda. Kashya's son was Kasi, his son Rashtra, and his son Dirga Tamas, and his son named Dhanvantara, who promulgated the system of medicine called Ayurveda. He was born of a father Vasudeva, and has a share in Yajna of him. By the very remembrance of him, diseases are cured. His son was Ketuman, and his son Bhimara. His son was Vivodasa, and his son Yuman, known by several other names as Vardhana, Satyujit, Vatsa, Vipa, Dwaja, and Kubala Yasva. He, Yuman, had his sons Palarka and others. O king, he, Palarka, ruled the earth for 66,000 years, retained the freshness of youth all along. None but he had ever achieved this. From Palarka was born Sankara, from him Chanipa, from him Chuketana, and from him Dharmaketu, and from him Satyaketu. Satyakitu's son was Rishpaketu, his son Sukumara, his son Vishibodha, his son Bharata, and his son Bharatapuni. What has been narrated is the list of kings descended from Kasya belonging to the line of Kshatriya. Now follows the line of Ram, the son of Ayu. Ravasa and Gambhira were the sons of Rama. From Ravasa was born Akriya. From his wife of Akriya, a line of Brahmanas originated. Now here are the line of Ananas. From Ananas was born Sut. From him Kichi. From him Dharmasavati, who was also known under the famous name of Trikakut. Trikakut was born Sankaraya, who became Naseti and a knower of the South, without any worldly desires. Raji had 500 sons for great thrones. Requested by Indra, Raji fought against the Asuras and restored the Swarga to Indra. But being afraid of attack from Prahalada and other Asuras, Indra entrusted his realm of Swarga and himself too to the protection of Raji. But when Indra wanted his realm back after the death of Raji, his sons refused to restore the same to him. They also appropriated to themselves the portions of the yajna due to Indra. So, in order to sidetrack them from the Vedic Dharma and then weaken them, Brihaspati, the preceptor of the Devas, performed black magic. After that, Indra destroyed these sons of Raja. None of them survived. Kshatravrita had a grandson named Musti. From him Pati was born. From him Sanjaya, and from him Jaya. From him Chita was born. From him Aryavana. From him Sahadeva. From him Bhim, and from him Jayasena. From him was born Samkriti. From him another Jaya, and from him the great cow warrior Kshatradharma. All these belong to the line of Kshatravrita. Now here about the line of Nahusha. Atta the show Vyaya, chapter 18. Story of Yayati and Devayani. Sri Shuka said, just as embodied beings have 6 senses, Nahusha had 6 sons. Yati, Yayati, Samyati, Ayati, Viyati, and 3. Of these, Yati did not accept the kingdom that his father offered him as his successor, because he was aware of the evil consequences that he faced. For one who has entered into the affairs of state will totally forget. When Nahusha was expelled from heaven for his attempt on Indra's wife and cursed to become affrighted by the sages, Yayati became the king. Yayati appointed his 4 younger brothers as governors of the 4 quarters. He governed the country. He married the daughters of the Maharshi Sukra and of King Rishapari. The Raja said, Sukra is a Brahmarshi, and Yayati, the son of Nahusha, was only an ordinary Kshatriya. How was it that a Prati law made, in which a man of a lower world, Kshatriya, marries a woman of a higher world, Brahmana, took place? Sri Sukha said, once Sir Mishta, the daughter of the king of the Asuras, was well known for her beauty, along with many of her companions, including Devayani, the daughter of the Asura preceptor Sukha, was walking about in the pleasure gardens full of trees and sending embankments of lakes covered with lotuses over which buzzing honeysuckles hovered. Reaching the banks of the lake, those handsome girls put aside their garments on the shore and began to sport in water, splashing water on muddy mud. They now saw Parameshwara riding on the ox mount with Parvati. Seeing a bench, they rushed up and put on their garments. Now, Sarveshwara unwittingly put on the garments of Devayani, the preceptor's daughter. Devayani was terribly annoyed at this and said, look at the audacity of the servant. Like a dog eating up the offerings made ready for the year, she has put on the dress that I should have worn. We are Brahmins. Our whose austerity, the universe itself was praying. To represent the face of the Supreme Being, who exhibit Brahmic splendor in this world, and will teach and practice the benevolent and the beneficent way of the Vedas. You belong to that great community of Brahmins who are respected even by the divinities, nay, who even the Supreme Lord salutes and serves. Not only that, among the Brahmanas, we belong to the highly superior line of leaders. Besides, the Asura, our father, is our disciple. She has put on my cloth as a Sudra learns the Veda. What audacity on her part! To the preceptor's daughter, who was ailing at her lungs, the Mishra, now infuriated like a trampled snake, said, biting her lips and releasing long breaths, "Oh, beggar girl, think of your condition before you talk in this fashion. You are like a watchdog in our house, eating the crumbs we give." After hearing such scandalously abusive words of the good daughter of the preceptor, he thus wrote her and pushed her into a well on her burning hand. After Sharmishta and Pandi had gone home, Yayati was on a hunting expedition, approached that well by chance in search of water, and he happened to see Devayani in the well. The merciful Yayati threw down his upper cloth to her to cover her neck, and then lifted her up, holding her by the hand. Devayani, the daughter of the sun, too, now spoke to the heroic king in a way expressive of her love for him. She said, "O king, you have held my hand in yours. Let there not be another man to hold my hand which you have held in yours. O great king, this union between us is not made by men, but by the very divine. It is by the will of Providence that you happen to meet and cling to the side of God. Besides, no Brahmana can possibly become our husband because of the curse of Kachi, the son of the husband that I had incurred in holy days." Though Yayati did not like that marriage alliance because of it being not sanctioned by scriptures, he however submitted to it, as he believed it was ordained by the Lord and as he felt his mind was fascinated by it. After King Yayati had gone, Devayani went to a path, stage to weeping and informed him of all that Sarvishta had said to that. The worshipful Rishi Sukra felt very sad, and on hearing about it, he went away with his daughter from that palace, condemning the priestly occupation and praising the excellence of Punja Preach. The livelihood gained by the collection of fallen grains from fields and grain markets. On knowing this, the Asura king, Rishapa Parva, afraid that his enemies might take the sage into their service, went after him and propitiated him with prostrations. The sage, whose rage was only momentary, said to his disciple, "Do what my daughter wants. I cannot abandon her." When the Sura king had agreed to this, Devayani gave out her mind as follows: Wherever I go after my father gives me in marriage, I let this Mishra follow me with her and remain. Realizing the crippled condition of his pupil and the advantage that they would gain by the presence of Sukra in their midst, it was arranged that Mishra should attend on Devayani along with 1,000 others. When the sage next sent his daughter away as Yayati's wife and with Mishra attending on her, he especially instructed the king that he should never share the bed with them. O king, the virtuous Mishra soon saw Devayani being with Vishnu. Herself desirous of Vishnu, Mishra approached the king, the husband of her mistress, in privacy during her fertile period and chose him as her husband too. The Raja knew that, according to Dharma Shastra, solicitation of a woman in that condition should not be rejected, and so agreed to her request as ordained by Providence, though he remembered Supra's prohibition. Devayani gave birth to Yadu and two Vardhasti, and Sarmishta, the daughter of Vishwapar, bore three sons, Dhruva, Anu, and Puru. Supra's first in Alpha. On coming to know that the husband, the king, had children by Sarmishta, the proud Devayani was moved to great anger and went away to her father, Supra's house. The love infatuated Yayati went after the father, tried to pacify her with sweet words and personal endearments. But failed. Angry Supra now tells the king, "You, O liar, and the slave of lust, old age, which makes the human form ugly, shall now settle me." Yayati said,
I have not yet been satisfied with life with your daughter. So Sukra replied, if any person is willing to take over your old age, may you be capable of transferring it to him, and yourself receiving his youth. Under this settlement, the king called his elder son Yadu and said, O dear son Yadu, you take over for the time's duty this old age of mine, and let me have your youth. It is your maternal grandfather who conferred this old age on me. I have not yet been satisfied with the worldly enjoyment. Let me enjoy the pleasures of life for some time more with the help of your youth. Yadu said, I am not ready to take on the old age that has overtaken you in the middle of my own life. For I have only just started enjoying life's pleasure, and without sufficient enjoyments of them, a man cannot get a distaste for them. In spite of their father's freedom, the other sons, Nurwasu, Rumi, and Anu, all refused to accept the proposal, being ignorant of Dharma, and being under this mistaken notion that their fleeting youth was perpetual. Next, he made the same request to his last son, who was young in years, but advanced in virtue. He said, Dear one, do not refuse my request like your elder brothers. Who replied, O best of men, who can make an adequate return to one's father for the gift of this body, which is the means for attaining the highest value? The Father's grace helps us to realize our highest destiny. The best of some is the one who performs the Father's will, even without telling. The one who does what is asked, he is the middling. The bad one is the one who executes the Father's command in a careless and imperfect way. And he who totally refuses to do anything, even when asked by the Father, cannot be called the Father's son, but only his excretor. So saying, who took over his father's old age on himself with joy, and Yayati, assuming his youth, enjoyed the pleasure of life to his heart's content. The king ruled over 7 continents of the earth, like a father to his subjects, and enjoyed the good things of life with unfailing vigor of the senses. And his beloved wife, Devayani, gave him the most intense joy in privacy with all the endowments of a mind, word, and body. By the performance of several yajnas, accompanied with plentiful dakshina, he adored the Supreme Being, the recipient of all yajna, the embodiment of all Vedas, and of all deities, and the eraser of all misery. Established establishing in his heart Vasudeva, the indweller, the subtlest of the subtle, rays from whom this universe shines like clouds in the sky, or like objects seen in a dream, magical show, or reverie, and in whom it subsides when the mind has become calm, establishing him, known also as Narayana, in the heart. He adored him, Yajanas, giving up all selfish motives. Thus, for 1,000 years, the emperor enjoyed by means of 5 holy senses, the mind, the pleasures, which are really mental. Yet he found no satiety. Skanda 9, chapter 19, the parable of the goat. Risuka said, immersed in sensual indulgences, uxorious Yayati became aware after some time of his steep spiritual fall. He then developed a revulsion for sensuality and narrated the following story to his wife. O daughter of sage Supra, hear a story that is parallel to mine, in which story some sages living in the forest bemoaned the fate of one who had given himself up to sensuous indulgences. A he-goat was once moving about in the forest, eating whatever he liked. He came across a she-goat that had fallen in the well owing to the force of its past karma. The sex intoxicated he-goat, on seeing the female in the well, began to think of the ways and means of lifting her out. Digging the sides of the well with his horn, he made a passage for the she-goat to come out of the well. On coming out of the well, the beautiful she-goat desired to have that he-goat as a mate. Seeing him mated with her, many other she-goats, seeing mates, also sought him. Seeing him so plump, hairy, lusty, and tirelessly mated, and slave to lust, the he-goat never thought of his own true nature. But the she-goat that was rescued from the well could not bear the sight of her husband mating with another she-goat. Thus, seeing her husband unfaithful, hypocritical, lascivious, and bent on enjoying only, he went away to her master's palace in great grief. But that pitiable he-goat, addicted to female company, ran after her bleeding in many ways, to cajole and please her, but in vain. In great anger, the owners of the she-goat, a Brahmana, now cut off the hanging testicles of the he-goat. But in his occult powers, he later united the testicle with the body of the he-goat, so that the she-goat might continue to mate with him. That he-goat, after restoration of virility, has been indulging in several pleasures with its mate, the she-goat from the well, but has not reached the satiation point yet. Oh, handsome lady, I too have been like that, a pitiable creature, bound by love of God and love of you, and infatuated charms, going about without any understanding of my spiritual soul. All the foods in the world, all animals, all wealth, and all women cannot bring satiety to a man whose mind is a victim of inordinate desire. Desire is never satisfied by the enjoyment of objects, like fire fed with ghee it only flames up all the more. When a man's mind, established in same-sightedness, ceases to be moved by vile attachment and antagonism to others, then he finds happiness in all situations. A man who seeks his own good should at once abandon his hankering for sense enjoyments, which evil-minded men find difficult to do. He does not decay, even when he himself decays through old age. A person should not sit on the same seat in solitude, even with a mother, a sister, or a daughter, for the senses are strong, and even a wise man cannot resist a cold. For a full 1,000 years, I have been having every kind of sensuous enjoyment. I have been having every kind of sensuous enjoyment. But in place of subsiding, the craving for them comes with added force whenever situations arise. Therefore, I shall now abandon hankering for anything, and then giving over my mind entirely to him, I shall wander with the animals in the forest without caring for the extremes of weather and abandoning every trace of self-esteem. These realizing the ephemerality of all objects of the senses, one should not longingly think of them or actually enjoy them. He who is able to recognize bondage and destruction in the thought and enjoyment of body, delighting his senses, he is the learned man. He is the spiritually enlightened person. Saying so to his wife, he allowed him getting back to school. In youth, he had gently from him and resumed his old age, his own old age. He was now without any desire for enjoyment regarding his son. He appointed Ruby, the leader of the southern part of the empire, Yadu of the southern part, Uruwasu, the western part, and Anim, the northern part. When he finally departed to the forest and the city, he made the noble fool the emperor over the whole earth and his people, his elder brothers, being only subordinate rulers and citizens. Just as clergymen leave the nest immediately they develop training, so did Yayati in an instant abandon the senses after having all kinds of indulgences through them for the past several thousand years. The famous king abandoned there itself all attachments and material objects entering to sense life, established himself in the Atman, the spiritual self, and through that self-intuition attained to Brahman, the supreme Vasudeva, ever pure, the transcendent, the support of all. Devayani, who had listened to the story of the goddess, understood that it was meant to prompt her to the path of renunciation through a satire on the flimsy nature of sexual relations between man and woman. Now, he realized that the life of loving association with relatives and friends who are all but mere puppets of the divine will. He is like the gathering of shamans in a wayside rest house, extremely temporary and fleeting like a dream, brought about by the Maya of the Lord. So he abandoned attachment for everything in life, made their mind fully absorbed in the Lord and dissolved in the subtle body. And Sukha concluded, salutations to thee, worshipful Vasudeva, endowed with the fullness all divine excellence, the creator of all, the indweller of all, the infinite being, and source of all. Ata Vinchodaya and the night chapter 20, which Yalta and Arta. Trisuka said, now I shall tell you about the line of Puru to which yourself belong, and which is augmented by the birth of several Rajajis and Brahmarshis. In from Puru was born Janamajaya, from him Prachindva, from him Kavira, from him Namasyu, and from him Chandrupada. Of Chandrupada was born Sanju, of him Bahugawa, of him Samyati, of him Ahamyati, and of him Roshadrasva.
Roshadrasva, head by seas of Sarawat, Vintachi, 10 sons, Vijayu, Kupekshu, Stani, Yele Yun, Vijayu, Jameyu, Santai Jayu, Rameyu, Jayu, and Vane. These were to their father as the 10 years out of Ghana. The Jayu had a son, Antibara. He had 3 sons named Sumati, Ruba, and Aparatirata. The son of Aparatirata was Anwa. Anwa's son was Medahatiti. From him were born Prachwana and others who were Brahmins. Sumati then Radia the son, and from Radia was born Jyamata, according to tradition. Chandra accompanied by a few troops went into the forest for a hunt. They entered the precincts of the ashrama of Anwar, where he saw a lady who illumined that place for a burning aura, as if she were Rama herself, and chanting all of the Lord. He fell in love with her instantly. The sight filled him with joy and relieved him of the exhaustion from hunting. Excited with love, he addressed her in sweet words. Who are you, Lotus Beauty? Whose daughter are you? Why are you here in the solitude of this forest? O handsome dog, I can clearly see that you are the daughter of some royal house, and not of any of these Brahma rishis in here. For I find that in my mind it is fascinated by it. And it is a truth that the mind of kings rules night will never go out to anything unrighteous. Even Sasi, I am the daughter of Vishwamitra and Menaka, who abandoned me in the forest. This is known as Sage Anu. Now, what service are we to do for you? O one of possessing appearance? Please take your seat here. We have food made of wild rice. You can take it. You may stay in light. Shanta replied, O handsome one, your words are befitting one born in the line of Toshka. For the daughters of royal houses have the right to choose their husbands themselves kindly, according to the Kantara right. When Shikuntala introduced to us, the king, we knew very well how to begin according to time, place, and circumstance. Married her according to the Kantara right. After we were above all the night, the king returned to his temple. In due course, Shikuntala realized the Maharishi Kandra himself before they told ceremonies for the baby in the forest Pankana. It was found that as he grew up, the child like himself captured lions and played with them. In due course, Shakuntala went to the palace of Rahasa, along with the son of unrivaled prowess, who had an element of divinity in him. When the king refused to accept Shakuntala as the son and her son, all heard but the symbolic voice say from the sky, the mother is a mere vessel of steel. The child belongs to the father. The issue that a man begets is the man himself. Go to Shem. Take charge of your son, and do not disgrace Shakuntala. The son continues the ancestral line and left his father from the sphere of Yama. You have begotten this boy. Shakuntala has spoken the truth. After the death of Dushyanta, this boy, Bharata, became the emperor and attained to great renown. Endowed as he was with the spark of the divine spirit, many are the people who extol him in songs. On his right arm, there was a sign of hibiscus, and on the soles of his feet, the marks of lotus flowers. He was enthroned as emperor with the accompaniment of grand coronation rituals, and he adored the Lord with several yajnas. Along the course of the Ganges, he performed sacrifices with 55 horses for great excellence, and along the course of the Yamuna, 78. He Kartamas, the son of Mata, was a chief priest. The sacrifices by Bharata were performed in every holy place. The enormous number of cows he gifted to 1,000 animals was taken by each in lots of 13,084. In total, he conducted 133 horse sacrifices to the great astonishment of all rulers. He surpassed the glory and excellences of all devas, and he attained to supreme being. On the occasion of various holy rites, he gave as gift 14 lakhs of elephants with very white tusks, dark body and golden decorations. These great devotional texts of Bharata were never matched by anything done by any king in the past, nor will any king in the future be able to do so. It is as futile for anyone to attempt it as trying to catch the heaven with one's hands. In his campaign for the conquest of all four regions, he suppressed many tribes of barbarians antagonistic to Vedic culture. Tribes like the Rajas, Hunas, Yavanas, Andras, Ankas, Asas, and Satrams. He rescued all those celestial women whom powerful Suras had carried with them to Rasatala, which they had wrested from the Devas after defeating them in battle. Heaven and earth yielded all their requirements to his subjects. In this way, he ruled for 27,000 years, extending his unchallenged sway over all the regions. Bharata, the emperor of all the worlds, in the end retired from rulership, realizing the admiralty of everything, wealth, prosperity, unquestioned power, and even life. Bharata had as wives 3 daughters of a king called Arva. When the king complained that none of the children had born him were worthy of living, they managed to kill them all, fearing that the king might discard them for not having worthy issues. When his line was thus threatened with extinction, He performed an action on the old hills, in root so soma. And as a consequence, the roots presented to him a son named Aratawaka. He asked that he sought sexual intercourse with the already pregnant wife of his brother and teacher. Thereupon, the child in the womb tested, and the hostility performed the act and force, pressing the child in the womb. Afraid that her husband might discard her for this transgression, Mamata, the woman concerned, wanted to discard the child of the hostility. But the Devas made her abstain from it, declaring through the hostility, O foolish woman, as he is born of both of us, you take care of him. Mamata replied, O the hostility, you better protect him who is born of both of us. The mother and the father said like this to each other and abandoned the child there. He became famous. He became famous as Saratwaj. Mamata thus abandoned the child as of no use for her, in spite of being asked by the Devas not to do so. So the Maruts brought up the child, and when Bharata's mind was threatened to extinction, they gave him to Bharata as his son. Attack Pravin Shalojaya to give the compassion. Sukha said, watch out, also known as Itacha, said, Mandu is his son. Mandu the Pisces, the other Dharma, Chaya, Mahavira, Nara, and Dharma. Of these, Nara is Sinkriti, his son. O joy of Manu's time. And Kriti had two sons, Guru and Vantideva, whose fame is a theme for a song both in this and in the other worlds. He was satisfied with their charms and watching. Even when he was hungry in the extreme, he gave away to others every food he happened to get. A man of steady mind suffered with his family and generations, as he was without any possessions. He has once to spend 48 days without any food or drink. At the end of it, he chanced to get some payasa, the demon, put to eat and water. The members of his family had been reduced to the utmost stretch, and he himself was trembling with hunger and thirst. When they were about to eat their food, watched by chance, the Brahmana had sprung. Vantideva gave him a good share of their food, with great cordiality and sincere reverence, for he saw Hari residing in the world. Then Brahmana took his meal and went away, and he satisfied. O king, next when he was dividing the remaining food among the 100 members of his family, a laborer arrived with their guests. Seeing Sri Hari in him too, Vantideva gave away to him even that remaining food which he was about to divide. When that guest was gone, a hunter with a pack of dogs arrived and said, O master, give some food to me and my dogs. We are very hungry. So the great Vantideva gave away whatever food remained to the dogs and their master, and prostrated himself before them, seeing the Lord residing in them. All that remained now was only water, enough for one person to drink. When he was about to drink, an outcast came and cried, for this wretch give at least some water to drink. Hearing this heart-rending appeal, Rantideva was moved to great pity and spoke to him the following sweet words of great import. I do not pray to the Lord for the state in which I shall be endowed with the eightfold powers, nor even for the state of revelation in the cycle of birth and death. I desire only to abide within all beings and undergo the sufferings that accrue to them. By my taking over their sufferings, they will be free from misery. By supplying the life-giving water to a man panting for it in great distress, I have been free of all sufferings, hunger, thirst, exhaustion, physical ailment, misery, sorrow, and mental confusion. So saying, Rantideva, a kind-hearted and heroic, gave whatever water there was, though he was himself dying of thirst.
At this point, Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwara, who bestow the fruits of action to their desire from devotees, reveal themselves before him, discarding the false forms of Brahmana, the laborer, the hunter, and the outcast, in which they had clothed themselves by the power of Maya. Rantideva made prostrations before them. Unattached and desireless, he only surrendered himself to the worshipful Lord Vasudeva, but prayed for no boon, in spite of his being trying, in spite of these most trying worldly situations. As the dream phenomenon dissolves on waking, the bondage of the body and mind created by Maya dissipated itself before Rantideva, who had made the Lord the sole support of his being, discarding every form of desire. By their association with him, all persons in Rantideva's establishment also became yogis, highly devoted to Lord Narayana. Garga's son was Sini, Sini's son Gargya. Through Gargya was a Kshatriya. His sons were recognized as Brahmanas. Mani's sons Mahavira had a son Triti Takshasya. Durtakshya. He had three sons named Traya Yaruni, Kavi, Pushkara, Runi. These those Kshatriyas by birth became Brahmanas. Brihadatara, Mahanyu's eldest son, had a son named Hasti, who was the founder of Hastinapura. Hasti had three sons, Ajameda, Trimida, and Purumida. Priyamida and other issues of Ajamida became Brahmana. Ajamida had another son named Brihadishu. His son was Brihadana. His son Brihadkaya, and his Jayadratha. Jayadratha's son was Vishada. His son Senaji, and his son Ruchistama. Three Dahanu, Kasya, and Vatsa. Ruchitsrava had a son Para, he, Ritusena, and another son, Nipa. Nipa had 100 sons. Nipa also begot Brahmadada by the daughter of Sukha. Brahmadatta, who was a yogi begot by his wife Saraswati, the goddess of speech, a son named Vishwaksena. Brahmadatta created the Yoga Tantra on the advice of Chaitishta Jayishavya. From Vishwaksena was born Udakswan, and from him Balada. These constitute the line of Brihadishu. The lines of Rimita and others. Rimita, another son of Asti, had Yavinara, a son. His son was Kritima. He had a son, Satyadri. He Dhamenu, and he Saparswa. Saparswa's son was Sumati. His son, Sanatiman. His son, Kriti. Kriti learned the Yoga Shastra from Hiranyanava and gained efficiency in the 6 collections of Prachina Samas. From Kriti was born Nipa, from him Ugrayuda, from him Chemya, from him Suvira, and from him Ritujanya. From Ritujanya was born Bahuratha. Puramida was without issue, but Ajamida had by his wife Nadini a son named Nila, and from him was born Shanti. Shanti had a son Sushanti, he Puruja, he Arka, and he Ramyasya, Ramyasya. Ramyasya had 5 sons, beginning with Madugan, Paramya, Aramyaswa's 5 sons were Mudgala, Yuvinanda, Brihadishu, Kimpilya, and Sanjaya. From Yasva had his son, you are capable of protecting my 5 provinces like my 5 senses. So they came to be known under the group name Panchalas. From Mudgala, a line of Brahmanas known as Maudgalyas arose. From Yasva's son Mudgala was born a son Devodasa and a daughter Ahalya. From Ahalya was born Satananda. From the son of born Satananda as the son of the same Gautama. He had a son named Satyadriti, an expert in the science of arms. His son was Saratwan. Owing to infatuation caused by the sight of the heavy beauty Urvashi, his virginity fell on a clump of Muryaga. He became a boy and a girl of auspicious deportment. While King Santani was hunting in the forest, he saw this couple and took them under his care. The boy came to be known as Acharya Kripa, and the female child, known as Kundi, grew to be the wife of Dronacharya. Ata Vavikshodya. Trisuka said, O king, Vibodasa had a son named Mitregi. He had 4 sons named Chavana, Sudasa, Sahadeva, and Somaka. Somaka had a son named Chantu. Besides him, Somaka had 100 sons, of whom the youngest was Prishtata. His son was Draupadi, and whose daughter was Draupadi, and son Drishtadyumna, and others. From Drishtadyumna was born Drishtaketu. As They were born in the line of Panchalas, connected with Ahimyasva. They came to be known as Panchalas. Another son, Ajamida, was Riksha. To him was born Samvarana. Samvarana, head by his wife Tapati, the daughter of the sun deity, a son named Kuru, the ruler of Kurukshetra. Kuru's sons were Parikshit, Sudanu, Danu, and Nishataswa. From among them, Sudanu had a son named Suhotra. He Savana, he Priti, he Vasu could travel through the sky, and he Vihadrasta, and others. Vasu had also sons who became rulers of Vasu, Tambas, Matsyas, Pratyagras, and Chedivas. All of them ruled parts of the region named Chedi. From Brihadratha, Kasugra was born, and from him Rishaba. Rishaba's son was Satyahita, his son Pushpavan, his son Jahu, by another wife. Vihadratha had a child who was born with a body split into two. The split halves of the body were thrown out by the mother, but a demoness named Jaral, who was sportingly united the half, exhorting the child to become alive. This child, therefore, came to be known as Jarasandha. From Jarasandha was born Sahadeva. From him, Somapati and Sutraspravas. Parikshit, the son of Kuru, had no issue, but Janhu, another son, had Suratha as his offspring. From him was born Viduratha. From him, Sarvabhani. From him, Jayasena. From him, Radhika. And from him, Ayuta. From Ayuta was born Purna. From him, Tawatiti. From him, Pritya. And from him, Dilipa. And from him, Pratipa. Pratipa had two sons, Devapi, Santanu, and Alika. Devapi left the kingdom for the woods to take to their second way of life. So Santanu was known in his previous life as Mahapriksha, became king. Whatever old objects he touched had become young. He became widely known as Santanu because his touch brought peace on every day. For 12 years, Indra did not send rain to his country, so he consulted learned Brahmana to hold the cause, to know the cause only. They said, by enjoying the land while our elder brother is alive, you have become a Pariveta. So, for the good of prosperity of the country, entrust it to your brother. When the Brahmanas gave this ruling, he requested his brother Devaki to take charge of the kingdom. But his ministers, who did not want this change, had sent some Brahmanas to lead Devaki astray from the Vedas and to make him unfit to become the ruler. Under the instruction, Devaki spoke, criticizing and condemning the Vedas. When he thus seems to be qualified for any more for leadership, Indra released rain at once over the country. Devaki continues to stay in the valley of Pralapa, practicing yoga. After the Muna dynasty perishes in the Kali Yuga, this Republic will resuscitate at the beginning of Satya Yuga. Balika, the youngest brother, had a son named Somadatta. He had a son, Bhuri Sravas, and Sala, Bhishma, and Pandavas. Santanu had by Ganga Devi a son, the great Bhishma, who was established himself, who was a devotee of the highest order, who was learned, and who knew all about the codes of Dharma. Even Virori Parshuram, who was highly pleased with Bhishma for his heroism in battle. Santanu had by the fisherwoman Satyavati another son named Chitrarangada, who died early in life at the hands of a Gandharva. Santanu had also a younger son named Vichitravirya, who married with Santanu. The fisherwoman Satyavati had a son by the sage Parasara, who was a partial incarnation of Sri Hari.
That son was a sage Krishnadvarayana, also known as Bhadrayana, who became the savior of the Veda. It was from him that I was born. Discarding the claims of his disciples like Vayana, he imparted the great esoteric gospel of the Bhagavatam to me, his son, given to Serenity. Vichitravirya was married to two daughters of the Raja and of Kashi, named Ambika and Ambalika, who were brought by force by Bhishma on occasion of the Swayamvara or marriage by the bride's choice. With his heart absorbed in them, he died early victim to consumption. At the order of his mother Satyavati, Bhadrayana placed tissue in the widow of his brother Vichitravirya, who had died childless. These were Dhritarashtra's Pandu and Vidura. Of these, Dhritarashtra had by his wife Gandhari 100 sons aided by Duryodhana. He had also a daughter by name Dutara. As his brother, King Pandu could not have intercourse with his wife Kunti, owing to a sage's curse. The great warriors Yudhishthira, Bhima, and Arjuna were recorded in her by Yama, Vayu, and Indra respectively. Madri, another wife of Pandu, had Nakula and Sahadeva, the sons recorded by Ashwamini Devas. Draupadi had 5 sons of her 5 husbands, the sons of Pandu, but the sons died in their boyhood and left no issue. The issue of Draupadi, born of Yudhishthira, was Pratividya to Bhimasena, Dhritarashtra to Arjuna, Dhrutakirti to Nakula, Satanika and to Sahadeva, Shruttakarma. From other wives, they had other issues. Devata for Yudhishthira in Kauravi, Rauta Kacha and Sarvagata for Bhima in Hidimbi and Kali respectively. And Vijaya, the daughter of the mountain, brought forth Suhadra as the son of Sahadeva. Nakula because Miramitra by Karem now Mati, Arjuna because Iravan by the Naga, Lady Ulila Ulupi, Babura Vahana by the daughter of the king of Manipura. Babura Vahana remained as the son of the king Manipura, following the rules of marriage according to Puritra Dharma, Abhimanyu, the heroic who was victorious over all super warriors, was Arjuna's son by Subodhra. From that, Abhimanyu were born in Uttara. After all the Kurus hated by Duryodhana had died in battle, Ashwatthama, the son of Drona, released the Brahmamisa and grew in the mother's womb was scorched by it. By Krishna's grace, we were revived and rescued from the hands of death. Oh, dear one, with Janama Jaya as the eldest Suntasena, Bhimasena, and Ugrasena, Asak are your sons. Knowing about the death by the bite of the serpent, Takshaka, Janamajaya will perform a sacrifice in which he will put all the serpents as offerings in the sacrificial fire. After conquering the whole world, Janamajaya will adore the Supreme Being by performing as Ashwamedha and other sacrifices, taking as his officiant duties Tura, belonging to the line of Kavasha. His son Satamita will learn the Veda from Yajnavalkya, the science of arms from Kripa, and the knowledge of ritual and of the Supreme Brahma from Sanoka. He will have a son Sahasranika, he Ashwamedha Medaja, he Ashwama Krishna, and he Nami Chakra. When Hastinapura will be swallowed by the river, he will go to the river to reside in Kaushobi. To Nami Chakra would be born Putra, to him Chitraratha, and to him Kaviratha. To Kaviratha will be born Vrishtiman, to him Sushena, to him Sunita, to him Michakshush, and to him Sukhinala. Of Sukhinala will be born Pariplava, of him Sunaya, of him Madhavi, of him Ritanjaya, of him Durva, and of him Timi. To Timi will be born Vihadratha, to him Sudasa, to him Satanika, to him Duradamana, and to him Vahinara. To him will be born Dandapani, to him Nini, and to him Shameka. I have now described to you this line of Brahmanas to Kshatriyas who have been honored by Devas and Rishis. This line will be seized with Shameka in the age of Kali. Next, I shall speak to you of those who will become kings of Magadha. Sahadeva will have a son Marjari, known also as Somapi. His son will be Tuttavarsva, his Ayutthayas, and his Niramitra. His son will be Sanakshatra, his son Bihar Sena, his son Karmaji, his son Sritanjala, his son Vipra, and his son Suchi. Suchi's son will be Shima, his son Subrata, his son Dharma Sutra, his son Sama, his son Vimartasena, his son Sumati, and his son Subala. Subala will have a son Sunita, he Satyaji, he Vishwaji, and he Vipunjava. All these belonging to the line of Brihadratha will rule for 1,000 years. Atatyo Vimso Vyaya, descendants of Yadaji's son. Sri Sukha said, Anu, a son of Yadati, had a son Sukarnara. Chakshu and Paruksha. Subhanara's son was Salanara, and his son Srijaya. From Srijaya was born Janimajaya. From him Mahashila. From him Mahamanas, and from him Usinela. Tikiksha from among these Usinara had four sons named Sibi, Vana, Sami, and Daksha. Sibi had four sons, Rishadadva, Subira, Madra, and Keteya. Tikikshu, another son of Mahamanas, had a son named Yusadrava. From him was born Hema, from him Sudapa, and from him Bali. By Bali's wife, Dirgadamas begot his sons Anga, Vanga, Kalinga, Soma, Upundra, and Anindara. They ruled over 6 provinces on the eastern side of the Bharata known after their name. From among these, Agna had a son named Kanapuna, and from him was born Dividatha. He had a son named Dharmaratha. His son Chitraratha, more widely known as Romapada, was childless. His friend Dasaratha gave his daughter Sanatha to Romapada, his daughter. The sage Rishi Yasringa married her. This happened because they had to bring the Rishi Yasringa to perform rites for meeting proposals that he had through the absence of rain for a long time. By attracting him through the songs and dance of handsome women, brought to the city of women through the attraction they offered by their song, dances, poses, presents, and embraces. Rishi Yasringa arranged for the king Dasaratha's performance of Putrakash Kameshita, by which Dasaratha got issued. Ramopada had Chaturanga, the 2 Laksha. The Laksha's son was Vihajartha. Vihajarkarma had Viharat Radbhavu. To Brihadrata was born Brihan Ramanas, to him Jayadratha. Jayadratha had by Sambhuti a son Vijaya, and Vijaya's son was Priti. His son was Vitavrata, his son Satkarma, and his son Adhiratha. Adhiratha was without issue. One day, when he was sporting on the Ganges shore, he got a box with a child within. It was an infant born to Kunti when she was unmarried and therefore deserted by her. Adhiratha took up the baby and brought it up as his own child. He became King Karna. His son was Vrishasena Durga. The third son of Yayati had a son Bhagyu and he Setu. From Setu was born Arabda, from him Kandara, from him Dharma, from him Riti, from him Yogmanas, and from him Prachitas. Prachitas had 100 sons. Kavinda first became the rulers of barbarians. Turavasu, the second son of Yayati, had a son Banu, he Bharga, and he Panumani. His son was Tribali, his son the generous Karandama, and his son Maruta, who had no children. He adopted Dushyanta as his son. Through those adopted by Maruta, Dushyanta, being desirous of kinship, went back to his own ancestral family. I shall now describe to you the very holy line of Yadu, the eldest son of Yayati. Listening to the narration of this line, man is liberated from sin. For it was in that line of Yahweh that the Supreme Lord was incarnated by nature Israel. Yadu had four famous sons by name Sahasraji, Krochata, Nala, and Vipu. Of these, the eldest Sahasraji had a son, Sataji. His sons were Mahahaya, Vinohaya, and Haihaya. Haihaya had a son, Dharma. Kunti's father, Netra. Kunti's son was Sohan. His son was Mahishman, and his son Bhadrasena. Bhadrasena had his sons Durmada and Tanaka, whose son was Kritavina. Tanaka's other sons were Kritavin, Kritavarma, and Kritaujas.
Of those Vidya, there was a son named Arjuna, who became king over the whole earth by the seven oceans. He was a disciple of Dattatreya, an incarnation of the Lord, who possessed great yogic powers. No king has come or will ever come anywhere near Kartavirya Arjuna in respect of yajna, charity, tapas, yoga, sacrificial study, prowess, or victory. He lived a full life of worldly power and enjoyment for 85,000 years. His might was irresistible by any other, and his wealth inexhaustible. He always kept up the remembrance of the Lord. In his conflict with Parashurama, all his numerous sons perished, except five, these being Jayadvaja, Surasena, Vishaba, Madhu, and Purjita. Jayadvaja had Talanjanga was a son. He in turn had 100 sons, who were all destroyed by Sagada, helped by the power as he received from Urva. Among those sons, Talanjanga, the eldest son of Britihotra, his son was Madhu, who in turn had 100 sons, of whom Vrishni was the eldest. Because of Vrishni, Madhu, and Yadu, this line became famous. For the kings born in the line came to be called after them as Madhavas, Vrishnis, and Yadavas. Pushita, the second son of Yadu, had as son Vrijnavan. His son was Spadu, his son Rusheku, his son Chitraratha, and his Sasabindu, who was great in his powers of yoga and of enjoyment. He was an emperor of invincible might, possessing the 14 legions, consisting of elephant regiments, cavalry, etc. He had 10,000 wives, and by each of them a lakh of sons. Of these sons, 6 were important, one of these being Prithvivaras, whose son was Dharma. He got a son named Usanas, who performed 100 sacrifices. His son was Ruchaka. Ruchaka had 5 sons, whose names were as follows. They were Purujit, Rukma, Rukmeshu, Prithu, and Jayamaga. Jayamaga had no issue by his wife Saibya, but for fear of Saibya, he did not take another wife. Once on return from the campaign, he brought with him a daughter of a conquered king to be kept as a concubine. Saibya saw her sitting in the chariot and became very much annoyed with her husband and said to him, "O unfaithful one, who is that woman you are keeping at my place by your side?" He replied, "This is your daughter-in-law." Thereupon she said, smiling to her husband, "I am sterile and I have no co-wife. How How can I then have a daughter-in-law? He replied, O king, O queen, when you come to have a son, this girl will be available for him as wife. His words were heard, was acclaimed by Vishwe Devas and Pitris, whom he had been worshipping. By their grace, Saibya became pregnant and had a beautiful child. That child became famous as Vidarbha. He married the girl who had been brought by his father to be the daughter-in-law. Attha Chaturvinsho Dhyaya. Sri Shukra said, Vidarbha begot 3 sons, Kusa, Prata, and Romapada, the delight of the Vidarbha family. Romapada's son was Bhabru, his son Priti, his son Usika, and his son Cheli. His sons were Dharma Ghosha and others, known as the Chaidyas. Pratha had a son Kunti, he Drishti, he Nibriti, he Dasharatha, and he Vyoma. His sons was Jimota, his Vikriti, his Himaratha, his Navaratha, and his Dasharatha. His son was Sakuni, his son Karambi, his son Devarata, his son Devakshatra, his son Madhu, his son Puruvasa, and his son Anu. Anu's son was Purokitra, and his son Ayus, and his son Satvata. Satvata had 7 sons named Haja Mana, Haji, Divya, Vishnu, Devavrita, Andaka, and Mahabhoja. Hajamana had 1 wife, Nimlochi, Kinkina, and Rishi. By another wife, he had 3 sons, Satajit, Sahasrajit, Ayutajit. Great men recite the 2 following verses in praise of Devavrita and his sons Habru. On knowing them at close quarters, we find them as wonderful as the reports we had of them from a distance. Habru is the noblest among men, while Devavrita is equal to a divinity. 14,065 persons were liberated on account of these 2. Babru and Devavrita, Mahabhoja, the son of Satvata, was also a strict follower of Dharma. The famous Bhoja sprang from this line. Rishni had 2 sons named Sumitra and Yudajit. Of these, Yudajit had Simi and Anamitra as sons. Of Anamitra, Nimna was born. Nimna had 2 sons, Satrajit and Prasena. Anamitra had also another son named Simi, and he had a son, Satyaka by name. Satyaka's son was Yuyudhan. He had Jaya as son, he Kunti, and he Yagnadhara. Anamitra had another, Vrishni, as son. He, Vrishni, had sons Spapalka and Chitraratha. Spapalka had by his wife Dandini 12 famous sons, besides Akrura. These sons, Spapalka, were Asanga, Sarameya, Mridura, Mriduvit, Giri, Dharmagrida, Sukarma, Kshetropeksha, Arimardhana, Satrugna, Gandhamada, and Pratibhu. They had also a sister, Suchira. Akrura had 2 sons, Devavan and Upadeva. Many sons, beginning with Pitu, had Viduratha, were born to Chitraratha. All these belong to the clan of Vrishnis. Andaka had as sons Kupura, Hajamana, Suchi, and Kambala Parisha. Among them, Kupura had Vani as son, and he Viloma. Of Viloma was born Kapur Roma, and of him Anu, having Tumbura as friend. Anu's son was Andaka, his Dundubi, his Arikyota, and his Punarvasu. He had Ahoka as son, and Ahopi as daughter. Ahoka's sons were Devaka and Ugrasena. Devaka had 4 sons named Devavan, Upadeva, Sudeva, Devavardhana. Besides, as their sisters, 7 daughters named Drita Deva, Shanti Deva, Upadeva, Devarakshita, Sahadeva, and Devaki. Vasudeva married them all. Ugrasena had 9 sons, Kamsa, Sunama, Nyagodra, Kanka, Sanku, Suhu, Rashtrapala, Shrishti, and Tushtiman. Vasudeva's younger brothers married the daughters of Ugrasena named Kamsha, Kamsavati, Kamka, Tirabhu, and Rashtrapalika. From Sura, the son Viduratha was born. Pajamana, from him Simi, from him Swayambhoja, and from him Ridika. He had as sons Devabahu, Satadhanus, and Kritavarma. Sura, the son Devamida and his wife Marisha. He, Sura, begot by his wife Marisha 10 sons, they being Vasudeva, Devabhaga, Devasravas, Anaka, Sri Jaya, Shayamaka, Kanka, Samahi, Vatsaka, and Brita. Vasudeva, at whose birth the Devas sounded their percussion instruments called Anaka and Dundavi came to be known as Anka Dunduvi. He was to be the vehicle for the manifestation of Hari on earth as Sri Krishna. Rita, Shrutadeva, Shrutakriti, Shrutabhavasa, and Raja Devi were the 5 sisters of Shurasa's sons. Sura, the father of Pritha, allowed his friend Kunti Bhoja to adopt Pritha as his daughter. Henceforth, she came to be called Kunti. Pritha pleased the sage Dhruvasas very much by his service, and he imparted to her the esoteric technique known as Devahuti, by which one could call the Devas to one side, and she, in order to test the efficacy of the Vidya, used it to invoke Rambi, the sun deity. She was astonished to find the sun deity immediately by her side, and she said to him, Lord, I use the Vidya only for testing. You may therefore go, pardoning me. Thereupon the sun deity said, O Devi, my visit cannot be fruitless. I shall impregnate you. I shall do it without breaking your maidenhood. So saying, the deity impregnated her and went away to his celestial abode in the sky. Immediately after, a divine child looking like another sun was born. Afraid of public criticism, she drifted the child down the stream. Afterwards, she was married to Pandu, your truth-abiding paternal grandfather. Brita Sharma, the king of Purusha, married Shrutadeva. Vijaya, who had been cursed by Sanaka and other Kumaras, and who had, as a consequence, been born as the Asura Hiranyaksha in an earlier birth, now got embodiment as Danta Bakra in Srutadeva. Drishtaketu, the king of the Kaikeya's marriage, Shrutakiti. The king had 5 sons by her famous Kaikeyas. Jayasana begot the Raja D. Devi, Vinda and Anuvinda, who became kings of Avanti. Dama Koshala, the king of Chedi, married Shruta Shrava, to whom was born Shishupala. The circumstances of whose birth have already been described. Devabhaga begot by his wife Kamsha 2 sons, Chitraketu and Brihad Bala.
Devasrava had by his wife Kamaswati 2 sons, Suvira and Ishmituman. In the same way, Anaka had by his wife Kanka 2 sons, Satyajit and Purujit. Srinjaya because Radha, Rashatra, Hani, Rita, Yurmatana, and other sons, while Syamaka because Harikesha and Haranyake Yaksha by Surab Bhumi. Vatsaka because Vika and others by the Apsara's name, Mishra Kesi and Vika had by his wife Durvakshi, several sons beginning with Taksha, Pushkara, and Shala. Sudamini, Potu, Samika, Sunitra, Arjuna, Pala, and others. Kanka because Rita, Dama, and Jaya by Karmika. Vasudeva, the sons of Kruna, had as wives Devaki, Chaudari, Rohini, Bhadra, Madhira, Rochana, and Eve. He begot by Rohini the following sons: Bala, Dada, Sarana, Durmada, Vipula, Nuva, and Pita. By Paulavi he begot 12 sons, some of them being Ruth, Subhadra, Bhadravahan, Durmada, and Bhadra. Nanda, Upananda, Kritaka, Sura, and others with his sons by Madhira. Kaushalya had only one son, Kesi, who was the delight of his family. Vasudeva had sons like Hasta and Vimanada by Rochana, and noted Yadawa chiefs like Urvalka by Ila. Viprishta was the only son Vasudeva had by Ritadeva. Rama and Pratisutra were the sons of Santideva. 10 sons, including Kal, Pavasha, were born of Upadeva, and 6 sons, beginning with Vasuhamsa and Suvamsa, were born of Srideva. Devarakshita brought forth for Vasudeva 9 sons, beginning with Kada, and Suhadeva brought forth begotten by him 8 sons, beginning with Uru Vishnuta and Sarma, begot the 8th Vasu, and by Devaki Vasudeva had 8 sons. The 7 sons of noble Vasudeva by Devaki were Kirtiman, Shushena, Bhadrasena, Biju, Samadana, Bhadra, and Sanakashana. As the 8th son of Vasudeva and Devaki, the Supreme Hari himself appeared as the perfect incarnation, Sri Krishna. Your grandmother Subhadra, also born of them. Whenever there is a decline of Dharma, as ascendancy of Adharma, the Supreme Lord himself bodies forth, except his own Yoga Maya. No other reason can be found for his incarnating, for he is the controller of Maya, the unattached, the all-pervading, and the ultimate witness. O King, he whose activity is only for the blessing of the jivas, who can henceforth be accounted for by karma and other factors. These sportive activities had a twofold aspect: to maintain the order of creation, sustentation, and dissolution. On the other hand, and on the other, to redeem jivas from this cycle of worldly existence caused by himself and establish them in the bliss of the Atmaud. In his incarnation, along with Balarama, he worshipped Lord Mahasudaya, accomplished a task impossible even for great divinities to do the task of relieving the earth of the onslaught and burden of numerous Sura in the guise of kings with limitless armies. As an antidote to the spiritual blindness and the consequent sorrow and sufferings of the people living in the evil age of Kali, he spread everywhere his sanctified fame, which is a great blessing to the devotee. Man overcomes the bondage of tendencies generated by karma. Could he but once imbibes with his ear even a handful of waters of the river of his holy fame, which is a veritable ambrosia to the ears of men with good instinct. The Lord delighted the whole world, including the Bhojas, Vishnus, Andakas, Madhus, Surasena, Dasaras, Kauravas, Pinjayas, and Pandavas with that form of his, of which every limb was a piece of thrilling beauty, with his charming smile and looks and gracious speech, with his sportive action, which were cast in a heroic mode. Great was the annoyance among men and women against the idols which by their drinking were causing obstructions to the continuous drinking of the ambrosia, for his face, beautified by his shining cheeks, by his ears resplendent with fish-marked earrings, by his charming and playful smile, and by his blissful face, which thrilled one the more one looked at him, revealing his real form of birth, and next assuming the form of a human infant. He departed to Raja of his father's place, fulfilled all the longings of the inhabitants of Raja, destroyed numerous enemies, married many wives, had several sons in them, and performed many yajnas, in which he had to worship only himself in order to exemplify before others the Vedic way of life promulgated by himself, relieving the earth burden of the large body of travelers by creating internecine conflict among themselves and by causing the destruction of the house by his very looks, confirming victory to Yudhishthira and revealing the supreme truth to Uddhava. He accomplished the object of his incarnation and then resumed his transcendent state. End of the ninth skanda.
Iti Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Vyasika Ashtadasha Sahasrayam Paramahamsyam Samhitayam Navamaskande Shri Surya Soma Vansha Anukirtanam Yadu Vansha Anukirtanam Nama Chaturvinsha Adhyaya. With the conclusion of this chapter, we also come to the end of the ninth skanda. Iti Navama skanda samapta. Hari Om Tat Sat. And now we commence the next skanda, skanda 10, the glories of Krishna. Shrimad Bhagavatam, Dashama Skanda, Atha Prathamo Dhyaya.
The Raja said, "You have described to me the saga of the solar and lunar dynasties and the unique histories of their kings. You have also described the line of the noble and righteous King Gandhi. In that dynasty, Mahavishnu was incarnated by the part of his family. Please describe to us the great exploits of that incarnation. Please tell us in all detail whatever was done by the Lord, the Creator and the indweller of all that exists during his descent in the line of Yahweh. Who except a gross listener would say enough of it and refrain from hearing the descriptions of the glorious Lord's excellences, which form the topic of praise and song for all renouncing ascetics. The one can fear for the ailment of samsara, the most delectable experience of the years of life. It was the birth of a healing that enabled my ancestors, sons of Kali, to cross with utmost ease, as if it were only a child with father. The mighty ocean of the Kauravas army rendered dangerous to cross by warrior brains like Bhishma, who were victors over even the Deva. Narrate, please narrate the excellences of that Lord, who entering armed with his sisters into the womb of my mother, a refugee at his feet, saved me, the sole seed of the tree of the Pandava line, whose body had been scorched by the Brahma Mixer, released by Drona's son. O learned one, describe to us the unique prowess of that man God, who is present within all beings, as the indwelling spirit, and without his time, covering immortality of those who turn to you for him, and giving death to those whose looks are turned outward, away from him. You spoke of Balarama, who was the incarnation of Sankarsana, the son of Rohini. How then could he be born in the womb of Devaki without taking another body? For what reason did the Lord leave his father's residence and go to the Raja, the cowherd settlement? When exactly did he live with his relatives? What all did Keshava do during his stay in Raja and in the city of Mathura? Why did he kill Kamsa, his mother's brother, and thus do a prohibited act? For how many years did he live in the city of the Yadus in his human body? How many wives did he have? Oh, all-knowing one, you should describe to me all those aspects of Krishna's life and actions on which I have questioned you, and also on what I have not asked. Though I have not been taking even a drop of water, I am not in the least afflicted by what should have been insufferable hunger and thirst, for I have been imbibing the nectarine drink of Sri Hari's excellences, following insensibly from your lips. Sutta said, O sage Sanoka, hearing these excellent questions, Sri Shuka, the greatest of devotees, congratulated Raja Parikshit and began to narrate the story of Krishna's life, and during which has got the power of eradicating the sin's influence of karma. Sri Sukha said, O greatest among Rajashris, your intelligence has turned in the right direction, for you have developed a steady and unflagging delight in narratives concerning the Lord's doings. Just as the Ganga that flows from his feet purifies everything, so also questions about the Lord purify all The king, he who puts the questions, he who answers them, and those who happen to listen to the answer. Once the earth deity felt terribly oppressed by the huge armies of Asura, disguised as violent and haughty kings, impossible to bear their burden and afflictions. He sought shelter and relief of Brahma, the king, assuming the form of a cow, sorrow-stricken, tearful, and crying piteously. He stood before Brahma and submitted to him a tale of woes. Having heard the plain, Brahma, along with Earth deity and the Deva, and accompanied by Parameshvara, also repaired to the shores of the Milk Ocean, the abode of Mahavishnu. They defeating Purusha.
They defeating Purusha shook down with great concentration. He invoked the Supreme Being, the Lord of all the worlds, the God of all divinities, and the bestower of blessings on devotees. In his meditation, Brahma heard a message within his heart, and he communicated it to the Devas as follows. O Celestial, hear from me the command of the Supreme Being and act accordingly without any delay. The Lord is already acquainted with the misery of the earth deity. He, the Lord of Lords, is going to manifest on earth to lighten the burden of the earth by the exercise of the power known as all-consuming time. You are to be born on earth among the Yadus with parts of your being and be his helpers as long as he remains on earth. The Supreme Being, the Bhagavan, will be born on earth in the house of Vasudeva. Let the women of the celestials too be born there for his service. For pleasing Sri Hari, the thousand-hooded and self-luminous Adishesha, who is part of the Lord himself, will be born earlier as his elder brother. The Lord's power called Maya, who infatuates the whole world, will, at the Lord's command, be born on earth for the achievement of certain purposes. Rishuka said, giving these directions to the Devas and consoling the earth deity with kind words, Brahma repaired to his abode of Satyaloka. Once there was a king named Surasena of Yadu lineage in the city of Mathura, ruling over the people of that city and the land of Surasena. From that time onwards, this city of Mathura became the capital of all kings of the Yadava clan. The Lord Hari is also present there. There, Vasudeva, scion of the line of Sura, married Devaki, and at the end of the wedding ceremony, started in a chariot to his own city along with his bride. Kamsa, the son of Ugrasena, desirous of pleasing his cousin sister, Devaki, now took the reins of the chariot himself and led that procession of many chariots having golden decorations. Before Devaki had started with her husband, her loving father Devaka had given her as dowry 200 young and well-bedecked maids in attendance, 400 elephants with golden chains, 15,000 horses, and 1,800 chariots. When the newly wedded couple started, the auspicious sounds of conch, kettle drums, mridangas, and dandubis mingled to announce the occasion. Just then did Kamsa, holding the horse's reins, hear an ethereal voice declaring, "O fool, the eighth issue of the woman you are now conveying in the chariot will kill you." At once, with sword in hand, the evil-minded Kamsa, the bane of the tribe of Bhojas, dragged his sister by the hair, ready to strike her. At this, the high-souled Vasudeva said the following words in order to to pacify the cruel-hearted and shameless Kamsa, even to insects. Vasudeva said, how can you think of killing your own sister, and that at the time of a marriage festival? You whose virtues the valiant praise, you who have enhanced the fame of the Bhojas. Oh hero, death is certain for everyone born. It is born with the body itself. It may come today or 100 years later. It is certain when death is imminent, the soul who is helpless under the domination of his previous karmas leaves the old body on the attainment of a new one. Just as the walker takes off his back leg only when he has firmly fixed his forward leg on the ground, and just as the creeping worm called Trinachaluka takes off his posterior part only when the interior portion has been fixed, so does the jiva, subject to karma, behave, ruminating over what one had been experiencing earlier through sight and hearing. The dreamer gets a dream body based on these thoughts, and thereupon forgets his waking body due to the identification with the dream body. Similarly, too, in the case with a man engrossed in deep reverie, the phenomenon of death is analogous to those. The soul, fed by feelings and prompted by the tendencies generated by its past karma, runs after and gets identification with a new body formed of the 5 elements by the power of Maya. It is then said to be born with those qualities. The images of the sun and moon reflected in vessels full of water are seen to move according to the movements of the water caused by the wind. In the same way, out of identification with the acquired body, a product of the Lord's power, the jiva falls into infatuation, which makes the man think of the experiences of the body as his own. Therefore, a man who thinks about his own welfare should never do harm to others. Those who do so will suffer from retaliation by others here and from Yama in the hereafter. Here is this girl, your own sister, sorrow-stricken and helpless like a doll. It is unbecoming of you, a compassionate person, to think of killing this innocent creature. Vishuddha said, in spite of these words of conciliation and warning, Kamsa, cruel by nature and subservient to asuric qualities, did not desist from his evil resolution. Finding him adamant by his resolve, Vasudeva, after deep reflection over the situation, adopted another means of averting the imminent murder. He reflected, death can sometimes be averted by a discriminating man, by the exercise of his intelligence and prowess. If such efforts fail in the end, no blame rests in the person concerned. By promising to give the future children to be born of her to death, well, that to death, I shall try to save her life now. Well, that is if any children are to be born to me, and if death is going to be alive till then. Why should not the contrary happen? Why not a child be born to her, and that child kill the Kamsa? For God's decrees cannot be overcome by anyone. Anyway, let us escape from death, and death that faces us now. If death that has now been averted comes afterwards, it will be none of my fault. In a forest fire, why some trees are burnt while others near them are left intact? In a mystery for which there is no explanation, In the same way, it is very difficult to find out a cause to explain the birth and death of living beings. Reflecting like this, to the extent that his intellectual powers would allow, Vasudeva saluted that wicked Kamsa with much show of respect. Weeping within, but putting on a joyous and smiling face, he said as follows to that most heinous and shameless man. Vasudeva said, O dear one, there shall be no cause of fear from her for you, as the ethereal voice has suggested. I shall hand over to you all her children, from one of one of whom it is that you are threatened with death. Sri Shuka said, Kamsa appreciated these words of Vasudeva, his sister, from the slaughter of his sister Devaki. And Vasudeva, quite happy with the success of his plan, praised Kamsa and returned to his house. In time, Devaki, who had in her concentration of divine forces delivered 8 sons and daughters in as many years. Sorrow-stricken yet fearful of untruth, Vasudeva presented his firstborn, Kirtiman, to Kamsa. What is there impossible for a wise man to bear? What is there for which a really learned one will fail? What heinous act is there that the wicked cannot do? And what object is there that a person established in the Atman cannot give up? Impressed by Vasudeva's truthfulness and by his equanimity of mind in favorable and adverse situations alike, Kamsa was very much pleased with him and said, Let this child be taken back. He poses no danger to me. It is only from your 8th child that I am destined to die. Accepting this concession, Vasudeva returned home with the child, though in no way reassured by the words of an evil man like Kamsa, a slave to the senses. In the meanwhile, however, sage Narada went to Kamsa's palace and gave him the following warning. The cowherds inhabiting the cowherd settlement under Nanda and their womenfolk, the men and women of the Yadava clan like Vasudeva and Devaki, these and most of the members of those clans who pass for relatives and dependents of Kamsa are devas in disguise, and they all form a part of the conspiracy that has been hatched by the devas for the destruction of the asuras, who have become a burden to the earth. After the Rishi's departure, Kamsa began to view the Yadus as devas, that is, his enemies. He had Devaki and Vasudeva chained and imprisoned in a cell, and began to kill all they issued at birth itself, suspecting them to be impersonations of Vishnu. It is quite common in this world for bloodthirsty and greedy kings to kill whomever they suspect, including parents, brothers, friends, and well-wishers. Knowing himself to be the great Asura, Kalanemi, reborn after being killed by Mahavishnu, Kamsa began to suppress and persecute the Yadavas. A man of great might that he was, he deposed his own father, Ugrasena, the overlord of all the Yadavas, and himself assumed the rulership of the territories of the Sena and other clans. Atha Dvitiyodhyaya. Sri Shuka said, the powerful Kamsa now started on a regular campaign by suppression of the Yadu with the backing of his father-in-law, Jarasandha, king of Magadha. In this, his advisors and accomplices were following Pralamba, Baka, Chanara, Chanura, Srinavarta, Agasura, Mushtika, Arishta, Vivida, Utana, Keshi, Denaku, and Asura kings like Bhanu and Narakasura. Being persecuted, the Yadavas escaped to neighboring states like Kuru, Panchala, Keshava, Salva, Vidarbha, Nishada, Videha, Kosala, etc. Some of Kamsa's relatives among them, however, continued to stay in the country serving Kamsa because of the compulsion of circumstances. After Kamsa, the son of Ugrasena, had killed the first 6 of Devaki's infants, she bore that manifestation of Vishnu called Ananta in her 7th pregnancy, which was the cause of delight and fear to her at the same time. Realizing the precarious predicament of his devotees, the Yadavas, the Lord Mahavishnu, the soul of the universe, commanded his Yoga Maya as follows. O Devi, go to Braja, the cowherd settlement, which is resplendent with cows and cowherd damsels. They, the wife of Vasudeva, taken refuge. Not only she, but many others are thus hiding themselves in unknown places out of fear of Kamsa.
My spiritual power, known as Sesha, has entered the womb of Devaki to take embodiment. Transplant him from Devaki's to Rohini's womb. O auspicious one, afterwards I shall, by an aspect of mine, be born as Devaki's son, and you will be born as the daughter of Yashoda, the wife of Nanda, chief of the cowherd settlement. You will be the mistress of all boon-seeking devotees, and the bestower of all boons to them. As such, you will be the recipient of the worship of those devotees with incense, flowers, and food offering. Men will found places of worship for you in different parts of the earth, and invoke you by different names such as Nunda, Bhadrakali, Vijaya, Vaishnavi, Kumuda, Chandika, Krishna, Madhavi, Kanyaka, Maya, Narayan, Ishani, Sarada, Ambika, and so on. He, that is the fetus whom Yoga Maya is to remove, will be known as Sankarshana, because he would be drawn away, Karshana, from the womb, as Rama, because he would delight the whole world, and as Bala, because of his immense might. Being thus ordered by the Lord, the Devi accepted the mission gladly. She reverently circumambulated the Lord, transferred herself to the earth, and accomplished what she was expected to do. On Devi Yoga Maya's transplanting the fetus from Devaki's womb into Rohini, people began to say with sorrow that Devaki's pregnancy had been aborted. Devaki's escape from death a second time. Meanwhile, the Supreme Lord, the soul of the world, and the protector of the devotees, entered into the mind of Vasudeva by an aspect of his Amsabhavena, bearing within himself the power of the Lord. Vasudeva began to shine like the sun, and it became impossible for people either to approach him or to neglect him. Transmitted by Vasudeva, the son of Surasena, Devaki Devi received into herself, through the stimulation of the mind, the world-redeeming aspect of the Supreme Divine, who is the all-comprehensive being, present in all, including herself, even as the eastern horizon receives the moon. But though Devaki Devi thus became the residence of him in whom the whole world resides, she did not reveal her spiritual luster fully to the outside world, as she was a captive in Kamsa's prison. Her case was like that of a light kept in a pot, or like the knowledge of a scholar who would not partake it with others. When Kamsa saw her resplendent and smiling, illumining the whole house by her luster, derived from the Lord in her womb, he said to himself, "Surely, Hari, who is the cause of my death, must be within her. For never before have I seen her with such divine luster. What shall I do in this predicament now? For Hari, who is coming to help the Devas, will surely accomplish his purpose. But by outright killing her, who is a pregnant woman, and one whose sister, one will be injuring oneself in respect of one's reputation, wealth, and space of life. A man who sustains his life by practicing extreme cruelty is notorious as dead, even while living. People would begin to curse him in his lifetime itself. In death, he will go to the hell and then awaits unfolding. Thus, the powerful Kamsa, of his own accord, desisted from that atrocious crime. Constantly remembering the Lord through enmity, he awaited the time of his birth as Devaki's son. Thus, thinking always of Mahavishnu while sitting, lying, standing, eating, or moving about, he began to see the whole world filled with him. Him of Brahma. Now Brahma and Parameshwara came along with sages like Narada and attendants consisting of Gandharvas and Devas and addressed a hymn of praise to Mahavishnu as follows. Truth world, truth form, and truth in the three phases of time. Thou art the womb of truth, and thou art embedded in truth. The world that is perceived as real is established in thy truth. Truth and goodness form thy two eyes. We take refuge in thee, the heart of truth. This life is like a mighty and ancient tree. It is rooted in the unique Prakriti, nature. Pleasure and pain are its two fruits. The three gunas are its three prime roots. Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha are its four steps. The five vital airs are its five extensions. The six biofunctions of hunger, thirst, sorrow, infatuation, old age, and death are the essence of its constitution. The seven dhatus, basically body substances, are its skin. The five bhutas, mind, intellect, and eye sense, form its eightfold branch system. The 9 bodily orifices are its 9 crevices. The 10 organs of knowledge and action are its leaves. The Jiva and Ishvara are the two birds residing in it. Thou, the unitary being, art the source, the resting place, and savior of this truth-based world. Those who have their minds clouded by thy Maya see it as many without seeing their source, but not so the knowing one. Thou, who art of the nature of pure consciousness, assumest various forms of pure sattvika nature again and again for the good of this world, with its countless moving and unmoving inhabitants. To the good, these manifestations of thine give delight, while to the evil ones they spell disaster. O lotus-eyed one, those who have made their mind one-pointed in thee, the residents of the whole universe, cross the ocean of samsara with the utmost ease, as if it were a mere puddle made by the hoop of a cup, making thy feet the boat following the example of great men. Those thou be found in one. Those great men of exceeding love for all, having themselves crossed the vast and impossible ocean of samsara, leave behind them that boat of thy feet, the devotional tradition they create by their life and teaching for the salvation of posterity. Thy blessings fall on all who are pious. O lotus-eyed one, there are other philosophers who consider themselves already free, but are devoid of even an atom of devotion to thee, and consequently have an impure, uncontrolled mind. Such person, helped by other favorable circumstances, may ascend to some extent on the spiritual path, but will soon fall down on account of not holding onto thy feet as the most important aid in man's spiritual life. O Madhava, a fall of that type from the path of spiritual progress never happens to those who have tied themselves to thee with the bond of love. Protected by thee, even what will otherwise be obstacles to bend their heads down before them, to walk over towards their spiritual goal. In thy role as protector of the world, thou assumest the form of pure Sada Sattva, both as the deity and as the incarnate, which makes it possible for the spiritual seeker to worship the Supreme Being and thus advance towards the spiritual goal. And people adore thee in different stations of life in different ways. The brahmachari by the study of the Veda, the householder who works in sacred rites, the vanaprastha through meditation, and the sannyasi by samadhi. It is thy formful aspect that makes all these forms of adoration possible. O protector, had it not been for thy formful manifestation, it would have been impossible for man to attain thy direct realization, overcoming the sense of duality. For reasoning, based on science found in life and nature, can at the most give only an indirect inferential understanding of thee. But purification of the mind through practice of devotion will take one to thy direct and immediate experience. Even thy incarnations, with their numerous achievements and attributes, which are supposed to come within the pale of inferential knowledge, cannot be comprehended by thought and words, as thou art the witness of those whose faculties they try to comprehend thee. But, O Lord, when worshipped with devotion, they yield their significance. Those who thus worship thee with fervent devotion, hearing about thee and thy attributes, chanting thy name, meditating on thy auspicious forms, and conveying thy devotional message to others, they verily overcome this transmigratory existence. This earth, an insignificant creation of thine, will be rid of her woes and burdens by thy birth therein. Fortunate that we are, we can visualize this earth and heaven, being the objects of thy grace and forbearing the luminous marks of thy goodness. There is no special cause like karma for thy taking a body in this transmigratory world. Reflection shows us that it is only a sportive sense, and that too out of thy own will, that thou takest embodiment. In the case of Jivatmas, it is thy power of avidya that causes birth and involvement in transmigration for them. It is inconceivable that this is applicable to thee, who art the master of all powers. Only sportive intention can explain thy embodiment as the incarnate. Just as thou didst protect us and the world at large in the past, taking embodiments as fish, tortoise, the horse-headed one, Hayagriva, bull, male lion, Hamsa, Sri Rama, Parsurama, and Vamana. Even so do thou protect us in the world now and lighten the burden of the earth. And, O Mother, you are indeed fortunate that the Supreme Being has entered your womb by an aspect of himself for the protection of us all. Have no fear of Kamsa. The end is near at hand. Your son will be the protector of the clan of Yavnis. Sri Shuka said. Thus did they praise the pure spirit, whose nature is different from all that we experience with our senses and the mind. Then they departed to their heavenly abodes, headed by Brahma and Shiva. Chapter 10, chapter 3, verse 15. Sri Krishna walked. Sri Shuka said, now came the most auspicious and favorable time when the star Rohini was in the ascendant, and all the other stars and planets were in a very beneficent disposition. Peaceful silence reigned on all the quarters. The stars shone clearly in the sky. All the village cowherd settlements and mining quarries saw the dawn of a prosperous era. The rivers flowed with pellucid water. The dens were full of lotus blossom. The woodlands were resonant with the chirping and fluttering birds, and the buzzing of bees from the trees and creepers heavily laden with flowers. Soft blew the breeze, dust-free and fragrant, and gently glowed the fires in the sacrificial hearth of the holy. Except in the minds of evil ones like Kamsa, The minds of all good men felt peace with him. In the heavens, the kettle drums, ruby of the celestials sounded, announcing the imminent birth of the Lord, who has no birth. The Kinaras and Gandharvas sing, Siddhas and Charanas hymn, the Vidyadharas and Apsaras joyously dance. The Munis with Devas showered flowers with delight, and the clouds roared gently in tune with the ocean. At such a time, in the pitch of darkness of midnight, Mahavishnu, the resident in the hearts of all, was born of the divinely beautiful Devaki, like the full moon rising on the eastern horizon. Lotus-eyed, four-armed, sporting the conch, mace, and other weapons, with a luminous Srivatsama on the chest and the shining Kaustubha on the neck, wearing a yellow cloth, possessed of the majesty and grace of a heavy rain cloud, with locks gleaming with the luster of the diadem, and earrings studded with precious stones, bedecked with splendorous ornaments like bracelets, armlets, and waist girdle. Such was the luminous form of the unique child that greeted Vasudeva's vision.
Looking with eyes wide open with wonder at the form of Nari, born as his child, Vasudeva in the excitement of the festival of Krishna's birth, mentally gifted 10,000 cows to Brahmana, realizing the child to be none other than the Supreme Being and recognizing his soul. Vasudeva, with his intellect purified and mind free from fear, saluted and prostrated himself before him, who was illumining the whole of that lining room with his divine luster, and began to praise him as follows. Vasudeva said, I have known who thou art. Thou art the Supreme Being himself, beyond subtlety, of the nature of pure consciousness, the witness of all meditations. In the beginning thou didst, through thy Yoga Maya, created this whole universe, constituted of the three gunas of Prakriti. After that, thou didst enter into it, and yet entered into it not, inasmuch as the process of entering produced no diminishing in thy being. The categories like Mahatattva and its effects, each with its own particular efficiency, remain alone in separation without combining. So, by thy grace, they were made to combine into 16 evolutes and help to produce the cosmic shell containing the universe in a seminal condition. It would seem from this that the categories produce the universe by mutual combination and then entered into it. It is not so, however, as these categories, the substantial cause of the universe, never entered into their effects, but were already in them and the cause. Even so, thou art in the very nature of things, already in the effect conditions that are grasped by the senses and followed by the intellect, being the cause of all causes. But the senses and the intellect do not grasp them. For just as each sense can function in its field alone and not in others, say tongue in the matter of taste alone and ear in sound alone, and not vice versa. The human faculties function only in the world of objects, but not in that of the subject or the spirit, where they are absolutely unreceptive, as tongue is with regard to sound and ear to taste. And for thee, who art the spirit, who art the all, and the essence of all, there is no inside and outside, and there is no boundary circumscribing thee. He is an ignorant man who considers the body, mind, etc., which are not in the Atman, but its objects, himself existing without the Atman. Certainly, a person who accepts such entities, except as verbal fiction, when though apart from the Atman, is bound to be considered ignorant. It is said that this creation, the negation and dissolution of the universe, is from thee, the one beyond the gunas of Prakriti, the one who is actionless, the one who is changeless,
But though it is a contradiction in others to be all these in thee, Brahman and the Lord of all, it is not so. For all this is done by thyself, the completely constituted of gunas, while thou art only in supporting substance, unaffected by all the transformations of guna. By the power of thy Maya, thou hast assumed the white complexion in the function of maintenance of this universe, as Vishnu. For the creation of it, the red complexion, characteristic of Raya, as Brahma, and the dark complexion of Tamas, for the destruction of the universe, as Shiva. O all-powerful one, thou the Lord of all, art incarnate in my house for the protection of the world. And for this thou wilt be destroying the huge armies led by large numbers of Asuras, who have taken the form of Kshatriya rulers. O Lord, this evil-minded Kamsa, be warned of thy forthcoming birth in our family, didst kill all the children born elder to thee. And now, when it comes to learn from his men about thy birth, we will be coming, weapon in hand, for thy slaughter. Devaki's him. Shri Sukha said, seeing her son with all signs and symbols of divinity, Devaki took on a smile in spite of her fear of Kamsa and began to praise the Lord as follows. Thou art verily Mahavishnu, the light spiritual. What philosophers describe as the first, the unmanifested, the vast, the luminous, the one beyond the guna, the changeless, the pure one, the unmodified and the divine. When the whole universe is reduced to its causal condition, at the end of the Dvipa when all the great elements have gone back into the original element, when by the operation of time all that is manifest has relapsed into the unmanifested causal condition, thou, term the all, alone doubt subsists. O Master of everything, the whole of time, measured by the moment, year, etc., up to the infinite of thy is just a winking of thy eye, and this constitutes the dynamics of the universe. I seek refuge in thee, the supreme shelter, the master of all. Hearing the sound of death, men run from fear to fear, but find no haven of security anywhere. But primal being, at last by some good fortune, he comes across that peak, and then living there in absolute surrender, attains to peace. Death thereupon withdraws from him. May thou, of such powers, be gracious enough to save us who are living in dread of Kamsa, dear son of Sena. For thou art verily the savior of thy servant, and may thou be pleased not to reveal this divine form, but will only do in meditation to unregenerate people who have only their fleshy eyesight. O Maha Sudena, let not the sinful Kamsa know that thou art have been born of me, the timid one that I am. Anxiety for thy safety makes me afraid of Kamsa. O soul of the world, therefore withdraw this transcendental form, wretched with its forearms sporting discus, makes a lotus in conch, that thou who bearest the whole universe within, that thou at the time of thy cosmic sea, has been born of my womb, is only thy imitation of human ways to hide thy identity. A great joke, thou art playing on the world. The Lord on his excellent birth. The Lord said, O great lady, in the previous word, in the Swayambhuva mantra, you will receive by Vasudeva was the Prajapati Suttava, being commanded by Brahma to engage yourself in the multiplication of species, you control your senses and mind and practice concentration on the Lord. Standing the severity of monsoon, wind, sun, snow, and other climatic and other seasonal changes, and controlling your pranayama, You practice austerities and attain to a high degree of purity of mind. Subsisting on dry leaves and air alone with intense desire to have your objective fulfilled, and with an absolute peaceful mind, you carried on life. For 12,000 divine years, she thus performed formidable austerities and concentration of sanctified lady, highly pleased with you. We have been meditating on me in your heart all these years with faith, devotion, and practice of the austerities. I appear before you in very form. The prince among the women people that I am, I appear before you intent on giving you the boon you want. On being asked to choose a boon of your liking, you wanted that you should have a son like me. Having no experience of worldly pleasures and being without any issue, you were induced by the divine Maya not to seek revelation of me, who am competent to revelate anyone. When I left after granting your prayer for sons, you went back to enjoying worldly pleasures, with feeling that you had achieved what you wanted. As there is none of the whole universe equal to me in character, generosity, and other qualities, I myself was born as your son, not all over as me, God. Again, it was I that was born of you, both in your embodiment, Skasyapa, Rajapati, and Ati, under the well-known name of Pendra. That's what I'm born because of my shortness of stature. It is to help you recognize my identity that I have revealed to you now, this divine form of mine. Otherwise, if I appear as a mere human infant, you would not have recognized me. Thinking of me again and again as both Brahma and your son, you would rise to higher and higher stages of divine love. Then to my state. Transfer of Krishna to Panjab. Sri Sukha said, saying so, Sri Hari became silent, and as his parents were looking at him, he by his inherent power of Maya appeared as an ordinary infant. At the instant of the Lord, Vasudeva now started from the lying-in room with the infant in hand to the Gokula, cowherd settlement of Nandapur, where Yoga Maya had by then taken her birth as the infant daughter of Nanda's wife, Yashoda. When Vasudeva, with Krishna in hand, approached, all the guard, the prison guard, and people in the neighborhood were found asleep without any trace of consciousness, and in a coma due to the action of Yoga Maya. The huge prison doors, fastened with locks and chains, opened automatically as darkness disappeared on the approach of the sun. Clouds rained to the accompaniment of thunder. Disha with raised woods followed him, protecting the father and the child from rain like an umbrella. Torrential rain, which Indra released, had flooded the river town in Vimala, lashing it into foamy waves and generating deafening whirlpools. The river path, providing a path to Vasudeva as the ocean did of to Sri Rama. Reaching the cowherd settlement, Vasudeva found all the inhabitants fast asleep by the power of Yoga. So, unnoticed by anyone, he placed his son on the bed of Shishoda by his side, and taking her infant daughter in his hands, came back to his own son. He kept the infant girl in the bed of Devi. He then resumed the iron feather on his leg and once more shut behind the prison bars. In Braga, Yashoda, wife of Nanda, was aware only that she was doubled. In time and put into a swoon immediately by Yoga Maya. She had not known whether it was a boy or a girl. Skanda 10, the episode of Yoga Maya and after. Kamsa attempts to kill Yoga Maya. Shri Shuka said, the doors of all the buildings in and out remained locked and bolted as before. Meanwhile, the little infant daughter began to cry, awakening all the prison guards. Instantly, the guards went running to Kamsa, getting the news of Deviki's confinement, with the former still awaiting his much dread. Getting up in haste and concentrating with a heart that his killer had arrived, Kamsa ran to the lying room of Devaki in great excitement. His head divulged and legs stumbling in the palm. The good lady Devaki, extremely difficult to contemplate, now appeared to her brother Kamsa, saying, "O gentle one, this is your daughter-in-law, as it were. It is a girl and deserves to be spared. Oh, brother, you have killed such a large number of my children, all brilliant like flames. Spare for me at least this last one, a daughter. Oh, noble one, am I not your sister, pitiful, but all her earlier children killed? It befits you, O dear one, to give for my unfortunate lamb at least this last child of mine." Visuka said, in spite of her begging in the most piteous way for the infant's life, the villainous Kamsa snatched it off her as she hugged it to her bosom. Devoid of all humanity, due to her concentration of self-interest, he pulled that newly born infant of his by the legs and there it was against a hard stone.
But lo, leaping from his hands, the infant was seen to rise into the sky and assume the form of an eight-ended goddess, who was none but the Yoga Maya incarnated as the Lord's sister. That goddess was decked in celestial garland, clothed, ungiven, and bejeweled ornaments, and was armed with weapons like bow, trident, shield, sword, conch, discus, and mace. Amidst hymns and offerings in her honor by diverse celestial beings like Siddhas, Charanas, Gandharvas, Apsaras, Kinaras, and Uragas, she declared as follows to Kamsa: "O fool, of what avail is your killing me? Your traditional enemy is born somewhere. Do not kill poor infants unnecessarily. Search your real enemy." The Devi, the Yoga Maya of the Lord, having said thus, disappeared from there, but manifested herself in different holy places in the world under different names. The hypocritical Vedanta of Kamsa. Kamsa was wonderstruck at the words of Yoga Maya. His immediate reaction was to release Devaki and Vasudeva from his prison. He then said to them with humility, "O sister, O brother, alas, I am a veritable sinner. Like a Rakshasa killing his own children, I have killed all these little ones. Villainous, merciless, and devoid of all family affection, I do not know what hells are in store for me, a veritable living corpse. As for a killer of holy men, it is not man alone that utters lies, even superhuman beings seem to do so. The wretch that I am, I happened to kill all these children of my sister, believing in the ethereal voice. Do not grieve for the children, O sister and brother. After all, they have only suffered the fruits of their own actions, karma. Creatures do not live forever. Even when living, they cannot live together. For man is subject to results of his actions of previous births. Like earthen pots, we find bodies coming and going. But just as the mud, their basis, is not destroyed with the destruction of the pot, so also the soul is not destroyed with the destruction of the body. A person who does not understand this gets entrenched in his differences from others and becomes subject to birth and death. His involvement in transmigratory existence is never ending. Therefore, O good lady, though from a worldly point of view it looks that I have killed your children, do not grieve over it. All creatures helplessly suffer the fruits of their own actions. So long as a man without a knowledge of the difference between the body and the Atman thinks, I am killed, or I am killing, it is that ignorant man who identifies the body of the Atman that undergoes the experience of the doer and the enjoyer. Pardon me for my heartless action. Being good people, you will be sympathetic towards the repentant. Saying so, Kamsa, with tears in his eyes, touched the feet of his sister and her husband, seeking their pardon. Reassured by the announcement of Yoga Maya, Kamsa conveyed his reconciliation by such words and released Devaki and Vasudeva from jail. The words of repentant Kamsa very much assuaged the anger of Devaki, who bade farewell to her brother with a pleasant face. And Vasudeva said to him with a smiling face, O great one, that the eye sensing beings with reference to their bodies is born of ignorance, and that it is this eye sense that makes one distinguish between one's interest and that of others. These statements of yours are unexceptionable. It is the will of the God that directs one set of beings to destroy another. But men, without the unitive outlook, who are moved by sorrow, joy, fear, anger, greed, infatuation, and pride, do not understand this. The evil advisors of Kamsa and their scheme. Sri Shuka said, Kamsa went to his residence, sent off with these words uttered in good faith and sincerity by Devaki and Vasudeva. At daybreak, however, he sent for his ministers and reported to them all that Yoga Maya said on the previous night. Hearing these words of their master, these ministers, who were really asuras of perverse outlook, inimical to the Devas, said as follows, full of spite and anger against the Devas. O king of the Bhojans, if things are like that, we shall immediately start killing all babies in cities, villages, cowherd settlements, and other human habitation, without any distinction of whether these babies are 10 days old or more. What can these cowardly devas do who are spending their heads trembling in dread of the resounding twang of your boasting? When you began to shower with your arrows, these devas, struck by your missiles, showed interest only in running away for their life from their battlefield. Some of them, laying down their weapons, surrendered and held their arms in salutation. Others, throwing away their garments and untying their hair, cried aloud ignominiously out of fear. But you spared the lives of all such persons, for it is a convention recognized by you that they must be considered as withdrawn from the fight, who have surrendered their arms, whose chariots have been damaged, who are trembling with fear, who have lost their bows, who are unwilling to fight, and who are engaged in other occupations on the battlefield. What can these devas do? They are bold where they have nothing to fear, and they throw challenges where there is none to fight. What can Hari, who hides himself in solitude, do? And what can Shambhu, who lives in crematoria, where men cannot enter, do? What can Indra, who is of little prowess, do? And what can Brahma, who is always engaged in tapas, do? Even the devas, being our enemies, cannot be totally neglected. That is our view. Direct us, your both faithful followers, to eradicate them. A disease, if neglected at first, will get rooted in the body. Then it becomes difficult to treat. Senses too cannot be controlled if they are let loose in the beginning. So too, an enemy proves difficult to uproot if it is allowed to get strong. Mahavishnu is the basic support of the Devas. Mahavishnu is present where Sanatana Dharma, the eternal religion, is observed. Sanatana Dharma is based on Veda, its teachings and observances, and on those who follow them. Therefore, we shall bring about the destruction of all holy men who are Vedic scholars and who practice the Vedic yajna, and of cows whose milk products make the yajna possible. This form of Hari is constituted of holy men, kettlewell, the Vedas, austerity, veracity, control of the senses, control of the mind, faith, mercy, forbearance, and Vedic sacrifice. He is the head of all Devas and also the root of them all, including Shiva and Brahma. He is the enemy of the Asura and is said to hide in the heart. The way to kill him is to suppress and destroy all holy men. Sri Shukasri. Being thus advised by his vicious ministers, the evil-minded Kamsa, already bound by the noose of Yama, let loose a policy of persecution of holy men. He directed all those people who were naturally disposed to evil and oppression, and who had the capacity to assume any form they liked, to carry on a campaign of persecution of all good and God-fearing men. Then he retired to his palace. The close proximity of their own death compelled these evil-minded and stupid people to carry out a program of suppression and oppression of all virtuous men. The persecution of the virtuous leads to man's absolute ruin. It annihilates his longevity, good fortune, reputation, virtuous conduct, his prospects in the hereafter. In fact, all that leads to the advancement of life. Skanda 10, chapter 5. Birth festivity at Gokula, rejoicing in Vraja. Sri Shuka said, delighted at the birth of his son, the noble Nanda, after taking a bath and changing into holiday dress, sent for experts in the science of divining the future. He also had properly performed the birth ceremony, the purificatory rites, the worship of devas and the pitris, and the prayers for the welfare of the infant. He made a gift of well-decorated cows numbering 2 lakhs to holy men. He gave away 7 hillocks of sesame seeds covered with gold-bordered cloth and precious gems. Material objects gain purity by passage of time, the body by bathing and rubbing, dirty places by cleaning, the embodied being by purificatory rites, the senses by austerity, the rituals by sacrifice, wealth by gift, mind by peace, and the jiva by the knowledge of the Atma. The Brahmanas, the bards, the minstrels, and the heralds pronounced blessings. Musicians sang, and drums, kettle drums, and other percussion instruments sounded again and again. The entrance, the courtyards, and the apartments in all the houses of Braja were well swept and clean. Colorful flags, wreaths, banners, festoons, and other decorations sprang up everywhere. The bulls, cows, and calves were anointed with turmeric mixed oil, and they were decorated with mineral paints, peacock feathers, flower wreaths, silken scarf, and golden chain. O king, the cowherds, Gopas, dressed in costly silk clothes, coats and turbans, and wearing various ornaments, came with rich presents to see the newborn infant. The gopis, cowherdesses, too, overjoyed to hear of the birth of a son of Yashoda, dressed themselves in all their bravery, put on their jewels, and painted their eyes with collodion. Heavy-hipped and quivering-breasted, they started in haste with presents in hand, their faces conspicuously shining with the color of the new saffron powder they had applied. The way to Nanda's house was dotted with batches of these gopis, all bejeweled with shining ornaments for the ear, neck, hands, etc., dressed in their best garments and decorated with flowers that fell in heaps from their locks. As they walked, their earrings, breasts, and pearl necklaces trembled in unison. They pronounced blessing on the infant, saying, "May you rule long over your subjects." And they sprinkled turmeric-colored water over people and sang, in honor of the advent of the Supreme and Infinite Lord to Nanda's Braja, as Krishna the Incarnate, many kinds of musical instruments were sounded. The rejoicing Gopas sprayed at one another milk, curds, ghee, water, etc., and pelted balls of butter. To all the artists, like bards, minstrels, and heralds, Nanda made presentations of clothes, ornaments, cows, and money. In order to propitiate the Lord and for the future well-being of his son, Nanda made all these gifts without stint, satisfying the needs of all the people. Congratulated by Nanda Gopal, Rohini Devi also walked about there, bedecked with new clothes, necklaces, and other ornaments. From that day onwards, Praja, being the residence of Hari, became also the playground of Shri, where all round prosperity reigned. Nanda had come sport to pay tribute. Oh, the best of the Kurus! One day, Nanda, entrusting the protection of Gokula to other Gopals, went to Mathura to pay his annual tribute to Kamsa. Hearing that brother Nanda had come to Mathura to pay his tribute, Vasudeva went to meet him at his residence after he, Nanda, had finished remitting the tribute. On Vasudeva's arrival, Nanda got up from his seat in great delight, like a body into which prana had come back, and embraced him with overflowing affection. O king, after giving a cordial reception and making the usual inquiries, Vasudeva sat down and asked about the welfare of his son with great eagerness. O brother, it is indeed a great good fortune that you, who were childless till now and had given up even the hope of getting any children, have at this advanced age got an issue. It looks as if I am meeting you after a new rebirth. For in this transmigratory existence, meeting with a dear friend is a very rare occurrence. Just as leaves, grass, etc., flowing in a current of water cannot remain together, so also men, caught in the current of diverse types of karmas, cannot remain together for long, however dear they may be to one another. Brihadevana, where you now stay with all your kith and kin, do you find it is a healthy place for cattle to thrive? Do you have there plenty of fodder and vegetation?
Oh, brother, you know that a child of mine is now living with his mother in your home, looking upon you as his father and being taken care of by you as your son. Men should seek for worldly goods only in the interest of his kith and kin. When they are in misery, they are of no significance for him. Nanda said, aloud, many a child you have had by David, and have been killed by Kamsa, and the last one that was left to go has gone to the heavenly region. These living beings are all creatures of the unseen. They are supported by the unseen. They go to the unseen. He who knows this does not think. Vasudeva said, you have paid the annual tribute. As directed by Vasudeva, Nanda took leave of him and went directly to Gokula in his ox-drawn chariot. Skanda 10, chapter 6, Salvation of Bhutana. Bhutana began to poison Krishna. Shri Sukha said, while traveling, Nanda knew in his mind that the words of Vasudeva could not be false. Out of fear of performing unannounced, he took refuge in Shri Hari's protection. Meanwhile, a terrible diviness named Bhutana, an expert in person, had attempted to have intimate religious encounters in order to slaughter all people. This old people which also been worldly do not chant the name of the Lord, which destroys all evil psychic forces that demonize and such evil beings can cry, not surely in Raga, where the Lord is our incarnate, that Bhutana, who could travel anywhere in form, one day entered the Gokala of Nanda, taking the form of an attractive woman by her magical art. With an abundance of Madhika, blossoms in her gathered locks, with her waist reduced to slenderness and her head, and with the work on both sides of the broad hips and heavy bosom, with the dress of an attractive garment, with the face surrounded by a shrunken light that gleamed in the radiance of tremendous earth earrings, with a delightful smile and sidelong glance. She appeared among the people of Gokula, attracting the minds of all, impressing the gopis. If she were Lakshmi herself, come with the lotus flower in the hand, be the Lord. This infanticide Putana, who arrived at Gokula by chance in a search for infants, saw lying on his bed that infant, the death dealer to evil ones.
like a fire whose brilliance is hidden under a layer of ashes. The giant, who was none other than the inferno of all beings, recognized that one and yet the omnipotent Lord remained quiet, with eyes closed and visions shining, like a maniac like a sleeping snake in the wrong place and it's only a dog. She took him to her lap, that infant being who wants to be the death of God, mistaking him to be his dear infant. Showed her to him, on noticing that handsome lady within the house, stood there merely looking on stunned and immobilized by the hypnotic power of a fair-looking lady who was like a soul in a sheep, hard-hearted and feeble-minded, so glamorous and well-dressed outside. Sitting there, that woman put the infant on her lap and applied him to her death, which had been treated with a highly toxic poison. But with considerable annoyance, the infant got and pressed her breast and began to suck, drawing out the very life energy in her bones. As the night force was thirsting drained from her body God, she cried out, "Enough, enough! Release me, release me!" And with eyes protruding and body perspiring profusely, she dared to beat them hands again and again with a loud cry. That the cry heard caused tremors on earth and expanded and seemed to cause reverberation in the planet studded heavens above and neither world below. And mistaking it for a thunderous truck, the earth's men full of thus, mortally hit the demoness, resuming her real form, some day, with hands and feet outstretched, and hair developed, even like Sura, felled and struck dead by the thunderous bolt of Indra. Concentration in Gauteng. To the astonishment of all, she proved a menace even after death, as her falling dead body almost pulverized all the trees within a distance of 6 closer. The Gopas and the Gopis had already their ears, hearts, and heads pierced by the terrific howl of the demoness, and now they began to tremble on seeing that most fearful form of her. Her gruesome fangs looked like lead darts, her nostrils like mountain caves, her breast like huge rocks fallen from the mountain top, her eyes like deep, dry, unused wells, her hips like sandhill, her limbs like carnal and her abdomen like dry lake. Seeing the infant fearless, kicking his limbs, lying on the dead body of the demon, the gopis took him up in their arms with greatly agitated minds. They were to shoulder and did a fell flight for the safety of the child, like waving cowtails over his body. They then bathed the infant in cowgirly and smeared his body with dust trodden by the hooves of cows. Afterwards, they applied dry powder on 12 parts of the body, uttering the sacred names of Mahavishnu. They then purified themselves by achamana and did nyasa on themselves, and then on the body and limbs of infants, uttering the Bija mantra. Then they prayed, "May the birth God protect the next cured one who needs." The yajna praying one beside, answering Savya, Kesava, his heart, Isha, his chest, Surya Narayana, his neck, Vishnu, his arm, sacred seated one, his face, and Ishvara, his head. May Hari, armed with this may he with mace protect from behind. May Sudana with bow and Vajna, the sword protect your both sides. May Gaya with punch protect you from corners. Vena from above. Taksha Ya from below. And Lao on one from all sides. May he Rishi Kesa protect your senses. May Narayana protect your prana. May the Lord of the Beth Gurga protect your chitta, your yoga, your mind. Sorry. Malcolm, please.
May Krishna Karma protect your buddhi and the Supreme Bhagwan your soul. May Govinda protect you while playing and Ramapati when you sleep. May Vaikuntha protect you while walking and Sripati while sitting. May the Lord of all sacrifices, the terror of all evil psychic forces, protect you while eating. Whatever destroyers of the children there are, like Dhakunis, Rakshasas, Kushmandas, whatever evil forces there be that attack the body, the vitality, the senses like Bhutas, Pretas, Pisachas, Yakshas, Rakshasas, Kotaras, Vinayakas, Revatis, Jechas, Matrikas, Putanas, Unmadas, Apsamaras, and the like, and whatever young planets, and all planets are seen in dreams indicating the evil portents, may all these be utterly destroyed in the dread of the Lord's name.
The devotional implications of the Tanakh story. Sri Shuka said, after the Gopas had, out of their kitchen, taken these psychic measures for the destruction of the baby, Yashoda applied it to her breast and then laid it down to sleep. By this time, Nanda, who had accompanied him to Kamsa's capital and Mathura, returned and was astonished to find the dead body of Nanda. They said, Vasudeva had indeed proven himself to be a rishi or a master yogi, for the portents about which he told had come true. They had the huge body of Nanda cut to pieces with axe, and carrying it some distance away from their residence, cremated it on a firewood fire. But lo, after started to burn, the sweet smell of sandalwood spread from it everywhere. This was because Putana had sung for Krishna and had thereby become free from every form of sin. A killer of numerous infants, a vampire. Even this demoness, Putana, attained to mukti because she had fed Krishna, though it be with murderous intent. What a glorious destiny would then be awaiting those who offer to Krishna what is nearest and dearest to them. Just as his loving mother did. Those sacred feet of his, which devotees cherish in their hearts, which receive the worship of even those who are the objects of the world's adoration. With those feet, he stepped onto her lap and suckled at her breast, with the consequence that even though she was a demoness, he got the rewards due to the Mother of God incarnate, namely the attainment of eternal bliss. What shall we then say of those mothers and the cows who feed him with milk with great love and attention? O King, never can ignorant born samsara be the fate of those whose breast milk, overflowing out of love, happen to be drunk by Krishna, the bestower of all boons, including mukti, of those who always regard him as their son and loved him in that attitude. Surprised at the sweet smelling of coming out of the funeral flames of Putana, the inhabitants of Raja returned to their homes, remarking on this strange phenomenon on their way. Nanda and the Gopas of his party were wonderstruck to hear from the other Gopas about the arrival of Putana and the safe survival of the infant. Oscion of the noble house of Kuru, Nanda took up his son with the feeling that he was being restored to him from death and experienced the greatest delight, smelling the crown of the baby's head. Whoever hears the faith and devotion story of Putana's liberation, which constitutes a playful deed of the Lord's infant, will gain lasting love for him. Skanda 10, chapter 7, the salvation of Sakata Sura and Diva Trinanvana Sarvana and the age devotion. The Raja predicted forces, O great one, whatever sport of which the Hari had performed in any of his avatars, all that is delightful to hear and attractive to the mind. The story of Krishna removes the dullness of a man's mind caused by his many unfulfilled desires. It purifies his mind soul and generates devotion to Hari and friendship with his devotees.
Tell me therefore more and more of these exploits of Krishna, if you please. Narrate more and more of what he performed in childhood, following the ways of human, appropriate to his embodiment of the world of man. The death of Sakata Sura, 3 Sukasya. It was the third monthly birthday of the infant, when the festive ceremonies connecting with its first bringing up the house were to be celebrated. There was a large gathering of women. Vishwara Devi performed the bathing of the infant amidst the sounds of tom-toms, music, and chanting of mantras by Brahmana. After its birth, the infant receives the blessing of the Brahmana, who had been propitiated by gifts of food, soap, dresses, garland, cows, and whatever else they were in need of. Then she laid the drowsy infant under a cart to sleep. The infant shortly threw up its lungs, cried out aloud for being fed. But Mother Yashoda did not hear the cry. She was busy in vain, doing hospitable to the large number of inhabitants of Raja who had come for the festival. It was now noted that under the keep of the pair of soft tiny legs of the infant, lying underneath it, the cart had fallen down top the church, with its wheel, axle, and other parts broken, and several vessels were small. So he and the other people gathered there for the birthday function and kept in it upset. Every one day, Vishwara, Nanda, and the woman gathered there for the birthday functions was stunned with surprise and fear on noticing the cart upset by itself and destroyed without an understandable reason. To the Gopant and the Gopis, who had thus become you, the boys they said with absolute certainty that the cart got upset by the feet of none but the weepy in people.
But the elders paid no attention, considering it a mere prattle of words, for they had then no inkling even of the superhuman might of that infant. Yashoda, being afraid that the infant might be possessed by some evil forces, got some Brahmanas to chant appropriate mantras to ward off such influences and then applied the weeping infant to her breast. Some of the strong Gopals, with their attendants, replaced the cart in its proper place, while Brahmanas performed homas and made offerings of curds, prasad, grass, rice, and water. The blessings of people who are truthful and free from jealousy, falsehood, hypocrisy, spirit of vengeance, cruelty, and pride never go in vain. Thinking thus, Nanda Gopal did an elaborate ceremony in which the Brahmanas gave the infant a ceremonial bath with water sanctified by the chanting of the three Vedas and fortified with rare medicinal herbs. Sacrificial offerings were made in sacred fire. The infant was then blessed by the Brahmanas, who were then sumptuously fed by Nanda. He then gave them gifts of excellent crowns decorated with flower garlands, silk and golden chains for securing the future welfare of his son, and in turn received their blessings. The blessings pronounced by holy men who were versed in the Vedas and who have their minds under control never go in vain. The attack of Trinava. Once Yashoda was fondling baby Krishna seated in her lap. Suddenly, she found herself unequal to the task of bearing his weight, which rivaled that of a pillow. Reeling under the weight of the baby and wonderstruck, Yashoda placed him on the floor. She meditated on the laws and prayed for the baby's protection, and then engaged herself again in her household duties. Meantime, directed by Kamsa, his servant Trinavarta, a demon, came in the form of a tornado and carried away the baby. He came and lifted the baby as a fierce whirlwind, enveloping the whole of Gokula in a cloud of dust, thereby blindfolding the eyes of all with dust and reverberating all the quarters with peals of terrific sound. For a muhurta, the whole of Gokula was plunged in darkness. When visibility returned, Yashoda could not find her baby, where she had kept him. Struck by the stone gathered by the tornado, most people there were injured and made unconscious. They could not see themselves or others, while the rain or dust caused by the fierce whirlwind was raging. Yashoda, unable to find her baby anywhere, collapsed in her queen inside for him and began to cry piteously like a cow that had lost her. When the sound and dust had abated a little, people heard the wailings of Yashoda, and a large number of gopis, sympathizing with Yashoda in the loss of her child, shed tears and joined her in wailing over the tragic misfortune. Now, Trinavarta, disguised as a tornado, was able to rise to a high level in the sky with the baby Krishna, but is presently unable to bear his massive weight, found his speed dwindling and his further progress completely arrested. He felt the baby to be as heavy as a mountain. That unique child was holding him fast by the neck, and the demon failed to force him to release his hold. For the Lord never abandons one whom he has once taken in hand. Strangled by the tight hold of his neck, the Asura lost his power and soon fell down dead with eyes protruding. The child too came down like the city in the sky that Shiva destroyed. The Asura fell down from the great height on a rock, and his monstrous frame was shattered into smithereens. The crowding women of Braja saw this gruesome sight amidst their own collective shrieks and wails. The baby, whom the demon had taken high up in the sky, was now found by them to be lying on the chest of this dead body, as if he had been released from the mouth of death. Taking up that blessed child, they presented him to the mother. The gopis and the gopas, headed by Nanda, were thrown into paroxysms of joy at the recovery of the infants and began to say as follows. Wonder of wonders, this demon tried his best to kill this child, and yet he has come back to us unhurt. Perhaps that wicked monster must have died by the weight of his own sin. The good ones are often saved from dangers by their gentle nature. We must certainly have done in our past birth very much by way of tapas, worship of the Lord, charitable work, yajnas, and acts of kindness to living creatures. Otherwise, how could this child, who was practically dead, come back again to its near and dear ones to gladden their hearts? Being all these strange and inexplicable utterance in Brihadwana, the region of his settlement, Nanda thought over again and again about the counsel of Vasudeva, whom he met at Mithura. Revelation of the cosmos to the mother. One day, Yashoda, sitting in her house with the child in her lap, applied him to her breast, from which milk was overflowing because of uncontrollable affection. As the mother was watching the face of the child, breathed in smiles at the end of the feeding, he yawned, and lo, the mother saw in it the whole universe, the sky, the earth, and the heaven, the celestial luminaries, and the quarters, sun, moon, fire, air, oceans, continents, mountains, rivers, forests, all these and many other things moving and unmoving, the mother saw in baby's mouth. The O king, Yashoda trembled with awe and wonder on seeing the whole universe in a trice, and to shield herself, closed her eyes. Athashtamo Shri Shuka said, O king, Garga, a sage of great austerity and the priest of the Yadava clan, visited Braja one day at the instant of Vasudeva. Nanda was delighted to see him. He got up from his seat, saluted him, and prostrated himself before him, and worshipped his feet in the faith that he was worshipping the Lord to be. To the sage thus well received and comfortably seated, Nanda addressed the following sweet words of greeting. O Holy One, please tell us what we can do for you and serve the self-fulfilled who had no wants. The visits of holy men or to the homes of householders who are afflicted by many cares and anxieties is indeed a great blessing to them, leading to their all-round welfare. It cannot be meaningless. The science of astrology, which enables one to know things that are not open to the senses, was founded and formulated by you. With the help of it, man can know the past and the future. It is befitting that a profound Vedic scholar, which, like you, should do the purificatory rites for these two boys. Men of your stature are gurus by the rebirth. Garga said, I am the priest of the Yadus and am widely known. If I perform the purificatory rites of your children, Kamsa may take it to mean that they are his son. Kamsa has heard the announcement of Devaki's girl that his foe is somewhere born. He knows that you and Vasudeva are on intimate terms of friendship. There is every chance of his rejecting the theory of Devaki's eighth child being a girl. All these will make him suspect that his foe is here and he may take steps to kill him. To give him scope for such suspicion will be a great tactical blunder. Nanda said, in some solitary place, trainers, if in some solitary place in this cowherd settlement of ours, without the knowledge of even our own people, please perform the essential naming ceremony of these boys with the chanting of the appropriate mantras for their welfare. Shri Shuka said, as this request coincides with his own idea, the sage Garga compiled with it and performed the naming ceremony of the boys in privacy. Garga said, this son of Rohini will be known as Rama, as he will delight Ramayana, his friends and relatives by his virtues. Because of his excessive strength, he will be called Bala, as he would bring about unity among the Yadus. He will be called Sankarshana. The younger boy, who embodies himself forth in every age, had in the past the three complexions of white, red, and yellow. Now he has taken up the dark complexion, Krishnada. So Krishna will be his popular name, as he was born of Vasudeva. Elsewhere, he will be known as Vasudeva among knowledgeable people. Numerous other names also are there for your son after his qualities and achievements. Neither I nor others know them all. The boy, Krishna, so dear to the cows and men of Gokula, will work for the all-round welfare of you all. You will easily get over all kinds of difficulties with his help. O Lord of Raja, once, when there were no rulers to keep peace in the country, and people were at the mercy of robbers and brigands, the peace-loving people were saved by this Krishna and put on the path of to prosperity. Just as asuras do not attack the devotees of Vishnu, so no enemy can overpower the devotee of Krishna. O Nanda, this child of yours is equal to Lord Narayana himself in respect of fame, prowess, and other excellencies. Look after him with all attention. Garga returned after communicating thus much to Nanda, who felt immensely glad, blessed, and preferred by all that he heard from the sage.
In course of time, Rama and Krishna began to move about together playfully on their knees and arms. They dragged themselves through slushy regions in Raja to the accompaniment of the tinkling sound of the anklets and girdles, themselves delighted to hear the sounds. They looked at people passing by for a while, but then withdrew themselves to their mothers, as if out of bashfulness or fear at the sight of strangers. Their mothers, excited with affection, took up the children whose bodies looked lovely with mud doing duty for arguments. They then applied them to their breasts and were thrilled to see their faces wreathed in smiles, revealing their newly sprouting teeth. When the boys had grown up enough to entertain the gopis by their play, it became usual for these to forget their household duties in merrily watching the tug of war between the boys tightly holding calves by their tails, and the calves dragging them hither and thither. The mothers now fell into a dilemma, and the worry thereby, whether they should attend to their household duties or constantly watch and guard their boys. For so playful and restless were they, that they had to be incessantly guarded from the dangers of cows, fires, cats, knives, ponds, gird, and thorns. Shortly, Rama and Krishna passed the stage of moving on knees and began to run about on their feet. Not long after, Krishna, along with Rama and other friends, began to engage himself in various sportive pranks to the great joy of the women of Raja. It is said that the gopis one day gathered together and began to speak of Krishna's delightful pranks in the hearing of his mother Yashoda as follows. Oh, mother, he comes and releases the cows before milking time. If anyone scolds him for this, he laughs at them. Then he makes arrangements for stealing milk products and consumes all the milk and curds he gets that way, and distributes good quantities of it among the monkeys that follow him. When he does not consume their content, he breaks the containers. If he gets nothing in any place, he goes away in anger, pinching the little children there and making them cry. When he cannot reach the receptacles of milk products with his hands, he devises a stand with stools and waters, knowing as he does which pot contains milk and which curds or butter. He makes holes in the mud pot kept in slings and drains off their contents. Where the things are in darkness, the brilliance of his bedecked body provides sufficient light for him. All this he does when the gopis are very busily attending to their household duties. If questioned about his misconduct, he gives impotent replies, an answer calls of nature in the courtyard of the houses. Now look at him. He stands there, a picture of innocence after having done so much mischief. The gopis represented all this to Yashoda, looking now and then at the face of Krishna, that was all the more beautiful because of the signs of splendid pride that the charges brought against him. The only response of Yashoda was to laugh away the whole thing. She could not bring herself to scold her darling by any means. One day, while Krishna was playing in the company of Rama and other cowherd boys, some of them went to his mother and complained that Krishna had eaten mud. In the interest of his health, the mother caught hold of Krishna by his hand and scolded him while he stood with his eyes tremulous with fright. She said to him, "Oh, mischievous fellow, why did you eat mud steadily? Your friends and even your brother testified to it." Child Krishna protested, "Mother, I have not done so. They are telling a lie. If you think they are telling the truth, please examine my mouth in their presence." The mother said, "All right, open your mouth." And Srihari, who had become a human child out of sport without any loss of his divine powers, now showed his mouth to her. She saw within it the whole universe of moving and unmoving entities, the sky and the cotis, the earth, with its mountains and oceans, including the spheres of wind called Brahma, and of lightning called fire, and the moon and the star and all the other worlds. Besides, she saw the whole heaven with its luminaries, the surrounding girdle of the categories of water, fire, air, and sky, and the deities presiding over the Indriyas, and the Indriyas themselves, and the mind, the elements forming the objects of senses, and the gunas of Prakriti. She saw within her child the whole universe with all diversities and distinctions caused by the jiva, time, bhava, the impressions caused by karma, and the mind. What was more, she was filled with worry and doubt to see within his open mouth even that land of Raja was herself in it. She then thought, what can this be? Is it a dream or the Lord's Maya, or the work of my deranged brain? Or can this be due to some extraordinary powers natural to my boy? I salute that supremely mysterious being by whom, out of whom, and on whose support this world has its existence, a world which stands as a puzzle to all the efforts of man to understand it through his intellect, mind, action, and word. My only support is he by whose Maya I have come to think perversely. I am Yashoda. Nanda is my husband, and this is my son. I am heir to all the wealth of this chief of cowherds. All these gopas and gopis and cows are under my command. The Lord thereupon cast the spell of Vishnu's Maya, of parental affection on his mother, who had come to glimpse the truth. At once, Yashoda lost even the memory of the experience she had, and she gathered up her son in her lap, overcome by intense affection for him and before. He whom the followers of the Vedic Karma Kanda speak of as Indra and the other deities, whom the Vedantis call Brahman, whom the Sankhya's speak of as Purusha, whom yogis call the Atman, and whom the devotees call the Bhagavan. Then Hari was considered as her own son by Yashoda. The Raja said, O Holy One, what meritorious act was done by Nanda to have had this great blessing, and by Yashoda too, to have suckled the great Lord himself. It was not Krishna's parents, but Nanda, And Yashoda, who had the good fortune of witnessing these sanctifying boyhood deeds of Krishna, hymned about by sages even today. Sri Sukha said, on the eve of Krishna's incarnation, Brahma had ordered all devas to be born on earth for his service. Drona, the leader of the Vasus, and his wife Dara were thus asked by Brahma to be born on earth as cowherds maintaining cattle. They thereupon said to Brahma, may we have in our embodiment on earth that kind of supreme devotion to Sri Hari, the Lord of all, by means of which people easily overcome this misery of samsara. Brahma granted him that boon. And thus Drona, of great fame and fortune, was born as Nanda, and thus Dara as Yashoda, his wife. For this reason, the Lord, who happened to stand in the relationship of a child to him, was loved by them in that aspect more than by any Gopa or Gopi in the Gokula. In order to fulfill the words of Brahma, Krishna along with Rama stayed in Vraja and gave supreme joy to the couple. Atat Navamodaya Yaya. Sri Sukha said, once Yashoda, the wife of Nanda, had set her assisting household maids to various items of household work and was herself engaged in churning the curd. While churning, she kept on remembering and singing songs on the childhood plays of Krishna that have been described here before. A silken cloth round her, heavy hips encircled by a girdle, her breast tremendous, and shedding milk out of her overflowing affection for her child. Her bracelets and her ear ornaments, moving with her exertion in churning, her face revealing drops of perspiration on it, her tresses shedding jasmine flowers. Such was the picture of handsome Yashoda as she kept turning. Thirsty for milk, Hari approached the mother engaged in churning and stopped her churning operation by addressing the churning rod, thereby fulfilling the mother's heart with great joy. Beating him on her lap, she suckled him with the abundant flow of milk that her intense affection was generating. Watching all the while the charming face of her boy with waves of smile played upon it. Just then, she noticed that the milk kept on kept on the fire for boiling was overflowing. She ran towards it, keeping on the floor her child, who had still not had his food free. Angry at this, child Krishna's eyes became red and his lips trembled, and he began to bite his lips. He then took a stone roller, broke the churning pot, and let go of all his food. With make-believe stage tears in his eyes, he repaired to a solitary place in the interior of the house, where he sat eating a lump of butter that he took from the stove. After taking down the boiled milk from the oven, Yashoda returned only to see the broken curd pot and the curd all spilled. She understood that this was her son's work, but only laughed at it. The boy, however, was not to be seen anywhere near. Soon she caught sight of him, sitting on an unturned, rice-husking mortar, and throwing lumps of butter stolen from the spring to monkeys, occasionally with the fear of discovery of his step writ large in his eyes. He was glancing hither and thither. Yashoda approached him slowly from behind. On seeing the mother approach stick in hand, he got up in great haste and ran away as if in mighty fear. The mother also followed him whom even a yogi's mind, well prepared by practice in austerity, fails to reach without his grace. Her pursuit of him was slowed by the heaviness of her hips, and in the course of the effort she put into the task, she was found to be followed by the numerous flowers that fell from her loosened tresses. Weeping from a sense of guilt, rubbing his collyrium painted eyes with the hand, and looking now and then at the mother's face with terror-stricken eyes, he was caught by Yashoda by the hand and threatened and scolded. As she saw her son frightened, she threw away the stick and without any inkling of his powers, decided to tie him up to the husking water. He who has neither inside nor outer, who has neither before nor after, who is yet the before and the after, the inside and the outside of the whole universe, nay, who is the universe itself, him, unmanifest, and the supreme sporting a human form, the master of the senses, him, the gopi, taken for her child, trying to fasten to the mortal. In tying her sorry, in tying her guilty child to the mortal, she found that the string in the hand was short by about 2 inches to complete the round. So she attached another string to it. When she found that even that was short by 2 inches, she attached another with the same result. Whatever attachment she made, it was all found to be short by 2 inches. Yashoda thus exhausted of all the strings in her house, but still there was the shortage of 2 inches to complete the round. The gopis who were watching all this standing round her began to laugh at Yashoda's predicament, and she too burst into laughter in utter astonishment. Finally, seeing his mother's perspiring with her hair dishevelled and flowers falling from it, Krishna felt pity for her exertions and allowed himself to be tied up out of kindness to her. Sri Hari has thus shown how he subordinates himself to his devotees, although he is eternally free and is the master of all the worlds and the guardian deity. Neither Brahma nor Shiva nor Shri nor even Shri, who always clings to him, could attain this measure of grace from Krishna, the bestower of liberation, as this gopi did. The worshipful Lord, embodied as the son of the gopi, is not as easy of approach to persons whose spiritual practices are based on body consciousness, nor even to the jnanias who have given up body consciousness and have become Atman conscious, as he is to devotees possessed of bhakti. After the incident, Krishna's mother was again busily engaged in her household duty, and Krishna, tied to the mortal, found nearby a pair of Arjuna's trees, formerly two Kukayas, sons of Kubera, now become trees under a curse. They were formerly known as Nala, Kubara, and Manigriva, well known and prosperous. They were cursed to become trees by Narada to curb their pride and audacity.
Itu Shrimad Bhagavate Mahapurane Paramahamsyam Sanghitayam Dashamaskande Purvade Gopi Prasado Namamo Dhyaya. We are temporarily stopping the live streaming now. This is because we are coming close to the 12-hour recording time set on live streaming by YouTube. Please stay with us. We will be resetting and the live streaming will be starting within a few minutes. Thank you.